Chapter 1001. Stalemate. The pistol Zhong was holding belonged to the boy in a baseball cap. Other than that, he found a half magazine with 29 bullets. Previously, the boy had fired some when he fought against Zhong at the school. He currently had to face 2 federal police squads plus 3 plainclothes, a total of 27 people. Other than that, the 3 emergency response team members were still alive, and they were also the most difficult enemies for Zhong to deal with. Bullets might also be ineffective against them. However, this wouldn't be too much of a problem since he still had his shrouded sheath. The group of people that just arrived went to the Ferris wheel as soon as they entered the amusement park. From there, they gathered with the emergency response team members. Surprisingly, they did not attack the castle right away. It was because they were afraid of Zhong. Thus, they decided to deal with the most difficult opponent last, heading to deal with the weakest one first. Zhong could hear gunshots from the northwest direction of the amusement park. At first, they were scattered. Then, they became more frequent. The exchange of fire lasted for a short while before it all fell silent. Taking the opportunity, Zhong contacted Fengzi and asked her about the situation at the station. In fact, he was more concerned about the battle at the station than the amusement park situation. After realizing that he was the bait, Zhong had only one goal. He would snatch the memory encoder from Mr. G and Shengtang Morgan Group. The memory encoder would become the biggest bargaining chip in his negotiation with Mr. G. Zhong was grateful that Ms. F presented the opportunity to extract the tracking device from his head by dealing with Mr. G. However, Mr. G was the one who broke the promise first. From that moment on, Zhong had no intention to resolve this matter through peaceful means. After his last time contacting Mr. G, neither party had any intention to work together again. Mr. G wanted to continue to use him as bait, and Zhong wanted to force Mr. G to show his trump card through the emergency response team. Hence, the essential thing for Zhong right now was to find out where the memory encoder was. Compared to the other 2 parties, Zhong was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. From his standpoint, he had to first ensure that Mr. G's forces on the 2nd level did not break through the response team's line of defense and bring the memory encoder back to the 1st level. It was the reason why Zhong contacted Zero to work with him. He, too, didn't want Mr. G's men to be killed by the response team so quickly. If they were defeated, it meant he would need to face Shengtang Morgan Group alone. Those were just small matters, though. Zhong was most worried that Zero would head straight to the 5th level after getting his hands on the memory encoder. That was why Zhong needed Fengzi to help him keep an eye on the situation at the station. In the meantime, he had to end the battle at the amusement park side as soon as possible. Fortunately, Fengzi told him that the current battle between the 2 sides had reached a deadlock, the situation Zhong desired the most. Sure enough, Mr. G did not disappoint. No one knew how he did it. He actually hid a special operations team consisting of 14 people at the 2nd level, with each of them equipped with an exoskeleton. The last part of the transportation was supposed to be completed by this special operations team. And Shengtang Morgan knew nothing about it. It was no wonder Mr. G was so confident in his team rather than Zhong, a clone that had appeared out of nowhere. In fact, faced with such overwhelming firepower, the emergency response team almost didn't survive the battle. The station was only guarded by Zero and another team member. Even with the help of the station security personnel and the 4 police teams responsible for the blockade, Mr. G's men defeated them almost instantly. Fortunately, the other 3 members of the emergency response team were nearby and they managed to get to a high ground ahead of time. Even after using heavy firepower, they barely overcame the first wave of offense. With 5 emergency response team members working together, the goddess of victory seemed to be, once again, in their favor. Although Mr. G's special operations team's equipment was on par with that of the emergency response team, even slightly better, in fact, they could never compare to the elite clone fighters built by Shengtang Morgan Group. Once they managed to survive the unexpected first wave of attack, the emergency response team led by Zero would move in like a cunning shark, eroding the opponent's advantage bit by bit. Although the two sides were now in a stalemate, if Zhong were there, he would be able to see that the emergency response team had taken over the rhythm of the battle. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the special operations team. Feng Zi, of course, could not see such detail from the battle. Judging by her description, Zhong could imagine the situation perfectly. It was pointless to feel anxious now. After advising Feng Zi to be careful and not get too close, he drew out his shrouded sheath and prepared for the battle. After the 3 emergency response team members and the 2 federal police teams killed Metria, they started to approach the castle. The leader that was shot twice by Zhong moved towards the castle cautiously by looking for covers everywhere he went. He knew that his body could not afford to take another bullet. But what surprised him was that Zhong did not take the opportunity to snipe at anyone. Everyone arrived in front of the castle safely. After that, number 3 fired a shot at the castle. When the bullet hit the outer wall, it caused an explosion, accompanied by smoke and fire on the wall. The stones on the wall were blown away, exposing the reinforced concrete inside. Number 3 shook his head at his 2 companions. "It looks like he wants us to go inside to fight him," number 8 said. "If we don't go in, can we surround him from the outside?" asked number 2, who was shot twice. "No. This castle is too big. We have too few people to surround the entire castle. Once we are scattered, it will give him a better chance to kill us one by one," number 8 said. "We should go in," number 3, who had not spoken before, said suddenly. "Why say that? You have seen his sniping skills before. I don't need to remind you how dangerous it is to allow such a sniper to run loose. On the other hand, his sniping ability would be rendered useless in this castle. Besides, we outnumbered him greatly. For some reason, he didn't shoot us when we approached the castle. We should not encourage him to use the same tactic to fight against us." Chapter 1002. Battle at the Corridor. The 3 emergency response team members did not take too long to reach an agreement to enter the castle together. Number 3 was right. Zhong gave up moving around and switched to defensive tactics. Since Zhong abandoned his greatest advantage, they now had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack him. They had no reason not to seize this golden opportunity. At the same time, the 3 also realized that Zhong had to have a reason for making such a decision. Therefore, prior to entering the castle, the 3 did a lot of preparation work. When they noticed the smoke coming out of the castle, they quickly used their thermal detectors to look for Zhong. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the traps that might be lying around in the castle. Clearly, they had overthought the whole thing. Zhong had only given up guerrilla warfare because he only had 2 bullets left in his rifle. He also wanted to end the battle as fast as possible. Compared to sneak attacks in an open space, it was indeed more dangerous to fight inside the castle. However, it saved Zhong a lot of time to look for the enemies. It was a perfect strategy since he wanted to get to the station as fast as possible. After they prepared everything that they needed, all 30 people from Shengtang Morgan Group cautiously walked into the castle. They formed a total of 5 teams with 6 men in each. The distance between each team was about 3 meters. By doing that, they would be able to prevent themselves from dying at the same time if they stepped into a trap. Simultaneously, they could also support each other in times of need. In addition to the 1 heat detector carried by number 2 in the emergency response team, the other 2 federal police squads were also equipped with heat detectors. And number 8, as the commander, redistributed those 3 heat detectors. The leading group was responsible for exploring the way got 1, and the group following them on the right tasked with checking blind spots overseen by the previous group got another. As for the last heat detector, it was given to number 2. He wasn't given any special instructions by number 8, and he could check out the whole place freely. Although the heat detector could only detect a certain distance ahead, it could cover quite a big area when all 3 were used together. When the first team walked into the castle, there were no gunshots. The castle was silent as if no one was there, and they saw nothing on the heat detector too. After that, the second team followed suit. They quickly worked with the first team to secure the place. With the 5th team entering the castle, All 30 people from Shengtang Morgan Group were now inside. Whether it was the first or second group that walked into the castle or number 2 that followed behind them, none could locate Zhongheng. Number 8 and the 2 groups of federal police conducted a general search of the first floor. After confirming that it was safe, they moved to the second floor. Like the previous strategy, the first team took the lead, and the rest followed suit. As soon as the first team walked past the stairs, they heard a gunshot. A federal policeman walking at the front was shot. Fortunately, the 3 men that pretended to be emergency response team members were all wearing the latest generation bulletproof vests. One of them had taken off his vest and put it on the federal police who was walking at the front. The latter survived the gunshot thanks to that. His companions around him took a risk and dragged him back. Immediately, everyone started returning fire and scattered for shelter. At the same time, the opposite side also started to shoot at them. For a short while, loud gunshots echoed in the hallway. After shooting at each other for a while, the 3 emergency response team members noticed something was wrong. Number 8 then gestured to the federal policeman standing at the front and asked if he had seen Zhongheng. The federal policeman told him that there was too much smoke in the corridor, and his vision was obstructed. The moment he turned around, he was hit by a sniper rifle. The heat detector in his hand, however, did react, indicating that there was a figure at the other end of the corridor. However, instead of feeling relieved after hearing what the federal police said, Number 8 felt even more uneasy. He then signaled everyone to cease fire and retreat to the blind spot where Zhongheng could not see them. However, the other party did not stop shooting at them. At this time, the 3 emergency response team members realized that they had stepped into a trap. If ordinary people were under stress, they might not be able to stop firing. But for a master like Zhongheng, it was impossible for him to do something like that. That was a rookie mistake. They might have fired at each other violently earlier, but so far, no one was hit except for the federal police with a bulletproof vest. The rest of the people were still alive and kicking. Number 8 didn't belittle the capabilities of those federal police officers. When he compared them with Zhongheng, however, he realized their skills were clearly not good enough to fight against Zhongheng. "Let's see what's going on," said Number 3. Number 8 nodded. The 3 of them called the other 3 federal policemen to go with them to check the corridor again. This time, they got closer. And the 3 emergency response team members heard more details from the gunshots, including some sounds that did not align with the environment. "Recording?" Number 3 asked. After that, Number 2 also found the humanoid target in the heat detector to be motionless. Later, Number 8 sent 2 federal police officers to cautiously approach their target. They quickly discovered that it was an inflatable heat inducer standing at the end of the corridor. There was also a recording pen next to it. Number 8 immediately thought of something, and his expression changed. "Everyone, come to me." After counting the number of people, cold sweat started to drip down from Number 8's forehead. He did not expect that he would lose 10 men on his side in such a short time. The 2 missing teams were standing at the back earlier. Since they checked the first floor and confirmed that Zhongheng was there, and the battle mainly took place in the corridor, the 3 emergency response team members did not pay much attention to the situation at the back. They did not expect that Zhongheng would get rid of the people at the back by distracting them. When the federal police officer was shot, Zhongheng was actually standing at the end of the corridor. He deceived everyone with the recordings and heat inducers. Everyone's attention was then drawn to the gunshot that they heard in the corridor. While everyone was distracted, Zhongheng figured out how to avoid the 3 heat detectors and quietly went to the first floor. When Number 8 led his men people back to the first floor, they saw the floor strewn with corpses. The fatal wounds on their bodies were all stab wounds, and they were killed by one blow without getting the chance to struggle or call for help. Chapter 1003. Missing Body. Pay attention to your surroundings. "He may still be here," Number 3 reminded. Everyone was extremely cautious. After going from the second floor to the first floor, they confirmed Zhongheng wasn't on the second floor anymore. In other words, there was a high chance that Zhongheng was on the first floor. Whenever they thought that a horrifying killer might be lurking around them, everyone started to feel very nervous. And the person holding the heat detector immediately began to scan his surroundings. Number 2, however, did not do so. She raised her head and looked at the ceiling before raising the heat detector in her hand. Her 2 companions beside her were on the alert, holding their guns with bated breath. After they scanned the place one time, Zhongheng was nowhere to be found. Did he escape from the gate? Number 3 asked. I can't rule that out. Number 8 frowned, but then he saw a federal policeman approaching him. What happened? I just counted the corpses. We lost 10 allies, but I found only 9 bodies. When number 8 heard what he said, his pupils shrank suddenly. He then pointed his gun at the federal policeman not far away from him and shouted, "Everyone, don't move. Raise your hands." Number 2 and number 3 were slowed by half a beat, but they all reacted quickly after that. They did what number 8 did and turned their guns on their allies. 10 people were missing, but there were only 9 corpses in the hall. There was a reason why such a thing happened. These federal police officers were all appointed to help them arrest the dangerous suspects, and they had very little information about their targets. Hence, it was pointless torturing the information out of them. The possibility that the federal police officer being kidnapped by Zhongheng was very small. Therefore, the 10th person couldn't have possibly survived the attack. Zhongheng ignored the other 9 corpses and hid one of them. This made number 8 quickly think of a certain possibility. Even he had to admire Zhongheng's boldness. But this time, the plan might backfire. Everyone, form a circle and check whether you know the person beside you. Number 8 ordered. All the policemen were taken aback. Their colleagues had just been killed, and they were still grieving. And the policeman who had been shot earlier saw the corpse of the plainclothes he had handed the bulletproof vest. They were killed only because the top had sent them to assist the 3 emergency response team members in catching the felon. Not only did the other party fail to apologize, but they turned around and raised their guns at them. In this case, no matter how good-tempered they were, they would inevitably feel dissatisfied. So, none of them did what number 8 asked. But then they heard a gunshot. Number 2 had raised his pistol and fired a shot above his head. He then said abruptly, "Everyone, don't make me repeat what I just said. This is for your safety. The criminal you are facing this time is more barbaric and cunning than you thought. Not only did he kill your colleagues, but he also blends into our group. If you don't want to become the next corpse, you better listen to my orders." The federal police officers fell into silence. After a while, someone finally made a move, followed by the second and the third. They formed a small circle in accordance with the requirements of number 8. The 3 emergency response team members stood in a triangle position, each of them looking in a different direction. Once they spotted Zhongheng, they would pull the trigger and kill him immediately, not giving Zhongheng any chance to escape again. This was why number 8 said that Zhongheng's plan might backfire this time. In the white smoke, everyone's face looked blurry, and only those that stood within half a meter of each other could see the other's face. Number 8's gaze swept across the circle of federal police officers. Never had he been this focused before. He believed that the prey had gotten into the hunter's trap, and it was time to reap what he sowed. The federal police officers carefully identified the people around them. They even reached out their hands and touched each other's faces to confirm that the person beside them wasn't wearing a silicone mask. However, the outcome surprised number 8. None of the 17 federal police officers present were fake. All of them passed the verification in the end. Did they make a mistake? Zhongheng killed 10 people and dragged away one of the corpses. If he did not do it for the uniform, why would he do such a thing? Number 8 was also a master of assassination himself, and when he put himself into Zhongheng's shoes, he still could not figure out the answer to this question. Yet, at the same time, number 8 felt like he was missing out on something important. Suddenly number 8's eyes widened, and he looked at the 17 federal policemen in front of him. "Wait, who among you ran to us and told us that there was one missing body?" All the federal police officers looked at each other, but no one answered number 8's question. and Number 8's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the ocean. Even after realizing that Zhongheng had blended himself among the group of federal police officers, Number 8 still missed a person without his knowledge, and that was the policeman who reminded him of the missing body. Number 8 did not treat the latter differently from other officers since it was a police officer that reminded him of this matter. Subconsciously, he slipped through Number 8's suspicions. Afterward, most of his attention was focused on the 17 federal policemen not far away, and he overlooked the closest person around him. Number 8 realized that he had no impression of the latter's final move. He was trembling in fear, and his hands and feet were ice cold. He was supposed to be programmed to withstand extreme fear, but he felt the long-lost sense of dread at this moment. Immediately, he rushed to a police officer as fast as he could, snatched the heat detector from the latter's hand, and aimed at where Number 2 and Number 3 stood earlier. However, he found out that they were no longer there. Number 8 couldn't believe that the two would run around at such a terrible time. They didn't even inform him before they walked away. Hence, the two had most likely encountered an accident. After seeing what happened to Number 6, Number 8 did not dare to underestimate Zhongheng's assassination ability. However, he still could not believe what he just witnessed. With Number 2 and Number 3 skill sets, they weren't supposed to make a sound when they were killed. Chapter 1004. Retreat. Number 8 began to realize that fighting with Zhongheng in the castle was probably not the wisest decision. Only 10 minutes had passed since they entered, and they lost almost half their people. Although they still outnumbered him, losing Number 2 and Number 3 made Number 8 feel horrible. Although this operation was supported by 2 federal police squads, Number 8 knew all too well that the only ones he could really rely on were the 2 companions around him. All the emergency response team members led by Zhou were combat geniuses that were on a different level compared to ordinary federal police officers. Even though the 2 federal police squads were made up of federal police elites, they could only assist the emergency team members in the battle. The ones that decided the flow of the battle were still the emergency response team. These were things Number 8 had deduced earlier, but now he was a little shaken by his assumption. Zhongheng eliminated both of his allies cleanly, without them making any noise. Like a ghost hidden within the smoke, Number 8 couldn't figure out how Zhongheng knew where everyone was, even if he was equipped with a thermal detector. And at the same time, he could come and go freely as if he was completely unaffected by the smoke. And at this time, he also realized that he was the only member out of the 3 emergency response team members who were still alive. And that was no accident wither. Compared with Number 2 and Number 3, he was shot twice with a sniper rifle, significantly affecting his strength and speed. That was why Zhongheng did not kill him first. But the question was, how did the other party identify everyone so clearly in the thick smoke? Combined with the loss of Number 6 and Number 9, Number 8 started to doubt his plan tonight. And now, he had to accept that his plan had failed. Number 8 wanted to retreat, but before he could speak, he heard the gunshots again. This time, the gunshot was real, and it was not recorded. Number 8 could hear that the person who fired the shot was near him, and he was moving at high speed. So, Number 8 immediately started shooting at the place where the gunfire came from. At first, he felt a little strange. Judging from Zhongheng's previous attacks, it could be seen that the latter always had a clear goal and priorities in his mind. Logically speaking, after Number 2 and Number 3 were gone, Number 8 should be the most valuable target to him. However, Zhongheng did not target him first. But soon, Number 8 thought of something, and his nerves were tightened up again. He now figured out what Zhongheng's target was in this attack. It was the thermal detectors. Before entering the castle, the team was equipped with a total of 3 heat detectors. In a smoke-filled environment, the thermal detectors were their eyes. Needless to say, Zhongheng had now taken away the thermal detector Number 2 was holding. In other words, there were only 2 detectors left. Technically speaking, they only had 1 thermal detector left. Zhongheng must have killed another police officer holding the last one. So, Number 8 quickly made a decisive decision. He did not want his men to retrieve the thermal detectors. Instead, he directed his men to continue shooting while backing out of the castle. Zhongheng did not play any tricks this time. By relying on the excellent vision provided by the filter lens, he managed to dodge the rain of bullets. And every time he raised his hand and pulled the trigger, he would take a life away, just like the death wielding a sickle. On the other hand, his opponents had to rely on their instinct and hearing to retaliate at will. The only threat to Zhongheng was number 8. However, Zhongheng did not put too much pressure on them because of stray bullets flying around. Even so, after they left the castle and number 8 counted the people around him, he found out that the number of people that were left alive was reduced from 30 to only 6. Number 8 could no longer rely on them to deal with Zhongheng. He ordered the remaining 6 people to spread out, find cover, keep an eye on the castle's entrance, and stop him from leaving the castle. On the other hand, he told everyone that he was going to look for help. However, it was just an excuse that he came up with to run away from this place while others were not paying attention. Now number 8's goal had changed from killing Zhongheng to staying alive. Soon after he left, he heard the gunshots from behind again. Number 8 did not stop running. To him, the federal police officers were the cannon fodder of this operation. Since they failed to encircle Zhongheng earlier, the least they could do was buy him some time to escape. The gunfire lasted for less than 2 minutes. Number 8 felt terrible for them, but he also knew the stark difference in strength between the two sides. This result wasn't unexpected. At the same time, number 8 also realized that he had to run faster. He even forgot about his broken ribs and started to run like a cheetah. On the other side, after Zhongheng dealt with the federal police officer, he realized that number 8 had escaped, but he was in no hurry to go after him. He threw away the pistol in his hand, returned to the second floor, opened the window on the south side, and he aimed his Barrett at the figure that was almost turning into a tiny black spot. Instead of rushing to shoot at him, Zhongheng adjusted his breathing first, felt the wind speed and direction before holding the sniper rifle in his hand. At this time, the distance between the two reached 2,300 meters, way beyond the Barrett's maximum effective range. Number 8 breathed a sigh of relief and started to slow down a little. He was preparing to run towards the door. But the moment he turned around and looked behind him, Zhongheng, who was 2,300 meters away, finally pulled the trigger in his hand. The next moment, number 8 was sent flying again, but he was not as lucky as the first 2 times. Although the bullet did not penetrate the bulletproof vest, the bullet's huge impact shattered his ribs, its fragments puncturing his lungs. Number 8 did not die immediately. Lying in front of the burger shop, and attempted to get up and run again. Despite his best efforts, however, Zhongheng's remarkable marksmanship had completely destroyed his courage, causing him to tremble in fear uncontrollably, unable to recuperate. Not wanting to fight Zhongheng anymore, all he wanted was to run as far away as he could. However, he realized that he could no longer stand up from the ground, and at the same time, breathing became more and more difficult. While number 8 wheezed and choked, he stretched his hand to his waist, trying to grab the emergency medical injection, but his vision became more and more blurry. If someone were by his side, the person would see that his face had turned red, and veins had started popping up from beneath his skin. That was the sign of hypoxia. Finally, the emergency medical injection in number 8's hand fell to the ground, and his body stopped moving completely after several convulsions. Chapter 1005. Observer. Humanity's love affair with exoskeleton technology went back a long way. Mechanical prostheses could provide an individual inhuman speed and strength, but other than the disabled or human modification fanatics, most ordinary people weren't about to remove a part of their bodies and replace them with some mechanical part, even if their mechanical ears could automatically play Symphony No. 5 in C minor, and wake them up on time every morning. Thus, exoskeleton wearables became the first choice in the ingredients of building super fighters. From where Zhongheng came from, the militaries of various countries had already mooted studying exoskeleton technology. And in this quest, the exoskeleton was mass-produced and widely used by the military. The guy who blocked Zhongheng earlier in Mr. G's private garden, for instance, was wearing a set of exoskeleton equipment. It was, however, of an older model. Tonight, the special operations team that raided the central station on the second level were all equipped with the latest generation exoskeleton, with this particular model rolling off the assembly line only this year. After realizing that, Zhou put on a solemn look. The military exoskeleton was strictly controlled by the federal government, and civilians couldn't possibly purchase such a piece of equipment. Even with Mr. G's power on the first level, he could only get his hands on a set or two of first or second generation exoskeleton equipment. Now, the team that attacked them had 14 people, and each was in a set of fourth generation exoskeleton equipment. Though it was unusual, this wasn't the time to figure out where Mr. G acquired those exoskeletons. Other than the battle, Zhou did not care much about other matters, especially politics. What he cared about was that his short-term cooperation with Zhongheng had produced results. The show the two put on had finally reached its climax, with Mr. G's trump card hidden on the second level finally revealed. Although the opponent's firepower exceeded his expectations, the emergency response team was also equipped with many heavy weapons at the station. The emergency response team did indeed face losses during the first attacks, but he survived after losing a couple of federal police officers. After that, Zhou finally began to show his leadership ability. With the 4 teammates and the remaining federal police officers, they swiftly managed to establish a defensive line again. With the combination of anti-material weapons and high-explosive bullets, not even the exoskeletons could withstand such destructive force. Soon, a sniper at a higher position destroyed the power system of an exoskeleton. It exploded a few moments later, with flames engulfing its wearer. However, the remaining exoskeleton fighters did not back down when they saw what happened to their allies, maintaining their previous attack formation as if they did not suffer any losses. Although they were way less effective than the emergency response team, they had impeccable discipline. Even Zhou had to admit that his enemies were like the clones unafraid of death. Zhou felt a strong determination from them, and as a clone, he was envious of such determination. But this had not changed Zhou's plan to snatch the goods and kill them. That was why the emergency response team existed. When the emergency response team was fighting with Mr. G's special operations team, a pair of eyes were watching them. It was Fengzi. Entrusted by Zhongheng, she had rushed here from her residence, avoiding as many pedestrians as possible along the way. Then, coupled with the disguise Zhongheng made for her, she finally succeeded in getting into a hotel. Fengzi did not book any rooms from the front desk. Instead, she looked for a way to climb onto the roof of the hotel. She then took out a pair of high-powered binoculars from her bag and started watching her targets. Fengzi remembered Zhongheng's advice. She selected an observation point far from the station so that neither side would notice her. After Fengzi completed her mission, she emailed Zhongheng as soon as the special operations team appeared. She then continued to play the role of a war journalist, paying attention to the battle situation and sending the first-hand news to Zhongheng. However, after the battle in the castle started, Fengzi had not received a reply from Zhongheng. She had always had confidence in Zhongheng's strength, but after witnessing the battle at the station, she could not help but start to worry about him. That was because the latter caused quite a lot of trouble this time. Both sides had powerful armed forces, let alone combining them together. It was probably not an easy task to grab food from the tiger's mouth, even for someone like Zhongheng. After observing the battle for a while, Fengzi saw that the men in exoskeletons seemed to be in bad shape. In 10 minutes, they lost another 2 men, leaving only 11 people. Although the emergency response team lost more people than them, they still had abundant manpower, especially the 2 snipers perched above the high-rise buildings. They were such formidable marksmen that their opponents didn't dare to poke out their heads. Upon seeing that, Fengzi became more and more cautious. She hid in the shadow behind the air conditioner. After a while, the emergency response team was slowly gaining victory. However, it seemed like Zhou made a wrong move. The emergency response team nearly attacked the waiting hall. Fengzi's heart skipped a beat. She still remembered Zhongheng's instructions. Once Mr. G's crew rushed into the station, she would need to contact him immediately. But soon, those exoskeleton fighters from the special operations team were forced out from removed from the station. And this time, they suffered heavy losses, losing 4 of their companions. The remaining people immediately stopped fighting. One of them was protected by 6 exoskeleton warriors, and they began to retreat in an orderly manner. Zero and his team finally showed their true color. The previous mistake that he made was a trap he set for his enemies. It was used to trick the enemies that had good discipline but lacked excellent decision-makers. In the end, it was a risky tactic, but it was a huge success. He managed to kill 4 of them in one fell swoop. After that, he did not give the remaining 7 people any chance to catch a breath. Together with the 2 snipers on the roof, he launched a more violent attack. They kept on firing their weapons at the exoskeleton. It sounded like a symphony made of iron and fire. Soon 3 more members of the Special Operations team were killed by the bullets. 2 of them died on the spot, and the other enemy's exoskeleton was paralyzed. His allies wanted to drag him away, but he refused. So, in the end, only 4 members of the Special Operations team rushed into the mall opposite the station. Chapter 1006. A relaxing night. Feng Zi could clearly see the 4 men wearing exoskeletons entering through the mall's east gate from the hotel rooftop. After that, they broke the window on the 3rd floor, came out of it, and landed on a flyover to the north. Immediately, they started to run as fast as they could. Thanks to the powerful enhancements the exoskeleton provided, they ran in excess of 60 kilometers per hour. Whether it was a convenience store or apartment building, nothing could slow them down. Feng Zi kept observing them with the binoculars, and she didn't even dare blink, afraid she might lose them. But even so, the targets were moving so fast, she would probably lose sight of them in approximately 3 minutes. And Zhongheng never told her what to do when something like this happened. So the safest thing she could do was to stay on the hotel's rooftop and observe the 4 Special Operations team members until they were gone. After that, she could tell Zhongheng which direction they were headed in. However, Feng Zi hesitated. In the end, she did not stick with the safest option. Instead, she quickly put the binoculars back into her backpack and ran downstairs along the fire escape to the parking lot on the side of the hotel and found a shared car. She pulled the door, entered the driving seat, and quickly fastened the seat belt. She then pointed at the camera inside the car with her right hand. However, when Feng Zi saw her bare wrist, she could not help but swear. Everything happened so fast. When she hurriedly got down from the roof, she forgot that she had handed her bracelet to Zhongheng at the night market. Now, she could only use the handheld computer she found in the apartment to contact Zhongheng. The handheld didn't contain her ID information. Hence, the emergency response team would not be able to track her. Using the shared car would be impossible without the bracelet. Just when desperation hit Feng Zi, she saw a red new energy vehicle coming in and parking in the lot next to hers. Then, a man dressed as a company executive came out the driver's side, walked around to the other end of the car, and opened the door. A girl, young enough to be his daughter, dressed in a bunny suit, stepped out of the seat, put her hand in the man's hand, and giggled. The next second, the man's expression stiffened, and he fell to the ground. Behind him stood a Lolita lady carrying a brick. Stupefied for 3 seconds, the bunny girl asked, "Are you here to steal my customer?" "No. I'm here to rob him." Feng Zi then took out the homemade laser gun, pointed it at the bunny girl, and ordered, "Move him into the passenger seat." Still having not entirely figured out the situation, the bunny girl stood motionless. So, the next moment, Feng Zi squeezed the trigger without hesitation, burning one of the bunny ears. Spooked to the bone, she hurriedly took off the headgear, bent down, and used all her strength to carry the man into the car. At the same time, Feng Zi, who was racing against time on the other side, was already in the driver's seat, unlocking the bracelet with the man's finger. She then started the car with the bracelet. Then, said to the bunny girl beside her, "He has something to do tonight. I'm afraid he can't have fun with you. Although this is force majeure, you'd better refund half the money he paid you. Although the transaction couldn't be completed, you still honored the deal by being honest. Other than that, you are not allowed to discriminate against Lolita. We are both not in the same line of work. After Fengzi stepped on the gas, the car rushed backward and almost hit another car behind it. Fortunately, Fengzi was quick enough to grab the wheel to steer the car away. Still, she accidentally hit another car when she drove towards the exit. After such a long delay, Fengzi completely lost track of the 4 Special Operations team members. Fortunately, she didn't intend to follow them. Zhonghing had warned her more than once about it. The 2 groups of forces that she observed tonight were extremely dangerous people. She had also watched the fierce battle unfold before her. Whether it was the Special Operations team or the Emergency Response team, Fengzi always made sure to keep a safe distance. And she did not intend to do otherwise. Hence, she was going to follow the police cars. The current situation was that the 4 members of the Special Operations squad ran away from the Emergency Response team. Except for that one response team member who got injured in the previous battle, the team had 4 members going after them. The federal police did not act that fast, but with Zero's lead, they were not worried that they would lose the targets. As for Fengzi, she followed the last police car, driving as carefully as she could. Since she was afraid of being discovered, Fengzi did not dare get too close. Fortunately, the beacons of the patrol car were flashing, which made it quite conspicuous on the road. Fengzi felt the adventurous blood in her veins boil. Holding the wheel with one hand, and pulling the man over with the other, she confirmed the owner's authority through an iris scan and shared the car's real-time position with Zhonghang. After doing all that, Fengzi felt her body was heating up, so she took off her upper bodysuit and threw it out of the window. When she turned around, she saw the man that she knocked out earlier staring at her. The 2 looked at each other for a few seconds, and the man asked with some doubt, "Why are you changing? And we are already at the hotel? Why are you driving my car?" "Sorry. Your car has been requisitioned by me." Fengzi blinked at him and put on a sullen smile, "And your fun night has also been cancelled." Fengzi then kicked the man's chin. Worried that one kick wasn't going to be enough, she kicked him 2 more times. In the end, the latter passed out again. When Fengzi turned her gaze to the front again, she realized that the police car was nowhere to be found. Frowning, she stepped on the accelerator again, trying to go ahead to see what had happened. If Zhongheng were here, he would have definitely reminded Fengzi that such a thing happened because the enemies wanted to know if they were being followed. Unfortunately, Fengzi was only a repair shop worker. She wouldn't know about such things. When she sped up, she suddenly saw the 2 police cars in her rearview mirror. They suddenly appeared from behind a large truck with their lights turned off, rushing toward her from the left and right. Chapter 1007. Break. It was Fengzi's first time encountering such a situation. Since she was caught off guard, she could only slam the accelerator hard, trying to get rid of the 2 police cars behind her. However, when the police officers saw her speed up, they too accelerated after her. Slowly, the distance between the 2 closed up. Anxiety and fear built up in Fengzi's heart when she saw the police cars getting closer. Immediately, she attempted to get rid of them by switching lanes. However, several attempts later, she almost ran into an oncoming car and caused an accident. Unfortunately, all that dangerous maneuvering failed to increase the distance between her and the police officers. A second later, the 2 police cars were that close to touching her taillights. One of the policemen began shouting Fengzi through a loudspeaker, ordering her to slow and stop by the side of the road. The woman, however, seemed to have no intention of surrendering. Then, she suddenly remembered a trick that she saw in a movie. She was about to swerve violently and ram into one of the patrol cars. However, when she gritted her teeth and was ready to bite the bullet, the handheld computer reminded her that there was a call request. Fengzi then connected the computer to the car's speaker, and Zhongheng's voice came on. "Go on. Don't worry about the guys behind you." For some reason, after hearing Zhongheng's calm tone, Fengzi's anxiety began to dissipate slowly, her hands no longer shaking when she held the steering wheel. She then asked joyfully, "Are you nearby? Did you manage to get rid of all the enemies at the amusement park?" "Yes." "Did you receive the message I sent you? The group that attacked the station earlier is left with only 4 members now." The rest are dead. I think they should be not far ahead. I saw it. Let's get rid of these police officers first. Thank you for keeping an eye on the situation here, Zhong added after a pause. You are welcome. I actually didn't help that much. All I did was update you on the situation from time to time. No. You really helped a lot tonight, Zhong said. This time, Zhong tasted the many inconveniences caused by the lack of a teammate. Fortunately, some people were willing to help him in this dungeon. In addition to Old Man Geng and Miss F, he was quite lucky to meet Fengzi at the bar tonight. Of course, he might be able to get his hands on the memory encoder all by himself, but doing it alone was undoubtedly much more difficult. And Zhong might have to bet on his luck. When the two were talking, the two police cars had already sandwiched Fengzi's car. A policeman with a pistol tried to force Fengzi to stop her car. At the next moment, the three cars bumbled side by side into the underground tunnel ahead of them. Fengzi's vision was temporarily disabled due to the sudden change in brightness. After that, she heard a series of gunshots, and something hit her car. Thank goodness she managed to keep her hand steady on the wheel. When she looked back, she saw one of the police cars slowing down abruptly. It seemed someone had shot its tire, causing the officer to lose control and hit her car. Afterward, Fengzi saw another police car that she had not seen before speeding up from behind. Her heart sank, but then she heard Zhong voice again. Step on the brakes. Without hesitation, Fengzi stepped on the brakes without any hesitation, drastically slowing down the speed of the red new energy car. Under the influence of inertia, she was flung to the front violently. Fortunately, the safety belt prevented her from getting any injuries. On the other hand, the man at the co-pilot seat did not end well. He was thrown from his seat, hitting his head on the windshield. Fengzi could feel the pain just by looking at him. The police car beside her did not expect her to stop abruptly. Initially, the police officer wanted to stop in front of Fengzi's car. He then saw a police car coming out from nowhere and approached them. Zhong swerved to the right without any warning. The officer, on the other hand, saw a lot of space on his right side. Responding to his reflexes, he subconsciously swerved to the right to dodge the police car that wanted to hit him. Unfortunately, he failed to realize the obstacle that was in his way, driving right into an emergency parking zone and hitting the concrete block in front of him. By now, the two police cars had stopped going after Fengzi. After exiting the tunnel, Zhong found a place to park the car and waited for Fengzi to get out of the vehicle. Then the latter left the red new energy car and entered Zhong car's co-pilot seat. As soon as Fengzi got into the car, she saw a wide variety of weapons. Did you just rob a weapon storage? She couldn't help but mutter. No, they brought these here. Zhong killed 3 emergency response members and 2 federal police teams during the battle at the amusement park. He finally solved the problem of lacking weapons and ammunition at the second level. Besides, a police car was usually filled with a lot of weapons. He also managed to collect some useful equipment from the corpses of number 3, number 8, and number 2. As soon as Fengzi got in the car, Zhong handed her a new bulletproof vest, one that could withstand the rounds of a sniper rifle. Putting it on was equivalent to gaining an extra life. After that, Zhong stepped on the accelerator again and moved ahead. In the meantime, Fengzi put on the bulletproof vest. She could not help but start to feel worried. Following the police car in front of her earlier was equivalent to grasping the whereabouts of the special operations team. Since both the police cars had been put to a stop, Zhong and Fengzi had completely lost their target for now. Fengzi looked at Zhong and saw how calm he still was. He seemed completely unbothered about this matter. Before she had time to ask, the communication device in the car answered her question. The target ran into the Four Continents Hotel. Everyone in charge, request assistance to block all entrances and exits of the hotel. Roger. 10-4. After the police officer was done talking, the car became quiet again. Zhong then explained, the emergency response team has done a good job at securing their communication channel. However, they are working with the police force this time. Hence, they have to use the same channel for this operation. In other words, they would inevitably share some of the important information. Why do you look like you know everything? Fengzi had put on a rich expression. I see you have rather competent driving skills. Well, you're only about to experience those skills. After Zhong Heng got the destination address, he reminded Fengzi to fasten his seat belt. Then, he stepped on the accelerator as hard as he could, causing Fengzi to feel like she was on a rocket. The powerful inertia pinned her firmly on her seat. The numbers on the speedometer began to increase rapidly. The next moment, Fengzi started to wonder if the car was flying. She held onto the side grips for dear life. Chapter 1008. Final Battleground. Zhou saw the 4 Special Operations team members rushing into the hotel in front of him. As soon as they entered the hotel, Zhou asked his men to seal the building. He then notified the federal police to set up a perimeter around the hotel. However, compared to those ordinary policemen, Zhou was still more willing to trust his own team. There were 3 emergency response team members left beside him, and if they fought the Special Operations team face-to-face, they were confident that they would win. However, after seeing the men with exoskeletons, Zhou knew that he would need to assign someone to secure the place, lest it would be difficult for the federal police to stop those well-trained enemies. Since Zhou and the emergency response team were here, they had more than enough manpower to deal with the situation. At this time, Zhou also began to think about the 3 people he sent to the amusement park. If all went well, they should have rescued number 6 by now and killed Zhong Heng. If they could get back in time, his next battle would be foolproof. However, Zhou did not receive any reply from them since he sent them a message 5 minutes ago. On the other hand, the federal police acquired a new update, saying that a red new energy vehicle followed them and the 2 police cars had gone ahead to sandwich the red car. To their surprise, another police car appeared from nowhere. The officers mentioned that an unknown police car had attacked them before quickly disappearing at the tunnel entrance. Zhou frowned. He had a bad feeling that something must have happened at the amusement park. Even he had to admit that he was caught off guard. Initially, he thought that 3 team members and more than 20 federal police were more than enough to deal with Zhong Heng. But now, it seemed he had underestimated his opponent. The 3 team members who were sent to the amusement park might have ended up dead. That said, Zhou was confident that he was slowly gaining control of the situation and that the remaining 4 members of the Special Operations team were now the rats in a cage. However, he did not expect Zhong Heng to eliminate the emergency response team that he had sent. This caused him a headache. When Zhong Heng came to him with a proposal of working together, Zhou agreed without any hesitation. It was because the first task that he received was to intercept the goods. He was intrigued by the man who killed 2 of his team members, one after the other. However, he did not take it to heart. In his opinion, some conflict must have broken out on Mr. G's side, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the emergency response team to complete their task. No matter how one looked at it, the cooperation Zhong Heng proposed would cost them nothing. In order for a business deal to be carried out successfully, both parties had to ensure that they would get something out of the transaction, or at least they had to think that said business would be profitable. Zhou sort of figured out what Zhong Heng's purpose was. He also believed that Zhong Heng's plan was a pipe dream at most. He was unlikely to carry out his plan successfully. This seemingly impossible plan, however, was about to come true. Whether he liked it or not, Zhou had to admit that the current situation was developing in the direction Zhong Heng wanted. A new player had been added to the game in this prey hunting business, a very dangerous hunter. Zhou also felt a long-lost sense of urgency in his veins. Taking pointers from his earlier mistake, he finally determined that he'd overthrow the recently made battle plan, deciding that he did not want his men to be scattered everywhere. This time, both sides changed positions. Zhou was the one that arrived at the destination first, giving him time to make some arrangements in advance. Although half of his men had been killed, Zhou had gathered a lot of information related to Zhong Heng, which was why he was confident he could get rid of him this time. The game had just begun, and the one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. On the other side, the police car driven by Zhongheng stopped in front of a food stall. After the next intersection, the end of the trip was the Four Continents Hotel. Fengzi remained silent for a long time until the car stopped. Her hand was still tightly grasping the grips. Her knuckles had also whitened from the force she exerted on them. It was not until Zhongheng unfastened her seatbelt that Fengzi seemed to return to her senses. "Are we there yet?" she asked in a daze. "Well, yes. How are you?" Zhongheng asked. "I'm glad to be alive. I never want to experience something like that for the second time." Fengzi looked like she just escaped death. She had always assumed that she was an incredibly courageous woman, not only among her kin but also among the men. She had never been sandwiched between two police cars before, and she was ready to sacrifice her life to get rid of them. In the end, she ended up sitting in the same car as Zhongheng. She almost screamed her lungs out several times when Zhongheng was driving, and until now, her heart still palpitated as though bursting from her ribcage. Zhongheng then grabbed a set of police uniforms from the back seat and changed into them. He then took another 2 pistols and carried them along with the small rifle he acquired from number 3. As for the shrouded sheath, he temporarily handed it to Fengzi. "This police car is too conspicuous. Don't stay in it anymore. Remember the mahjong place we passed? Wait for me there. By the way, keep an eye out on the hotel's peripheral area for me. Let me know if more police officers drive toward the hotel." "Understood." Fengzi suppressed the nausea in her gut as she watched Zhongheng pull out a few more magazines. She then paused and said, "Hey, you still owe me something. Make sure you come back alive to sleep with me. I plan to do more than just staying alive." "I'm going to surprise them," Zhongheng said casually. After selecting weapons and equipment, Zhongheng walked towards the hotel. As expected, he did not see anyone from the emergency response team. The person in charge was a sergeant of the Federal Police Department on the 2nd level. Zhongheng had roughly figured out Zero's plan. The latter must have opted for the less risky move, giving the Federal Police full authority over the blockade outside the hotel. The risk of the maneuver was that if the Special Operations team realized that the periphery defense had weakened, they might attempt to break out from the hotel. However, that wasn't actually a big deal to the emergency response team. Since Zero could force them into a cage, he was confident that he could do it again. So, this was a risk that number 0 could take. In addition, the 4 remaining members of the Special Operations team were mentally and physically exhausted after they went on a run for so long. And they might not want to go on a run anymore. So, rather than being treated like a mouse, they would prefer to try their best to fight back. Hence, there was a high probability that this place was the venue for the final battle. Chapter 1009. Elevator. In just a short while, the peripheral area of the Four Continents Hotel was surrounded by police. The lobby was controlled by the authorities too. Outsiders were no longer allowed to enter the hotel, and guests weren't allowed to step outside as well. The hotel was in complete lockdown. Zhongheng looked into the hotel and gave up his plan of entering the safe passage through the lobby. He observed the crowds of passers-by standing on the side of the road, and before long, spotted a man with a wide-brimmed hat, holding a camera. So, Zhongheng walked to the man and spoke to him for a while. He then shook hands with him and walked around to the hotel's back door in his police uniform. This entrance was not meant for guests, and the staff usually used it to move goods. Still, there was someone keeping an eye on it now. Fortunately, there weren't many people keeping an eye on the back entrance compared to the front. Zhongheng walked to the door at a steady pace before giving the team of policemen in charge of guarding the back door a nod. "The sheriff asked me to go in and ask the chef something. I haven't seen you around before." The team leader did not just let Zhongheng enter the hotel after hearing what he said. Instead, there was a look of confusion on his face. "Oh. I am a newcomer who just got here. I usually listen to what the sheriff tells me. You can go to the sheriff to verify my identity," Zhongheng said calmly. "Is that so?" The team leader looked at Zhongheng with doubts in his eyes and raised his chin. "I don't need to ask the sheriff anything. First, let me see your police identification." Okay. Zhong pretended to activate the bracelet on his left hand. However, the team leader's face suddenly changed in the next moment. He stretched out his finger and pointed at a man behind Zhong. Hey, what are you doing? Which newspaper do you work for? Didn't I say you are not allowed to take any pictures? Before the police officer could finish, the opposing man put his camera up and took 2 more pictures. The reporter then ran away when he saw that the situation was going to turn sour. The police officer could not be bothered by Zhong's affairs anymore. Telling Zhong to wait here, he quickly brought someone and went after the reporter. However, Zhong did not care about what he said. Soon after the police officer left, he opened the back door and walked into the hotel. Although some policemen were still standing at the door, no one there could call the shots. They looked at each other, but no one took the initiative to stop him from entering the hotel. As soon as Zhong entered the hotel through the back door, he quickly locked it. He then drew a pistol from his waist, held it in his hand, and walked forward. His footsteps were very light. Thanks to the assistance of Chris's heart, Zhong moved like a cat. Entering the hotel was only his first step. The real challenge was yet to come. His goal was to look for the memory encoder currently held by the 4 members of the Special Operations team. The exoskeleton fighters weren't the only enemies he had to fight. There was the emergency response team that needed dealing with too. This was especially true for the leader, Zhou, where Zhong had obtained lots of information related to him from number 9. Even if they were all clones with the same memories, programmed with skills to turn them into super fighters, the gap in strength between them would widen over time. In number 9's own words, Zhou is different from us. He belongs to another species, a brand new species, a creation that existing human cloning theory simply couldn't explain. Honestly speaking, the 2 of you are quite similar. If both of you cross paths with each other, I can imagine that the whole thing will become very interesting, like Godzilla meeting Ghidorah. Number 9 licked his lips as he spoke. The oath ring, on the other hand, did not react to what he said. In other words, he was telling the truth. Zhong's cautiousness perked up as soon as he entered the hotel. He did not go in the direction of the lobby because there were a lot of police officers over there. Places like the elevators and safe passages were heavily guarded by the police officers. And it was not possible to use the same method to trick the officers again. So, Zhong walked into the kitchen without much hesitation. Although there were still some half-cooked vegetables in the pot and cut ingredients on the chopping board, there was no chef in the kitchen at this time. It looked like they were summoned to the lobby by the police officers. Zhong knew that some multi-story restaurants would install a dumbwaiter at the back kitchen. It allowed them to deliver the prepared meals to the upper floors as quickly as possible, ensuring the customer wouldn't have to wait too long. Luckily, the exact same elevator had been installed at the back kitchen of the 4 Continents Hotel. Initially designed for food delivery, the dumbwaiter was obviously too small to fit a person. Basically, whoever wanted to ride the dumbwaiter would have to curl and contort themselves into a most unnatural position. Despite the discomfort, it allowed Zhong to avoid all the police officers directly to another floor. Zhong looked at the dumbwaiter's buttons and saw only 2 floors for him to choose from, one of which was the 13th floor, and the nearest delivery point was the 5th floor. In other words, as long as he rode the elevator, he could get to the restaurant on the 5th or 13th floor. Soon, Zhong made up his mind. As the doors on both sides of the elevator slowly closed, he ascended towards the 13th floor. However, something unexpected happened when the elevator reached the 4th floor. The speed of the dumbwaiter reduced. There was only one possibility for such a thing to happen: someone on the 5th floor also pressed the button. After that, without waiting for the door of the dumbwaiter to be fully opened, guns started firing a rain of bullets into it. Just by the sound alone, one could imagine the number of bullets that were being fired. Considering the cramped space inside the elevator, it was not possible for the person to dodge the bullets. The only fate that awaited the person in the elevator was being shredded into pieces. At the same time, Zhou's eyes flickered. No one would have thought that the emergency response team members did not hunt down the special operations team members upon entering the hotel. Instead, they all stayed quietly in the restaurant on the 5th floor and stared at the elevator in front of them. Zhou actually did not pay much attention to the remaining for Special Operations team members. In his opinion, their fates were sealed, and they wouldn't be lasting long in this hotel. So it was just a matter of time before they were killed. On the contrary, after losing contact with his 3 men in the amusement park, Zhou was now extremely apprehensive of Zhongheng. For this reason, he even put aside his priorities. Instead of looking for the goods, he decided to eliminate the competitor, Zhongheng, first. Once Zhongheng had been killed, he still had time to search the place. So, upon making the decision, Zhou put himself into Zhongheng's shoes and considered several possible plans Zhongheng would make. After that, he contacted the sheriff on the 1st floor to make various plans and arrangements for the police officers outside the goal. The ultimate goal was to lure Zhongheng to a dead end. And now, his plan seemed like it was destined to succeed. Zhou had to admit that such a method was indeed unfair. Although Zhongheng was a master, it was unlikely he could do anything about the bullets pouring into the elevator. This battle was never about the competing of strength. The battle result of the duel between 2 masters would eventually be determined by some minute detail. When Zhou thought that he could finally eliminate his biggest enemy, he could not help but let out a sigh. However, when the doors of the dumbwaiter opened, his pupils suddenly shrank. There was no one in the dumbwaiter. Chapter 10:10. Hide and Seek. The gunshots on the 5th floor restaurant stopped abruptly. As they looked at the empty elevator, the emergency response team members had rather rich expressions on their faces. Finally, when the bullet hole-ridden doors were closed, the elevator continued to ascend towards the 13th floor. At the same time, all the team members looked at Zhou, who stood at the side. It was rare that Zhou would make wrong moves. Fortunately, the surprise in the latter's eyes lasted only a few seconds. After that, he returned to normal. Immediately, Zhou contacted the sergeant for the first time, asking him to send someone to the kitchen and pay extra attention to the hotel's entrance, sealing Zhongheng's 2 escape routes. However, Zhongheng was nowhere to be seen at the back door or in the kitchen. The latter seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. On the contrary, the gunshots just now had exposed the location of the emergency response team. With their enemy hiding in the dark, their location being made known, it was the worst thing that could happen to them right now. So, Zhou made a decisive decision and took the 3 teammates around him, immediately withdrawing from the restaurant. And about 2 minutes after they left, the 2 pitted elevator doors opened again, but this time, forcibly, by someone from the inside. A hand was stretched out the elevator, and Zhongheng climbed out. Zhou now considered Zhongheng his number 1 enemy. Zhongheng too had also placed great importance on Zhou. From the very beginning, Zhongheng deduced that the hotel's peripheral line of defense would eventually lead him to do something that could lead to his demise. Although he pressed on the 13th floor button, he did not get into the elevator. Instead, he waited for the elevator to ascend first. After that, he got into the shaft and started to follow the moving elevator by climbing up. Thus, the spot where the emergency response team fired was actually very close to Zhongheng, right on the top of his head. Zhou, however, did not expect Zhongheng to pull off such a bold move. Even after realizing that there was a problem with the elevator, he still chose to get into the elevator shaft. After exiting the shaft, Zhongheng did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he squatted on the ground and carefully observed the bullet marks on the elevator door. He managed to roughly restore the ballistic trajectory at that time and inferred how many were firing their guns. Zhongheng wanted to know if the emergency response team had gained control over the monitoring room. In order to ensure the safety of the guests and avoid unnecessary disputes, most hotels often installed countless surveillance cameras in the hotel. As long as the monitoring room had someone in it, the entire situation in the hotel could be observed. Before Zhongheng entered the Four Continents Hotel, he had checked the building's blueprint and found out that the monitoring room was on the 7th floor, which was not far from where he was. Judging from the ballistic trajectory, at least 4 people had fired at the elevator earlier. Since they suspected that Zhongheng might be in a police uniform and attempt to blend into the crowd, the emergency response team stationed all the federal police on the 1st floor, leaving only for emergency response team members. In other words, the emergency response team left no one in the monitoring room. If that was the case, there could only be one explanation for such a scenario: the 4 special operations team members had destroyed all the monitoring equipment in the monitoring room. For Zhong, this was half the good news. Among the 3 parties, he was the last to enter the hotel. If the monitoring equipment could still operate normally, it would definitely affect his next actions. Now, the 3 parties in the hotel did not know the other's location. Hide and seek? Zhong raised his brows. It happened to be his best game. The 4 members of the emergency response team retreated all the way from the restaurant to the 7th floor. According to Zero's original plan, if they failed to stop Zhong at the elevator, they would return to the monitoring room. It was because Zero believed that Zhong would think about the existence of surveillance. In such cases, most people would choose to check the surveillance room for any remaining footage of the special operation team members that could indicate their hiding spot. At least, that was what he thought. When he arrived here, he found out that all the monitoring equipment had been destroyed. After that, number 4 went to check on the smashed hard disk. It was so severely damaged that salvaging any data would be virtually impossible. Therefore, it was pointless to go to the monitoring room anymore. But Zhong, who was the last to enter the hotel, did not know about it. Thus, if they prepared well, the emergency response team could ambush Zhong over there. Zero had always been very confident in his judgment, but he started to doubt his next move after he was greeted by an empty elevator. He realized that Zhong was more cunning and cautious than he expected. Whether Zhong could see through the trap in the monitoring room like how he saw the trap at the elevator, Zero wasn't too sure about anything anymore. Number 5 saw that Zero was in deep thought, and he looked at number 7 and number 2 on the other side. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he decided not to say it out. After that, the 3 hid behind the monitoring room and the drinking fountain according to Zero's plan, quietly waiting for Zhong's arrival. After a quarter of an hour, nothing happened. Number 5 finally could not help but remind Zero euphemistically, "Captain, should take possession of the package first. There are 4 of us, after all. Is it really necessary to pay so much attention to one man?" Number 5's words made Zero come to a realization. He immediately realized that he had ended up in a dead end. It seemed he had been paying too much attention to Zhong. Since Zhong killed half of his team, Zero regarded Zhong as his biggest enemy. There was no problem with this attitude and judgment, but the party that held the biggest advantage in the hotel was still the emergency response team. Even Zhong couldn't fight the 4 of them at the same time. Therefore, there was no need to take such an extreme defensive strategy to guess where Zhong would show up. On the contrary, as long as they killed the 4 remaining members of the special operations team and obtained the package, Zhong would naturally force them to go to them. Now that he knew where the problem was, Zero swiftly made adjustments to his strategy and outlook of the entire picture. Of course, he still regarded Zhong as his biggest threat, and he was still cautious of him, but he no longer gave him excessive attention. Instead, he began to actively take advantage of their formidable force, taking the initiative to engage their enemies. Soon, the emergency response team began to move into the hotel. While the emergency response team ambushed Zhong in the monitoring room, Zhong discovered something interesting. Chapter 10-11. Room 936. Zhong did not know that people from the emergency response team were waiting to ambush him in the monitoring room. After all, he was not omniscient and omnipotent. Zhong knew that it was pointless to check out the monitoring room after looking at the number of shots on the elevator door. Besides, the monitoring room was the most noticeable location of the hotel. So, Zhong did not want to join them to have fun over there. Unlike Zero, although Zhong also attached great importance to the 4 members of the emergency response team, and he wasn't about to change action plans because of them. The emergency response team had the advantage in strength, and if Zhong stopped making a move right now, they would eventually catch up to him. The thing would worsen if they located the memory encoder before him and brought it downstairs to regroup with the federal policeman downstairs. By that time, Zhong would be placed in a passive position. So, when the 4 emergency response teams were nestled in the monitoring room, Zhongheng had already begun to move. The Four Continents Hotel was a medium-sized hotel with a total of 14 floors and 832 rooms. It would take anyone a lot of time to search each room since the surveillance system had been destroyed. But fortunately, Zhongheng did not need to search all the rooms. The 4 members of the Special Operations Team were all wearing exoskeleton equipment. The exoskeleton equipment provided them with great strength, speed, and combat ability. But on the other hand, they would leave behind a lot of traces when they moved. Zhongheng saw the potholes on the wall left by the suspected exoskeleton collision on the 9th floor. The height of it was slightly above the head of an ordinary person. The body part that caused the pothole was the exoskeleton fighter's shoulder. Other than that, Zhongheng also noticed a patch of motor oil below the pothole. Zhongheng then figured that one of the exoskeleton fighters suffered a very violent attack before it fled to this hotel. Although they managed to escape into the hotel, their exoskeletons were severely damaged. And it was most likely that the exoskeleton equipment had stopped functioning. Zhongheng continued to walk along the corridor, and soon he found the 2nd and 3rd patches of oil stains that extended all the way to room 946 at the end of the corridor. Zhongheng then thought for a moment, but in the end, he decided not to enter room 936. After that, he took a few steps back and entered the linen room by elevator. Usually, all the hotels would have a linen room. It was mainly used to store some bedding items and cotton towels. Zhongheng noticed that the linen room door was slightly opened when he passed by. It meant that someone was in there. Immediately, Zhongheng drew his gun, leaned his back against the outer wall, stretched out his hand to gently push the door open, and threw a smoke bomb into the linen room. He then counted 10 seconds before wearing the filter lens to enter the linen room. The moment he entered the linen room, Zhongheng tried to move as fast as possible. He rolled on the ground, trying his best to avoid all the possible attacks. At the same time, he quickly looked at his surroundings. In the end, he only saw a hotel staff coughing violently. The latter curled up at the corner of the linen room, and his body was shaking in fear. Considering someone had just thrown a smoke bomb into his workplace, her reaction was totally understandable. However, it seemed like she had been curling up there before Zhongheng even threw the smoke bomb. Zhongheng only threw the bomb because he did not hear someone moving in the linen room earlier. Then the hotel staff in the linen room felt that someone was grabbing her arm. Zhongheng pulled her up the ground and led her out of the linen room to the corridor. The hotel staff finally saw Zhongheng's appearance. When she saw him wearing a set of police uniforms, the fear in her eyes dissipated. She was just about to rush into Zhongheng's arms while crying. However, she did not expect that Zhongheng would take a step back. Zhongheng then asked, "What did you see earlier?" Zhongheng was very patient, and he repeated, "You should have just witnessed something terrifying. That's why you hide in the corner of the linen room." "Oh, yes," the hotel staff gulped and gestured. "I saw a man covered in metal running out of the safe passage. At that time, I was about to change the bedsheets and towels in a guest room." "You saw only one man?" Zhongheng frowned. "Yes. Only one man," the hotel staff nodded affirmatively. "I was so scared that I couldn't move, and I collapsed in the corridor, but I had a good look at him." After a pause, she said again, "He doesn't look like he was in good condition. He stumbled while walking. Did he escape into room 936 afterward?" "Yes. He did." Based on what the hotel staff told him, it seemed like the exoskeleton fighter in room 936 had left the team. Or, it was because his exoskeleton was too severely damaged, and he decided to leave the team to avoid dragging their feet. If that was the case, the memory encoder was not with him. Therefore, it was most likely that he was ready to sacrifice himself as well. "Has anyone come to you before me?" "No." "Is that right?" Zhongheng then asked the hotel staff again. "You should have strong detergent in the linen room, right?" "Who?" "Yes. Take a few bottles out and clean up the oil stains in the hallway." "Who?" Although the hotel staff was puzzled by Zhongheng's request, she still obeyed his order because he was a policeman. She then turned around and walked into the linen room. She tried to look at the 2 bottles of detergent in a smoky environment. After that, she returned to the corridor. Zhong Heng looked at the time and spent a few minutes with the hotel staff to clean up the grease in the hallway. Judging from what the hotel staff told him earlier, he figured out the emergency response team had not come here. So, Zhong Heng planned to set a trap for them. Zero's observation and reasoning ability were also outstanding. Although he might not be as good as Zhong Heng, the gap between him and Zhong Heng should not be too big. Zhong Heng believed that if Zero was here right now, he would draw the same conclusion similar to his. There was a high chance that Zero would not go to room 936 first. What Zhong Heng had to do now was to disrupt his judgment. The detergent would remove some of the oil stains, but a small amount of it could still be seen on the wall. And there were potholes on the wall. When Zero came here, he would be able to notice all the obvious signs left behind by his enemies. However, he would have a hard time figuring out what was going on in room 936. Of course, to achieve this goal, there was one last step for him to do. Zhong Heng then packed the empty detergent bottles and looked at the hotel staff on the side. Then, it happened that she was spying on him too. "Come with me." "Okay." "Are you going to bring me in for questioning?" the hotel staff asked. "Don't worry about that. We can do that later. You should have the key to the guest room, right? I still need to do some investigation, and I might need your help." Zhong Heng continued to play the role of a police officer. Chapter 10-12. Go up. Zhong Heng brought the hotel staff, a waitress on the 9th floor away, not wanting Zero to know what happened in room 936. He didn't mind having a guide to lead the way, especially in areas he was unsure was safe. He could always ask the staff to check whether the path was dangerous. Of course, doing so would put her in danger, but it was highly unlikely that anyone from either side would harm her. That being said, it couldn't hide the fact that Zhong Heng was using the waitress as a guinea pig. The waitress didn't realize that, of course, but she soon noticed Zhong Heng pausing between steps, crouching in front of a wall, or suddenly laying down on the ground, and his actions piqued her curiosity. After a while, she couldn't hold back, asking, "Mr. Officer, are you investigating this matter alone?" What? Why ask?" "Nothing. It's just that usually, at least 2 officers will investigate the same case. There are 2 of us investigating this, but my partner is busy with other things," Zhong Heng said. "Oh. I see." The waitress nodded, but after a while, she asked again, "Then, officer, can you tell me what we are looking for now?" "Yes. You saw the guy wearing exoskeleton equipment earlier. I'm looking for his accomplices. There should be 3 other men that look like him. There are 3 of them that look like him." The hotel staff's eyes widened. "Can you deal with them alone, Mr. Policeman, sir? I shouldn't face any problems dealing with one. Dealing with 2 at the same time, however, could be challenging. If 3 attack me simultaneously, I don't think I'll be able to handle them," Zhong Heng confessed. "Then what should we do when we meet them?" The hotel staff was dumbfounded. Zhong Heng did not answer her question. Then, suddenly, they heard an explosion. It came from under their feet. The blast was so violent it was audible on the 12th floor. The entire hotel shook and rattled on its foundations. The waitress almost lost her balance. She tried to grab Zhong Heng's arm to stabilize herself. However, the latter dodged her again. Retracting her hand awkwardly, she asked, "What's the matter?" "The man in room 936 fought with someone," Zhong Heng said. "Who is it? Isn't he fighting with the police?" The hotel staff was puzzled. "We are not from the same department." Is the relationship between your department and other departments so different?" The waitress reluctantly squeezed out a smile on her face. "No. It's just I don't know them well," Zhong Heng said casually. While he spoke, he squatted down again, studying the flower pot that had been knocked over in the corridor. He knew the man in room 936 was prepared to sacrifice himself to eliminate his enemies, and he had deliberately allowed the emergency response team to deal with him. He never thought that Zero and the emergency response team would actually fall for this trap. The special operations team couldn't win the battle at the station when all their members were still alive, after all. There was now only one person in room 936, about to reach the end of his road. With his exoskeleton equipment severely damaged, it would be impossible for him to go against for emergency response team members. However, Zhongheng did not expect that the latter would eventually detonate the exoskeleton equipment's power core. The previous frightful explosion had been caused by the detonation of the power core. Zhongheng figured that even Zero had to be shaken up by a blast of such magnitude, something which actually bought Zhongheng more time. Zhongheng had been flowing breadcrumbs left behind by the 3 special operations team members, the broken flower pots in the corridor indicating they had passed here. Although he also found the same breadcrumbs on the 10th floor corridor, he discovered that the 3 switched to a different, safer route in the end. This time around, Zhongheng found no such a trace at the door of another safe passage. In other words, the 3 members of the special operations team were most likely hiding on this floor. This outcome surprised Zhongheng too. Initially, he thought that the 3 would most likely go to the rooftop. Compared to the hotel room, the roof gave them a better chance at setting up a defense line. Moreover, based on Zhongheng's understanding of Mr. G, he suspected that it wasn't a coincidence that the remaining members of the special operations team escaped into this hotel. It would be unsurprising if some flying equipment were prepared for them at the rooftop to help them get away from here. However, it now appeared that the remaining 3 members of the special operations team would fight their enemies here. Although their courage was commendable, it also meant that their mission had failed. It was no longer possible for them to bring the memory encoder back to the first level. "What shall we do next?" asked the hotel staff on the side. The explosion that came from downstairs gave her a good scare. Besides, Zhongheng mentioned to her that there were 3 other exoskeleton fighters. Even she noticed that the threat was getting closer to them. And she finally realized that she was a guinea pig. "There's nothing for you to do anymore. You can leave now." Zhongheng thought for a moment and looked up. The waitress was taken aback when she heard what Zhongheng said. She did not expect that she could leave so easily. After that, Zhongheng told her again, "A fight will be breaking out here. If you stay here, it's about to get very dangerous. And you better don't go downstairs. Whether you are taking an elevator or a safe passage, it's not safe for you. There is a high possibility that you might be accidentally hurt." "Where should I go then?" "Go up," Zhongheng said. "It's safer if you go to a higher floor. You can go to the 14th floor and stay there. I will bring you away from this place when the battle is over." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Officer." After thanking him, the waitress went upstairs as fast as possible. Zhongheng, too, finally started to act accordingly after watching her leave. He took the key the waitress left him, unlocked an empty room in the middle of the corridor, and put down his backpack. He had found the location of the remaining 3 special operations team members before Zero. His next step was to acquire the memory encoder. His original plan was to work with the 3 special operations team members to deal with the emergency response team because they were the strongest among the 3 parties. Thus, Zhongheng was confident that he could convince them to work with him. After eliminating the emergency response team, the 2 sides could work something out to resolve their conflict. However, for some reason, Zhongheng knew that this plan was not going to work anymore. A chaotic fight was about to break out here, and his goals had changed as well. Chapter 10:13 Explosion and Fire. Zero looked at the unrecognizable room 936 in front of him that was bombed. All the furniture inside had been decimated, the halved bed frame was still burning, and the windows were blown to pieces at the moment of the explosion. In the wall was also a gaping hole, of which the wind came pouring in. The central point of the explosion collapsed half of the roof, and under the pile of cement and bricks were broken exoskeleton equipment, with some of its parts and components blown out of the room. To be cautious, Zero wouldn't let any of his men open the door. Instead, he did the same thing that Zhongheng did, and that was to find himself a little white mouse before the explosion to explore the way ahead of him. However, Zero employed more straightforward methods, not even bothering to tell the person that he was a policeman. All he did was point his gun at a hotel guest to make him open the door. Needless to say, this unfortunate hotel guest was the first to bear the grunt of the explosion. He was engulfed by a wall of searing flames the moment he opened the door. Moments later, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Even number 5, standing about 7 or 8 meters away from him, suffered the effects of the explosion. And now number 2 and number 7 were busy dealing with number 5's shoulder and chest injuries. A finger-sized piece of metal shrapnel had struck number 5's right shoulder, eventually getting lodged in his shoulder blade. Number 5 was now biting his shirt hard, watching number 2 gouge out the shrapnel from his shoulder. After that, number 7, on the other side, quickly disinfected the wounds, stitched, and sprayed on some medical gel. The whole procedure was so perfectly executed that they could easily be compared to hospital surgeons. These were all thanks to the emergency surgical knowledge incorporated into their memory. Meanwhile, Zhou, on the other side, had walked over the corpse in front of room 936 and entered it. He looked around for a while before his gaze landed on the rubble. He spotted a blackened arm poking out from under mangled steel bars and some twisted metal upper limbs. Zhou looked at it for about 2 seconds, then moved to another spot. No other corpses were in the room, proven by the explosion at the scene. Looking at the damage caused by the explosion, Zhou deduced that the blast should have been caused by a meltdown of the exoskeleton's power core. Only one power core, however, had been detonated. Room 936 would have collapsed completely otherwise. Zhou quickly realized that he had been tricked. In room 936, a special operations team member decided to leave his team after his exoskeleton suffered severe damage, the reason why he chose to stay here and make his death worthwhile. Zhou never considered this possibility before. He could see what Zhongheng spotted on the wall but quickly noticed that the oil stains had been cleaned by some stain remover. Hence, his speculation was shaken. If room 936 was a death trap, then the person who set the trap had no reason to conceal his traces outside the room. That was because the other party's purpose was to attract someone to take the bait. Zhongheng had also taken away the hotel staff, who happened to be the most important witness. That caused Zhou to make a wrong judgment. This was also Zhou's second time making a wrong judgment. This time, his wrong decision caused number 5 to be injured by the explosion. Although the injuries were not life-threatening, the latter's right arm would be out of service tonight. Alas, a rare rumble of rage ignited in Zhou's heart. He had figured out the person that wiped away the stains on the wall. Although the special operations team members were disciplined and unafraid of death, they weren't capable of coming up with such a plan. There was only one person who could pull off such a move. And that person was Zhongheng. Zhongheng got here one step ahead of them, and he deliberately sabotaged the scene to cloud Zhou's judgment. Zhou's patience was almost exhausted, and he did not want to play the game with Zhongheng anymore. He then turned around and asked number 2 beside him, "Is the thing I want here yet?" The latter nodded. "It's already installed on the elevator." "Very well. Since they like to hide so much, let's allow them to continue hiding," Zhou sneered. Zhongheng was the first to smell that strange smell in the air. After a quick sniff, he confirmed that it was the smell of gasoline. Immediately, he realized what Zhou wanted to do. He was going to destroy the floor that they were on. To be honest, Zhongheng did not expect that after he tricked the emergency response team on the 9th floor, he would make Zhou give up his search plan. Of course, Zhou never made such a decision out of anger. Someone like him would never let his emotions cloud his judgment. Zhou had actually made such a decision because both the special operations team and Zhongheng were one step ahead of him, and they must have made all necessary preparations. Also, the emergency response team that arrived last would be the most passive. With Zhou's plan to burn down the floor, he would force the special operations team and Zhongheng out from hiding. After that, the emergency response team would be able to regain control of the situation. This plan, however, wasn't without its price. Other than the special operations team and Zhongheng, there were also other guests on the 12th floor. Although it wasn't a large number, once the fire started, it would inevitably affect the innocent. That said, such a problem was something for the federal police downstairs to deal with. Zhou proceeded to block the elevator and another safe passage before igniting the gasoline on the ground with a lighter. When they were about to retreat into another safe passage, something unexpected happened. A figure wearing an exoskeleton suddenly emerged from Zhou's right. Holding a rifle, the person started shooting at the for emergency response team members. Following that, another exoskeleton abruptly appeared on number 0's left side, partnering up with its ally to shoot at the for emergency response team members. Zhou reacted to the attack immediately, rolling sideways into the safe passage, avoiding the first wave of bullets. After that, number 2 and number 5, who were behind him, also began to fire back. Both sides were fighting fiercely in the corridor. In the meantime, the fire that Zhou ignited earlier had begun to spread. Eventually, it triggered the hotel's smoke alarm. The emergency response team's marksmanship was clearly better than the two exoskeleton fighters, but the exoskeletons withstood the bullets with ease, leaving no injuries on their bearer except for a spark. After that, number 7 picked up a sniper rifle and aimed at the control panel of one of the exoskeleton fighters. Right before he pulled the trigger, the other party retreated into the room. Chapter 10:14. Last Man. The sudden alarm started the prelude to the battle, breaking the calm of the 12th floor. Most of the residents on this floor were asleep, but now they were awakened from their dreams by the alarm. After realizing that there was a fire, many didn't even bother dressing up, running out of their rooms as quickly as they could. As a result, the situation in the hallway turned extremely chaotic. To make matters worse, two groups of people that came out of nowhere were shooting at each other. Bullets flew everywhere in the corridor, accompanied by the billowing smoke. The innocent residents didn't know whether they should return to their room or exit the building. On the other hand, the two special operations team members were clearly well prepared. They had already pushed the tables and refrigerators to the door as their line of defense before Zhou, and the others arrived here. Those items were used as their covers. When they wanted to pull the trigger, they would lean forward. As for the rest of the time, they would hide behind their cover, placing great importance on protecting the vital part of their exoskeleton. Although the emergency response team members had the advantage in marksmanship and firepower, they still had a hard time getting rid of their enemies. But even so, Zhou still believed that it was only a matter of time before winning the battle, and he wasn't worried about the two opponents in front of him. On the contrary, he was more concerned about Zhongheng, who had not shown up until now. He was also concerned about the last special operation team member. If he was right, then the package should be with the last special operations team member. It would make no sense for his two teammates to engage in such a fierce battle with them otherwise. And he had not shown up until now. Zhou believed that the other party wouldn't be holding his breath for much longer. As the fire burned ever larger, many residents started to cough and choke. Even though bullets still rained in the corridor, some still decided to escape through the safe passage. A few stronger men attempted to push the door, but their attempt was all but futile. Since it required considerable strength to push the door, it would undoubtedly increase oxygen consumption. This made a lot of them inhale a good amount of smoke. Seeing the men collapsing while holding onto their throats, the remaining ones became more and more frightened. Finally, some of them could no longer bear the heatwave and began to rush toward another safer door. A woman about 40 years old had not fallen asleep at such a late hour. Wearing a pair of high heels and her office suit, she looked like the rather capable sort and should be some company executive. She came to the second level on a business trip. Before the explosion happened, she was working on writing a report. She did not expect to encounter such an unfortunate event. As she ran forward, she raised her hands, expecting that the people on both sides would cease firing after seeing civilians running past them. However, the reality was cruel, and the members from both parties were not exactly polite and kind. None of them paid any attention to her. Number 5, Number 2, and Number 7 received an order that they were not supposed to let anyone live to see tomorrow on this floor. And the two special operations team members were tasked to bring the memory encoder back to the first level. Therefore, in the end, no one ceased fire. A stray bullet hit the poor woman in her thigh. She then staggered a few steps, trying to stand straight, but the next moment, more bullets hit her chest. And finally, she fell to the ground and stopped breathing. This brutal scene diminished the hopes of those thinking of escape. The fire, however, only grew larger, causing those who were trapped on the floor to be more anxious and frightened. On the other hand, the Special Operation Team members were in an increasingly worse state. They were like sitting ducks in the center of the fire. Their exoskeleton could withstand bullets, but it certainly didn't protect them against a blazing inferno. Moreover, since the exoskeleton was made of an alloy, it was the perfect conductor for heat. Eventually, their exoskeletons' temperature was higher than that of the corridor. Both of them were now sweating profusely as if they were fished out of the water. What was more deadly than the heat wave, however, was the dense smoke that came along with the combustion. The exoskeleton did not have an air filtration system, so the two were also breathing in the poisonous air like the residents in the corridor. Thanks to the excellent fire protection system in the city, and in order to save costs, most hotels on the second level did not have a gas mask placed in each room. Just as the battle was taking a bad turn for the two special operations teams, Zhou received a call from a sergeant, saying that he had discovered the whereabouts of the last person of the special operations team. The latter finally had to show up because he could not stand the heat wave. He crawled out of his room's window and proceeded to crawl downstairs with the edge of the window. However, as soon as he opened the window, he was spotted by the federal police. This was undoubtedly good news for Zhou. If he deduced it right, the package was with the man outside the window. What made Zhou feel a little uneasy was that, as of now, Zhongheng's whereabouts hadn't yet been found. Considering the moves Zhongheng pulled earlier, he was way too quiet now, leaving Zhou to wonder what Zhongheng was thinking. In fact, when he reached the 12th floor, Zhou was expecting Zhongheng to join forces with the three special operations team members. No matter the conflict between Zhongheng and Mr. Ji, Zhongheng was still one of the couriers involved in this transaction. It was plausible that both parties would join forces due to the critical situation. However, it seemed Zhongheng didn't pull such a move. Seeing that the special operations team members were about to lose the battle, Zhou still did not know where Zhongheng was. However, this time, Zhou also learned his lesson. He no longer focused on what Zhongheng was going to do, instead, he turned to find the optimal strategy from various situations. The fire in the corridor was getting fiercer, and at the same time, the two special operations team members were almost at their limit. Zhou estimated that his men would be able to take them down within 5 minutes. However, the man who stood outside the window was their top priority of this mission. If Zhongheng got his hands on the package first, it would be pointless for them to fight the two special operation team members in front of them. In the end, Zhou made a decision and said to the three people around him, "You guys stay here. If that guy appears, don't think about how to kill him. Just make sure he can't step through the door. Can you guys do it?" "Of course. We've actually wanted to meet that guy a long time ago to see if he is that powerful," Number 7 said. "Don't make any rash moves. After I leave, switch to a defensive formation. If we can delay him, we will win the battle." Zhou then paused for a while before continuing, "This fire will solve all problems for us." Chapter 10-15. Armed to the teeth. Although the federal police outside the hotel mentioned that they saw no one else climb out of the window except for the last special operations team member, Zhou now had reason to suspect that Zhongheng was no longer on the 12th floor. The main reason was that the fire over there was getting bigger and bigger. If Zhongheng continued to stay in the room, it would not end well for him. The longer he stayed on the 12th floor, the less likely he would be able to get himself to safety. Zhou would be impressed if Zhongheng still hadn't made a move on the 12th floor. But even so, Zhou still left all of his manpower on the 12th floor. As for himself, he went hunting the last special operations team member alone. It was not because he was confident enough to deal with Zhongheng alone. On the contrary, Zhou chose the most conservative and safest strategy. If Zhongheng was still on the 12th floor and eventually joined the battle, even if 3 of his men failed to eliminate him, the fire would stop him from entering the safe passage. On the other hand, Zero would kill the Special Operations team member as quickly as possible and head back there to help his team. Even if he did not return, the raging fire would be enough to kill Zhonghang. In addition, Zero had considered the possibility that Zhonghang had left the 12th floor. If that happened, his goal would change too. Instead of looking for a way to get his hands on the package as soon as possible, he would first deal with Zhonghang and prevent him from getting the package. Zero was confident that he'd be able to do it. He only needed to drag on until 3 of his men eliminated their targets. They would then come to join him to take down Zhonghang together. As for the last Special Operation team member, he shouldn't cause much trouble to them. The biggest advantage of this combat strategy was that it was flexible enough. All possibilities had been carefully accounted for, and no matter where Zhonghang was, the one who would win the battle, in the end, would be Zero and his emergency response team. After arranging the next battle plan, Zero received a report from the federal police downstairs that the last Special Operations team member had escaped into a guest room on the 8th floor. So, Zero hesitated for a moment before quickly rushing to the 8th floor. His departure made the 2 Special Operations team members feel slightly relieved. In addition, Number 5, Number 2, and Number 7 had adopted the defensive strategy according to the orders Zero gave out. They could clearly feel that the firepower on the opposite side had weakened, but the pressure on them had not been alleviated as of yet. Even though the firepower had weakened, the fire on the 12th floor had only grown in intensity. A lot of residents lost consciousness after inhaling all that smoke. With the gruesome thought of being burned alive looming, more and more people decided to give what the female office worker did a while ago. Many attempted to cross the invisible bullet wall. After all, compared to being burned alive, getting shot was a relief. Unfortunately, none of them were able to leave the 12th floor alive. Now, the corridor where the 2 parties exchanged fire had become purgatory on Earth, with charred corpses strewn everywhere. The 2 Special Operations team members found it harder and harder to breathe. Their vision started to become blurry, and their shooting accuracy deteriorated further. Number 2 was the most courageous and the best at seizing the opportunity among the 3 emergency response team members. Although Zero mentioned that they should focus more on defending after he left, Number 2 found it difficult to hold back after their enemies revealed their flaws. Coupled with the fact that Zhonghang had not shown up for so long, Number 2's guard was lowered. He felt that even if Zhonghang was still on the 12th floor, there was an 80% chance that he would be burned to death. So, he chose to shift to another position that allowed him to shoot better in the end. He silently aimed at one of the exoskeleton fighter's control panels that the enemy carelessly exposed. But the next moment, Number 2 did not expect that the room's door in the middle of the corridor would suddenly open without warning. After that, Number 2 saw a man with an oxygen cylinder and an oxygen mask wearing a fireproof suit charged out. Number 2's eyes snapped open. Although the person was almost completely wrapped up, Number 2 instantly recognized the person's identity from the small rifle in his hand. The rifle originally belonged to Number 3. However, they received news not long ago that Zhonghang eliminated the 3 emergency response team members at the amusement park. In other words, the person that was holding the small rifle was Zhonghang. What made Number 2 curious, however, was where Zhonghang acquired this set of professional firefighting equipment. The police officers in charge of the blockade outside the hotel were not blind. It could be possible that Zhonghang entered the hotel in police uniform, but it made no sense with such a large bag of things and an oxygen cylinder. Earlier, they thought that Zhonghang had breathed in too much poisonous gas and had collapsed. However, when they took a good look at him, they figured that he could stay here for at least an hour or 2. The firefighting equipment that puzzled Number 2 was actually made out of Lego bricks. The Barrett he assembled earlier with his Lego bricks had expired and had returned to its brick form. So, when Zhonghang realized that Zero would set the entire floor on fire, he assembled a set of firefighting equipment with the Lego bricks. This was why the infinite building block was so powerful. As long as Zhonghang had a set of Lego bricks with him, he could deal with various environments and battles, not to mention how easy it was to carry around. When the infinite building block was inserted into a Lego model, even an X-ray scan couldn't tell if it was fake. Zhonghang did not grant Number 2 any time to react. After rushing out of the room, he instantly pulled the trigger of the rifle. He waited patiently for so long just to wait for the 3 emergency response team members to put down their guards and make a mistake. In order to snipe one of the special operations team members, number 2 chose a relatively dangerous position, which happened to be within Zhong Heng's field of vision. Once he spotted him, it was already too late. The next moment a bullet accurately hit his chest. Number 2 originally wanted to block this bullet with his new generation bulletproof vest on his body. Still, he never expected that Zhong Heng had no intention to show them any mercy. As soon as he came out of the room, he fired the special explosive bullet at him. Instead of stopping the bulletproof vest exploded a second later. Not only was the latter sent flying away by the explosion, but even number 5 and number 7 were also hit. Right after that, Zhong Heng wasted no time and aimed the small rifle at the special operations team. Chapter 10:16. Racing with Time. The 2 special operations team members were taken aback when they saw number 2 being blown up. They had inhaled too much smoke, and it caused their thinking to become more sluggish. Besides, Zhong Heng was now wrapped up tighter than the mummy, the reason the team could not recognize him in the first place. Initially, they thought Zhong Heng was someone that had come to help them. Until Zhong Heng pulled out his guns and aimed at his enemies, the 2 still couldn't figure what just happened to them. And the next moment, Zhong Heng had already pulled the trigger without hesitation. He fired the explosive bullet at the special operations team member that was closest to him. The latter's exoskeleton provided its user with great defense. As long as the vitals weren't hit, it could even ward off rounds from an ordinary sniper rifle. Unfortunately, the special high-explosive rounds were kryptonite to the exoskeleton. After the bullet made contact with the exoskeleton, it would explode, and the flame would quickly engulf its wearer. In fact, if number 3 hadn't been sent to the amusement park to deal with Zhong Heng, and the federal police hadn't underestimated the special operations team's firepower, the outcome of the battle at the station tonight would have been very different. And if that happened, the 4 special operations team members wouldn't even escape into the 4 Continents Hotel. Now, Zhong Heng had taken possession of number 3's gun. Without hesitation, he killed 2 enemies in front of him. It did not matter if they belonged to the special operations team or the emergency response team. His brutality alone was enough to make them all fear him. This was just the beginning. In total, Zhong Heng had 3 high-explosive rounds with him. After killing 2 of them, Zhong Heng left no room for hesitation and fired the last bullet at the final special operations team member. With that being said, all the special operations team members on the 12th floor had been annihilated. At this point in the battle, Zhong Heng no longer had any intention to work together with the special operations team members. He did not expect the other party to help him deal with the emergency response team's firepower. Besides, the 2 special operations team members were about to die. They were no longer good enough to fight against the emergency response team members. And Zhong Heng could not completely trust them as well. When he fought against the emergency response team, he would be distracted by them. Hence, Zhong Heng decided to deal with them first. After firing the 3 special bullets, Zhong Heng reloaded the gun with ordinary bullets and dashed towards the safety exit. The fire in the hallway had now spread all over the place. With the entire floor filled with heavy smoke, it provided Zhong Heng with the perfect cover. Among the 3 emergency response team members, number 2 was killed by the explosive bullet before landing on the ground. On the other hand, number 5 and number 7 suffered only minor injuries because they stood quite far from number 2. And they immediately fired their guns at Zhong Heng, but Zhong Heng's firepower soon suppressed them. They could not even poke their heads out. However, the 2 were clone warriors Shengtang Morgan Group had built at a high price. They possessed the perfect combat skills. Even if number 5's arm was hurt, the line of defense they had built still managed to stop Zhong Heng from moving forward. Number 7, however, knew all too well that they would not be able to stop Zhong Heng forever. Zhong Heng was totally immune to the fire. This was something that they did not expect. With the fire spreading so quickly, number 7 and number 5's only gas masks were at risk of burning. On the contrary, Zhong Heng was fully equipped to withstand the fire, and he walked freely within the flames. The emergency response team members even started to wonder if Zhongheng was the one that set the fire. Number 7 immediately informed Zhou downstairs about Zhongheng showing up. After receiving the news, Zhou asked them to hold out a little longer. It wasn't without reason that Zhou made such a decision. Zhou didn't stay idle when Zhongheng showed up and started killing his enemies. He managed to force the last special operations team member to a dead end. As long as he got the package first, he would deliver the package to the 5th level and complete this task. As for the life and death of number 7 and number 5, although both were members of his team, completing the task was always their priority in the 3 years they had been with him. This was the number 1 rule programmed into their brains. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, after hanging up the call, Zhou wasted no time, moving quickly toward the conference room in front of him. On the other side, Zhongheng attempted to break number 5 and number 7's defenses, but it was fruitless. Although the two were at a disadvantage, it wasn't a problem focusing on stopping Zhongheng from crossing their line of defense. After Zhou left, the two followed his instructions strictly, trying to hold Zhongheng off as long as possible. They knew that the special operations team member downstairs was no match to Zhou. The latter would come and join them after he dealt with him. But what surprised the two was that Zhongheng started to slow down after he failed to break through the blockade twice. He then started to adopt a positional warfare strategy, slowly grasping the details that he missed in this battle. The advantage of this strategy allowed Zhongheng, with LV3 marksmanship, to defeat number 7 and number 5. However, it would take a longer time for him to get the result that he wanted. Considering that both sides were now racing against time, number 7 and number 5 were happy to see that Zhongheng had resorted to such a strategy. That said, they soon had a taste of Zhongheng's powerful marksmanship. Zhongheng stopped firing his guns at them, deciding instead to capture the right opportunities and only fire at the right time. With Zhongheng moving constantly, number 7 and number 5 didn't dare poke their heads out anymore. Zhongheng's marksmanship was simply too good. Most of the time, the bullets would fly past their cheeks. If they had lowered their heads half a second later, they would have been killed instantly. This made number 7 and number 5 think carefully about every move they made because any small mistake would cost their lives. Over time, the psychological pressure on them grew bigger and bigger. In just a short time, the two were shot several times. Fortunately, the bulletproof vests they wore helped them take the brunt of the bullets. Since they could not poke their heads out, they had completely lost track of Zhongheng. Their combat experience told them that their circumstance had just gotten more dangerous. They were now blinded. It meant Zhongheng held power to attack them whenever he wanted. When number 5 was about to risk it and check out the situation, he felt something warm splashing on his arm. Number 5 then turned around, and to his horror, saw that number 7's body had fallen to the ground. He could see a small bullet hole in his temple. It was at that time, number 5 realized that he had lost all advantage. However, the desperate situation inspired the bravery in his heart. Immediately, he grabbed his gun and jumped out of the bunker. He then fired his gun in the direction where the bullet came from. The ferocious fire burning down this place made him look like he was in the midst of purgatory. But in the end, Zhongheng killed him with a single bullet. His lifeless body fell to the ground and turned into the fuel for the fire. Chapter 10:17. Fourth person. On the 8th floor of the Four Continents Hotel. Zhongheng had already taken off his slightly bulky firefighting suit and temporarily placed it at a corner. After dealing with his last opponent, he looked for battle traces left on each floor. And they finally led him here. The bullet holes in the wall and the broken door showed that a fierce battle happened here not long ago. But now that the battle was over, the corridor had gone all quiet again. If anyone else was in Zhongheng's shoes, their hearts must have sunk by now. It could mean that Zhou had killed the last special operations team member, and the latter must have gotten the memory encoder ahead of him. After that, Zhou didn't rush to the 12th floor to meet number 7 and number 5, which meant that he might have decided to abandon his two team members and left the hotel. Considering that Zhongheng was a step behind Zhou, it was almost impossible for him to get past the Federal Police's blockade and prevent Zhou from boarding the shuttle to the 5th floor. Such difficulty was enough to make anyone despair. However, Zhong Heng himself did not seem affected. His expression hardly changed, and he had no intention to put his guard down. On the contrary, he was now more cautious than before, having to assume that Zero was on the same floor as him. The next moment, Zhong Heng's ears moved, and a bullet whizzed out from behind the conference room's half-open door. It was as though a rattlesnake hiding among the rocks had suddenly attacked its prey. However, it looked like Zhong Heng was anticipating his appearance. Zhong Heng managed to dodge the bullet one step ahead of time. He then dashed toward the door in front of a room and used the protruding wall as his cover. As for the place where he stood earlier, there was now a bullet hole on the wall. Zero snorted, and his voice came from the conference room. He sounded anxious. "How did you know I'm still here? I killed almost all the members of your squad." "Of course, I have to assume that their captain will avenge them," Zhong Heng said. "You're lying. You know the package is not here, right?" Zero did not believe a single word Zhong Heng told him. The reason was simple. Zhong Heng did not look like he was in a rush from the very beginning. Whether it was the battle at the higher floor or the time of his arrival at the 8th floor, they were longer than Zero estimated. And Zhong Heng acted slow and steady. He definitely did not look like he was racing against time. Zero then tried to think like Zhong Heng again. If he were Zhong Heng, he would try to go down to the 8th floor to grab the package while the two special operations team were fighting with number 2, number 5, and number 7. The fact that Zhong Heng was on took Zero by surprise. "What's going on? Did you not find the package?" "That's a real shame," Zhong Heng said as he fired 2 shots at the conference room. One of the shots hit the door panel, and another shot flew into the door's crack. Unfortunately, it failed to hit the target. "How did you know that the package is not with the special operations team?" After a while, Zero spoke again. This was also the thing that puzzled Zero. There were 4 special operations team members who fled into the 4 Continents Hotel. And now, all 4 of them were dead. However, the package was still nowhere to be found. Among them, the man in room 936 did not want to live anymore. And he wanted to bring a few enemies down with him before he died. That said, the package was definitely not with him. And the 2 special operations team on the 12th floor were prepared to sacrifice themselves as well. They wanted to buy more time for their last ally. After staying in the Sea of Flames for so long, their fates were sealed. From this point of view, the last special operation team member should be carrying the package. However, after Zero killed him, it turned out the package wasn't on him. Nothing made sense to him thus far. Could it be the special operations team had gone crazy and placed the package with the man who was about to commit suicide in room 936? Something suddenly struck Zero. The guy who died in room 936? Is he from the special operations team? After that, Zero tried to recall the situation in the room at that time. The explosion was indeed caused by the detonation of the exoskeleton's power core. And they found the body in the ruins too. Unfortunately, the person was standing at the center of the explosion. Hence, his face was completely unrecognizable. They could only identify the person as a female. Under such a circumstance, everyone would assume the deceased to be a special operations team member. As he racked his brains, Zero suddenly realized that the exoskeleton could be taken off from the user. So, if there were another person in the room when the explosion happened, everything would make perfect sense. In other words, the number of the special operations team who died in the battle was not 4 but 3. The last member was still alive. The package was definitely with that person. Zhong Heng did not answer Zero's question. As he talked, he fired another 2 bullets at him. Zero had gotten the answer that he wanted. There was nothing Zero could do about it. Zhong Heng had gone to the 9th floor before him. Thus, Zero realized that Zhong Heng must have found something other than the oil stains on the wall. However, it was too late to think about such a thing now. Zero had to focus on the battle between him and Zhong Heng. He had to get rid of Zhong Heng first before going after the last special operations member and retrieving the package. However, Zero also knew how difficult it could be. No one in the entire new Shanghai 0297 knew how strong Zhonghong was other than him. As the latter said, he almost killed the entire emergency response team by himself. Such a tragedy had never happened in the history of the emergency response team. Now that Zero had lost all his team members, the battle plan he came up with was scrapped. This final battle had become a heads-up match between him and Zhonghong. However, Zero did not lose confidence. As the captain of the emergency response team, he was the strongest among all the team members. By strongest, it did not just refer to his overall strength but also his combat abilities. As team trump card, Zero naturally had to act like one. The next moment, he raised the gun in his hand again and fired at Zhonghong. Neither side spoke to each other anymore, only the constant bangs and pops of the guns were audible. Chapter 10:18. 1 seconds. The battle between Zhonghong and Zero was less intense than the previous battle. However, its circumstances were far more dangerous. Like Zhonghong, Zero too should have reached LV3 marksmanship. The only thing that placed Zhonghong at a disadvantage was his slower shooting speed compared to Zero. Zhonghong first learned how to shoot from Simon, but the place he got to practice his marksmanship was the quest he got sent to Western America. From there, he learned how to draw guns and fire them as fast as possible. In the first 2 minutes of the battle, Zhonghong and Zero were evenly matched, where both sides adopted the same strategies and rhythm. Even the consumption of bullets was similar. After that, Zhonghong chose a completely different combat strategy against number 5 and number 7. He deliberately increased his rate of fire. In contrast, Zero's reaction was slower than usual. After being pressured by Zhonghong, he realized that Zhonghong had disrupted his battle rhythm. He, too, started intentionally slowing down his firing rate, intending to buy himself some time and regain the judgment and precision he had in his previous battle. The battle between the two was no longer about their marksmanship. It now leaned more toward their ability to read their opponent and control the game. But what surprised Zero was that Zhonghong's combat experience wasn't inferior to his. Unlike combat skills, although battle experience could be written into their memory, it provided nothing except the ability to use those skills, especially the rhythm of battle and the ability to read it. All these abstract things were difficult to explain through a single battle. After all, written memories did not make a person omnipotent. If the person who wrote the memories for them lacked combat experience, it also meant their creator would have no way to make the clones understand what they did not know how to describe and define. Zero, however, was a rare clone who had broken through his shackles. In addition to his solid learning ability, he had completed hundreds of missions that provided him with enough combat experience. Zero always felt that he was the clone with the most combat experience until he met Zhonghong. Although Zero still failed to figure out what had actually happened to Zhonghong, the impact of that wasn't as big as this battle. It had even shaken his worldview. Zero could not imagine how Zhonghong accumulated so much combat experience at such a young age. He looked like he had started fighting since he was born, with decades of combat experience. Although Zero had worked as hard as he could and perfectly executed all his given tasks, he still felt that Zhonghong was slowly gaining victory. And there was nothing he could do about it. He also felt like he was stepping into a swamp, and he could only let himself sink further. Zero knew that both sides were reaching their limit soon. The gap in their strength would then determine the course of this battle. The real turning point of the battle came from the breaking of the conference room's door. The door was already damaged during Zero's battle with the last Special Operations Team member. After another onslaught of bullets, it was now completely destroyed. Instead of retreating, Zero chose to move forward, not looking for cover before charging out of the conference room. He realized that if he decided to fight against Zhonghong with an orthodox combat method, the battle would go nowhere. Instead, he decided to risk his life by moving quickly and unpredictably to dodge some of the bullets. As for the bullets, he couldn't dodge. His bulletproof vest would absorb the damage. At the same time, Zero was getting closer to Zhonghong, and he also realized that he could lose his life. In order to not get hit, he moved in an extremely bizarre way. It caused him to be unable to control the direction he moved, and any stray bullets that came his way could potentially end his life. But tonight, the god of destiny seemed to be on his side. Zero dashed all the way to a spot only 10 steps away from Zhonghang. And he wasn't hit by any bullets. At the same time, he counted the number of shots that Zhonghang had fired. When he counted to a certain number, Zero made an extremely crazy move. He suddenly stopped moving. Zhonghang wasn't one to let such a golden opportunity slip off his hand. The next second, Zero stretched out his right hand to grab a piece of the metal shell from the exoskeleton to block Zhonghang's shooting. After that, he pulled the trigger again, but he found out that there were no bullets left in his rifle. Zero's eyes lit up. He knew that the golden opportunity he had been waiting for was finally here. He threw away the alloy shell in his hand, and at the same time, aimed his gun at Zhonghang. And he was about to pull the trigger. Given another 0.1 seconds, he would have been able to eliminate Zhonghang. Unfortunately, Zero did not have the chance to make use of that 0.1 seconds. Zhonghang remained unworried after realizing that his rifle was out of bullets. He directly drew the pistol from his waist, a trick he performed many times in the quest he completed. The cowboy's duel was all about speed, and Zhonghang would always be the fastest person to draw a gun. This time was no exception. The moment Zero was about to pull the trigger, Zhonghang had already sent a bullet to the spot between Zero's eyebrows. This 0.1 second had determined who lived and who died in this battle. The joy in Zero's eyes was forever frozen, and he would never be able to pull the trigger. After ending this mentally exhausting battle, Zhonghang let out a long sigh of relief. In all fairness, the emergency response team did bring him a lot of trouble, especially Zero, their captain. It was rare that a one-on-one battle could bring so much threat to Zhonghang. However, it was not the time for him to relax yet because Zhonghang had not gotten the memory encoder yet. But the good news was that he knew where to get it. Zhonghang then put on the fire suit again. The fire had now completely spread to the entire floor, not only on the 12th floor but also on the 2 adjacent floors. Zhonghang climbed up to the 14th floor. The fire there was not too widespread yet. However, the smoke on this floor was very thick. After that, Zhonghang went around and searched room by room, but he did not manage to find the female hotel staff that came to this floor to seek refuge. And he finally cast his gaze on the small door to the rooftop. Zhonghang tried to push it from below, managing to open it easily, and he saw her hiding behind the water tower. The terrifying fire had traumatized her, and she did not know where else she could hide. When she saw Zhonghang coming to her while taking off his oxygen mask, her eyes lit up, overjoyed. Chapter 10:19 Opportunity. Is the battle over, Mr. Policeman? The hotel staff asked. Yes. The battle is over, but you should also know that I am not a policeman. Zhonghang paused and then said, Where is the package? What package? The waiter was at a loss. The goods to be traded tonight. All your 3 allies are dead. In other words, the package is definitely with you. Zhonghang said casually. The hotel staff's expression changed slightly when she heard what Zhonghang said. She then took a short step back and calmly said, I don't know what you mean, Mr. Policeman. I am a waitress at the Four Continents Hotel, and I have more than 3 companions. No. You are not hotel staff, Zhonghang said. I was suspicious of you the first time I met you. Although you did not show any fear and panic, your temperament was nothing like hotel staff. According to your statement, you ran into a man wearing an exoskeleton in the corridor, but the other party ignored you and let you go. This is very strange. If the exoskeleton fighter wanted the death trap to work in room 936, he wouldn't be letting you live. Maybe, because I'm just a hotel staff that nobody cares about. I carry no threat. I think he showed me mercy and let me live. The hotel staff smiled reluctantly. Impossible. Those men are all fanatical believers of Mr. G. They are willing to sacrifice their lives to achieve the ideal world that Mr. G wants to create. It makes no sense for them to care about the life or death of an insignificant person, Zhonghang said. To further confirm that you are no more than a hotel staff, I asked you to go to the linen room to get the stain remover. And I did do that for you. The waitress widened her beady eyes, looking innocent. Yes, but you took too long to complete such a simple task, Zhong said. If you are really a staff, you should know where the detergent is. Even if the smoke in the room had not dispersed, you took too long to get what I asked for. The girl was finally speechless this time. Zhong continued, but at first, I didn't expect you to be one of the 4 who fled into the hotel. I originally thought you were the person Mr. G assigned to help the special operations team in the hotel. After that, I found out that the other 3 special operations team members didn't go to the rood. Instead, they stayed on the 12th floor even though it would cost their lives. It was at that time I started to doubt your identity. The hotel staff did not speak. Instead, she waited for Zhong to continue. And the latter did not disappoint. He continued, now, I can probably deduce what happened after the special operations team fled into the hotel. At that time, your exoskeleton equipment was seriously damaged. You did think of sacrificing yourself to buy your allies more time. However, you changed your mind after that because you realized that even if you sacrifice yourself, you still can't change the fact that this was going to be a dead end for you guys. When the special operations team was in a disadvantaged position and your guys had no way to escape, you or a companion of yours came up with a dangerous move. Since all 4 of you can't escape the hotel, it would be better to die here together, Zhong said. Of course, you don't really want to die here. No one would be able to send the package to the 1st floor otherwise. One of you would feign death to confuse the enemies. If it went well, the package would be delivered to the 1st floor. And this delivery person is you. Why me? The staff asked. I don't know which of the 4 of you are better or who is more courageous. The reason your team chose you to become the courier is very simple. You are the only woman among the 4, making it easier for you to exchange identities with the hotel staff. In addition, your exoskeleton has been severely damaged. You had enough reason to leave your team and detonate the exoskeleton. The corpse in room 936, however, is not you. It belongs to the real hotel staff on this floor. You either knocked her out or killed her. After that, you put your own exoskeleton on her body. Then, one of your tech-savvy companions modified the detonating device to turn the power core into a state that can be remotely detonated. Once that was done, you changed into the hotel staff's clothes, who you either knocked out or killed. That's how you completed the identity exchange. As for the 3 people on the 12th floor, they were left here to die. Whether it was the 2 members who stayed to fight the emergency response team or the one who climbed out the window and escaped, they were all trying to cover up the fact that you are still alive. But you are too naive. What do you mean? The hotel staff frowned. I know what you did on the 9th floor. You probably took the initiative to tell them about the situation in room 936 when the emergency response team came up to make your identity more believable. You should be thankful that you met me. Although your plan was not bad, the execution of it was rather poor. If I can see through you, I bet Zero could do the same as well. If you didn't meet me, you would have fallen into the hands of the emergency response team. So should I thank you for saving me? The hotel staff sneered. I know who you are. You are one of the 10 couriers. I heard Miss F values you very much. I bet she will be disappointed if she knows what you did. If it weren't for your cowardice and despicable means to divert the attention of the emergency response team and send them to us, it wouldn't be too hard to execute our plan. Zhong was non-committal. I respect your personal choices and all the efforts you have made to change the circumstance. I don't want to judge the paths that you chose as well. In fact, I didn't come to you for a fight. Considering Mr. G and I have a lot of conflicts and misunderstandings, I just want to have a good chat with him. Well, you can start by protecting me. We can go back to the 1st level together. And you will get the chance to see Mr. G again. I'm sorry. For the sake of Ms. F, I once accepted the opportunity offered by Mr. G. But as you can see, it did not end well for me. Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. So, now it's the time to change the way of communication with him. It's my turn to offer him the opportunity. And you seem to have misunderstood something. I will go back to the first level, but I don't plan to take you with me. The hotel staff's face changed. Then I have no reason to hand over the goods to you. No, you will hand over the goods to me. Zhongheng said calmly. Just as the two were talking, the fire had spread to the rooftops. You can't leave this place anymore. Just hand me the package. At least Mr. G still has the opportunity to negotiate with me. If you fail to deliver the package, it will be burned down alongside you. Even if you call Mr. G now, I bet he will ask you to hand over the package to me. Chapter 10:20. You will know soon. Zhongheng's words caused the staff to grit her teeth in anger. But she had to admit that what Zhongheng said was the truth. The Special Operations Team's only goal tonight was to bring the package back to the first floor. To achieve this goal, they were even willing to sacrifice their lives. This was indeed a very noble idea. However, she did not expect that this belief would one day be turned into a weapon against her. Zhongheng made it clear that he had no intention to bring her back to the first floor. He also told her that she would die here tonight. Hence, he asked her to hand over the package. What frustrated her even more was that she found that she had no reason to refuse Zhongheng's offer. After holding back a long time, she finally asked, "After I pass the package to you, are you sure you can get past the federal police's blockade?" "This problem doesn't concern you," Zhongheng replied casually. She was rendered speechless, but she had no intention to give up. "Promise me that you will deliver the goods to Mr. G." By this time, she had softened up. And Zhongheng felt that she was begging him. He, however, shook his head. "I won't guarantee anything." "Okay, time's almost up. Give me the package." At this time, the flames had already spread to the rooftops. The thick smoke that came with the fire almost surrounded the entire Four Continents Hotel. This greatly frustrated the last Special Operations Team member. After all, they had paid a huge price and sacrificed countless allies to get to where they were now. They were only one step away from completing the task, but in the end, everything that they had done was in vain. She was also unhappy that Zhongheng was the one to reap what they sowed. To her, he was someone selfish and without belief. Logically speaking, she had to hand over the package to Zhongheng. However, she still had not made any move. And Zhongheng seemed to have figured out what she was thinking. He then raised her eyebrows and said unceremoniously, "Do you really think you guys lasted until now because of those so-called lofty ideals? Without me, every single one of you would have been wiped out at the station." After hearing what Zhongheng said, she lost all her strength like a deflated balloon. This was perhaps the thing that bothered her. They had been working hard from the beginning to the end, and they were not afraid of death. But, unfortunately, their effort did not help much in this matter. As Zhongheng said, the entire emergency response team was killed by him single-handedly. The Special Operations Team could not do anything about them. They outnumbered the 5 members of the emergency response team at the station, yet still failed to defeat them. Eventually, they were being forced to flee into the hotel. If Zhongheng had not arrived in time, Shengtang Morgan Group might have taken possession of the package. The last Special Operations Team member did not say a word about it. Instead, she climbed up the water tower, grabbed a finger-sized metal rod from the top, and placed it in Zhongheng's hand. This surprised Zhongheng a little. "This is it. It seems you know what's in the package. The memory encoder's core is only this big. However, its internal structure is quite sophisticated. As of now, there is only one company capable of producing it. You will need to use it with a piece of certain equipment. Fortunately, the equipment is not that hard to manufacture. It seems you guys have spent a long time preparing for this." Zhongheng accepted the finger-sized metal rod and put it in his backpack without inspecting it. He was not worried that she would give him a fake. As Zhongheng said, the fire had spread to the rooftop, and it was the end of the journey for her. If she did not hand over the memory encoder to Zhongheng, it would most probably be destroyed in this fire. For those determined to change New Shanghai 0297, the entire plan would fall apart if the memory encoder turned to ashes. Unfortunately, this was a price they could not afford to pay. After handing over the memory encoder to Zhongheng, she seemed relieved. She knew that she had done everything she could tonight, and as for whether Zhongheng would give the memory encoder to Mr. Ji or what deals he would strike with him, those things were no longer under her control. After she came to her senses, the pressure on her shoulders was lifted. She looked at Zhongheng again. "You have got what you want. How do you plan to leave this hotel? You will know soon." Zhongheng then took out a gas mask he acquired from the emergency response team from his backpack. He then tossed it to the special operations team member and said calmly, "I told you that I wouldn't bring you with me, but you and your people have helped me preserve the memory encoder until now." The emergency response team did not even get to lay their fingers on it. "Consider this gas mask as a gift from me to you. However, the fire is now out of control. Even if you have this gas mask with you, your chances of surviving are no more than 20%. So, I wish you good luck." After Zhongheng finished, he took off his oxygen mask. And the special operations team member saw a scene she would never forget. She witnessed a pair of black wings suddenly stretching out from Zhongheng's back. When she first saw it, the special operations team member thought that the poisonous smoke caused her to hallucinate. But the next moment, she realized that the pair of wings did exist, and they were made of shadows. They looked as if they'd been created by some very realistic projection technology. However, when she wanted to take a closer look, Zhongheng had moved the pair of black wings behind him. After that, he jumped off the roof and flew into the thick smoke. She did not expect Zhongheng, who seemed extremely sensible, would make such a suicidal move. And she was shocked to her core, especially when she thought that the memory encoder was still with him. So, she rushed to the side of the rooftop with the risk of inhaling the poisonous smoke. She then looked down. However, the entire Four Continents hotel was now surrounded by thick smoke and she couldn't see a single thing. After sticking out her head for a few seconds, she started coughing violently. In the end, she had to step back, pick up the gas mask on the ground, and put it on. On the other side, Zhongheng had already flown a great distance in the thick smoke. In order to avoid being spotted by the federal police downstairs, he deliberately flew higher. Protected by an oxygen mask made with the infinite building block, he also had the filter lens that allowed him to navigate accurately in the thick smoke. Finally, Zhongheng left our Continent's hotel secretly without anyone knowing. 12 seconds later, the shadow wings on Zhongheng's back disappeared, causing him to land on the roof of the office building next door. Chapter 10:21. Third passenger. Only 2 hours after the blazing inferno on the roof of the Four Continents hotel was put out, the police officers completed the investigation on all the survivors. While the fire burned, the Four Continents hotel was surrounded by police officers. There was no second exit, so by subtracting the survivors from the people who entered the hotel, the police would get the number of fire casualties. In the end, the authorities determined that the four special operations team members and the four emergency response team members, Zhongheng included, were killed in the fire. Other than that, all residents on the 12th floor had been killed, and some on the 13th and 14th floors. The authorities were still counting the number of casualties in the fire, and during the preliminary investigation, they found that at least 60 people had been killed. Some bodies were lost forever, while others were difficult to identify. The authorities could only identify them through a DNA test. The newspapers sent their reporters to the scene as soon as they got the news. This was probably the biggest fire in New Shanghai 0297 since its completion. Generally, after an accident of such a magnitude, the public hoped to find the quarters responsible for the fire. The authorities, however, still hadn't identified the arsonist, and the party that they could blame right now was the poor fire suppression system on the second level. For some unknown reason, the always efficient fire brigade was almost an hour late to the scene. Therefore, many media had already thought about the following headline for the next few days: the fire protection system. After another hour, the lockdown at the station was finally lifted, and the central shuttle began to resume its operations as well. Zhongheng then bought 2 tickets with a fake citizen ID and traveled back to the first level with Fengzi. Before arriving at the first level, Zhongheng sent an encrypted email to Mr. G to inform him of their location in advance. As a result, as soon as the two left the arrival hall, a black MPV was parked in front of them. When the car door opened, a group of heavily armed men in black came out of the car and surrounded the two of them. Immediately, everyone else at the station stopped what they were doing and moved towards Zhongheng and Fengzi. At least 100 people were estimated to be watching. Fengzi looked around and raised her eyebrows. "Don't you have the thing with you? I thought the people here would welcome you." "They do welcome us. However, their way of welcoming us is special," Zhongheng said. Unlike Fengzi, he did not look at other people. He had his eyes set on the man who came down from the co-pilot seat. The latter was one of Mr. G's most trusted bodyguards. Besides protecting Mr. G, he was also responsible for managing other bodyguards and helping Mr. G complete essential tasks. The people around Mr. G called him Director Zhang. Director Zhang gave a slight bow at Zhongheng and Fengzi. "Mr. Zhong, Miss Xia. How do you know my name?" Fengzi looked a little surprised. "You are our guest. When you came to our level as a guest, we, of course, had to investigate you in advance. Moreover, your name has spread throughout the second level tonight. So it is difficult for anyone not to know about you," Director Zhang replied. "Really? Is that a good or a bad thing?" "It depends on how you look at this," Zhang said. "How should I put it? I am now wanted by the entire city, and I can never return to the second level. I don't think there are any positive aspects. You may have been abandoned by the old world, but because of what you've done, you can board the ship that sails to the new world." "And where is this new world?" Fengzi rolled her eyes. Director Zhang then pointed at the black MPV behind him. "We have been working hard to build it. If you want, we can show it to you later." Fengzi looked at Zhongheng. After getting the latter's permission, the two got into the black MPV together. After that, all the armed men were dismissed after Zhongheng and Fengzi entered the car. "I've heard people talk about Mr. G before, and I heard that he is very powerful on the first level. He is so powerful that even the Shengtang Morgan group can't do anything about him. I thought he was some kind of hero. To my surprise, his way of doing things is no different from a gang leader. He relies on the many men he has to drive fear into others," Fengzi said directly. Director Zhang was not angry when he heard what Fengzi said. Instead, he explained patiently, "From the ancient time to the present, every deed we do is inseparable from people. The most important thing for someone who has a grand plan is to unite and organize his people first. With more people being gathered, it will prove that the person is extremely capable." Fengzi was rendered speechless. Zhongheng, beside her, answered, "If gathering more people makes Mr. G more powerful, he doesn't have to see me again tonight. He could have just waited for his people to bring the memory encoder back to him." This time, it was Director Zhang's turn to become silent. After a while, he said candidly, "This time, we did something wrong. Whether you believe Mr. Zhong or not, I did try to persuade Mr. G to let you become the person in charge of this express delivery. However, it was hard for Mr. G too. A man in his position has to be cautious in everything. There are only a few people who he can trust because betrayal is so common now." Zhongheng was too lazy to argue with Director Zhang on this. So, he said directly, "Let Mr. G come and talk to me." "Of course. We are here to pick you and Ms. Feng from the station tonight. After that, we will bring you to meet Mr. G. But before that, I don't know if you two mind if I take a little detour and pick up another person." "Feel free to do so," Zhongheng said lightly. 15 minutes later, the black MPV stopped in front of a residential complex's gate. Director Zhang bowed at Zhongheng and Fengzi to excuse himself. After that, they got out of the car with the driver drawing his guns from his waist. After a while, Zhongheng heard 2 gunshots, followed by a woman's hysterical scream. Another gunshot later, the screams died, and the place regained its previous tranquility. 5 minutes later, Director Xing and the driver dragged a man with tied hands and feet out of the darkness. Together, they tossed the man at Zhongheng's and Feng Zi's feet. They then clapped their hands and said, "Everyone is here now." Zhongheng then looked down and found that the hapless guy lying on the ground turned out to be another bodyguard who used to work for Mr. G. It looked like he was sleeping in his house when they grabbed him. He had never expected his ex-colleagues to break into this house, kill his family members, and tie him up. Chapter 10:22. Chances. So here's the mole Shengtang Morgan group planted? Zhongheng asked. When Zhongheng asked the question, Director Sheng and the driver had returned to the car. After closing the door, Director Sheng looked a little surprised. It seems you already know what's going on. Initially, I planned to let Mr. G tell you about it. Yes, that's right, he is the mole, he continued after a pause. Although many people work for Mr. G, not every one of us believes in the future Mr. G wants to build. We are now walking on a road of thorns, and the faith of some would inevitably be shaken. Other than the first level, our opponent, Shengtang Morgan Group, could draw resources from the entire Shanghai 0297. They often offer bargaining chips hard to refuse. Director Xing glanced at his ex-colleague on the ground. Unfortunately, his conviction was not firm enough, and he eventually lost to his greed. I told you that I'm not driven by greed. They found me first and threatened me with my daughter, son, and wife. I was forced to work for them. The bodyguard on the ground became emotional. We have known each other for so long. You should have known what kind of person I am. I will not betray Mr. G because of money. As for you guys, you know that the people from Shengtang Morgan approached me, right? As a result, not only did you not provide me with protection, but you used me to provide false information to them. You even killed my daughter, son, and wife afterward. Director Sheng shook his head. We did give you a chance to confess your crime. Just the day after Shengtang Morgan Group brought you over, I asked you several times if you have had any trouble in your life recently. But all you told me was you're arguing with your wife if you should send your child to the elementary school at the 3rd level. A week later, we went to investigate the Bossico. I once again hinted at you euphemistically. I told you that no matter what mistakes you've made, it is not too late to turn back. However, you have no intention to tell us everything honestly. And you even asked me why I became so naggy recently. 2 hours ago, I emailed you and asked you to have barbecued food with me at a restaurant. However, you told me that you wanted to put your daughter to sleep. Stop lying that I never gave you a chance to turn back to us. Your family could have survived, but in the end, they died because of you. That's right. You are the real murderer who killed them. Not me or Mr. G, Director Sheng said coldly. His words were like a sharp knife stabbing the chest of the man on the ground. In the end, he broke down and cried, I really didn't expect this matter would take a worse turn. Yes. We always assume that we can get lucky. This is one of the flaws in our human genes. In the end, we all need to pay the price. Give me another chance, the man on the ground pleaded. I am not afraid of death, but I am not willing to die as a traitor. I would be embarrassed to face my family if I die like that. Like everyone, I firmly believe that that day will come. My faith is just as strong as everyone. I don't expect to return to Mr. G to continue to protect his safety, but now it's time you guys need more manpower. I believe that there will be a job that suits me. Yes, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not take a step back. I can't call the shots on this matter. I'd better wait for you to meet Mr. G and ask him directly, Director Sheng said. My task tonight is to send you to him. Feng Zi, on the side, was completely surprised by the conversation between the two. After a while, she pulled someone's clothes and whispered, "What the hell is going on? I thought the promise of a better future is just a slogan that they use to deceive outsiders." No, what they are saying is true. But the future is probably not as good as most of them think, Zhongheng said casually. The black MPV finally stopped outside a private garden that Zhongheng had visited before. And Mr. G was sitting at the table where he met Zhongheng last time. he was holding a teacup in his hand. Although it was late, he was still neatly dressed, and there was not a hint of sleepiness on his face. What was going to happen tonight was too important to him. Even if he was lying in bed, he would not be able to shut his eyes, especially when the last person on the Special Operations team lost contact with him. At that time, not even Director Zheng dared to approach him. It was not until he received another email from Zhongheng that Mr. G's mood improved again. And now, when he saw Zhongheng again, the look in his eyes became a little more complicated. He had too many questions to ask Zhongheng. For instance, how did the latter kill all of the emergency response team by himself? How did he forcibly snatch the memory encoder from his special operations team? And how did he get out from the Burning for Continents hotel? However, all these questions didn't seem that important anymore. In the end, Mr. G only said 3 words. "Please sit down." Director Zheng pulled the chairs out for Zhongheng and Feng Zi. After that, he pushed the bodyguard who betrayed Mr. G to his feet. However, Mr. G did not look at the latter. He placed his hands on the table and looked into Zhongheng's eyes. "Well, I admit that you have won this round. Let's negotiate. I need you to extract the tracking device from my head." "No problem," agreed Mr. G, "you deserve it." Zhongheng then pointed at Feng Zi. "She is wanted in the city now, and she needs a new identity to start over. Other than that, you'd better help me prepare a new identity as well because one of my friends might need it." "Are you talking about the female streamer you live with?" "No problem. In fact, as long as I get what I want, not only can I give them new identities, but I can also let them live on the 5th floor. Lastly, I want 50 shellac records. Collect them for me before you make any move," Zhongheng continued. This time, Mr. G was taken aback. "Shellac records, what are those?" After that, Director Zheng whispered something into Mr. G's ear. Mr. G then frowned. "You are collecting this kind of outdated records?" "Why?" "There is no reason why. I just want them. They make me happy," Zhongheng said. "I'm fine with all your conditions so far. As for the last one, I am not sure if I can find so many shellac records for you in such a short time. Although they are not valuable, they are indeed scarce. Maybe you can give me more time to find the shellac records for you." "No. You seem like you need a better idea of what's happening right now. I am not here to negotiate with you." Zhongheng did not avoid Mr. G's gaze. "Earlier, you gave me a chance to become your courier. Now, I'm also giving you a chance to do these 3 things that I asked for. After that, I will consider giving you the memory encoder." Chapter 10:23. Threatening. Zhongheng's word silenced the entire garden. The polite look on Mr. G's face disappeared as well. Instead of answering Zhongheng immediately, he looked at the traitor bodyguard at his feet and said to the latter, "You have been with me for 3 years. You know I hate traitors the most. Why would you do something like that to me? I'm very disappointed in you. I know that I made a mistake, and I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just want you to give me another chance to make up for my mistakes," the traitor bodyguard pleaded. "But what you have done is not a small mistake," Mr. G said casually. "You were here the other day, and you witnessed Mr. Zhongheng defeating all my men to complete the test. However, even if Mr. Zhongheng performed so well due to your existence, I still couldn't hand over this important task to him. In the end, lots of misunderstandings happened between us. We can't even trust each other." The traitor bodyguard was left speechless. "It's not that I'm not willing to give you another opportunity, but you should have been very clear about how important it is for us to acquire the goods. In fact, without the goods, our plan can't go on. How could I give you another chance?" Mr. G put down the teacup he held. The traitor bodyguard looked panicked. "In addition, I would like to remind you that you have asked the wrong person. Mr. Zhongheng next to you is the key to the survival of our business. Begging him will be better." The traitor bodyguard's hopes to live reignited. Immediately, he cast his expectant gaze on Zhongheng. Before he could say anything, Zhongheng said calmly, "I really like that phrase I heard while I was on the way here. We all need to pay for what we have done. After talking, Zhong Heng made a pleased gesture. Mr. G squinted, not saying a word. He then drew the pistol from Director Zhang's waist and fired at the traitor's bodyguard's head before everyone could react. The latter's body fell to the ground, the guard's blood splattering at the corners of Zhong Heng's clothes. After that, Mr. G pointed his gun at Feng Zi. Mr. Zhong, your heart is harder than I thought. What about her? I heard she helped you a lot tonight. If you lay a finger on her, you will never get to see the memory encoder again. Zhong Heng's tone remained calm. However, everyone knew that he was threatening Mr. G, and it was no doubt that he would stick to his words. I hate that this matter is going in this direction, Mr. G said. Whether you believe it or not, I personally hate violence very much. However, sometimes, when the road to peace fails, we have to try to resort to violence. When you say that your so-called road to peace is not going to work, does it mean that your request was rejected? Zhong Heng asked rhetorically. Mr. G said coldly, should I remind you? It was you who sent me an email saying that you want to talk about the memory encoder. I agreed to it. I even asked someone to pick you up at the station and invite you here. I agreed with all your requests, and I showed you my sincerity as well. On the other hand, you showed me zero politeness when you negotiated. Let me remind you that you are at my turf. Well, I can see that you work very hard here. Zhong Heng ignored the gun in Mr. G's hand. He then lifted the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Feng Zi and himself before continuing. You are worried that I might hide the memory encoder when I return to the first level. That's why you sent your men to the station's entrance to make sure I can't play any tricks. While I was on the way here, your men took a detour to the traitor bodyguard's residence. By killing his family, you indirectly warned me of what would happen if I go against you. After that, you blamed your bodyguard for the fact that you can't trust me. The traitor bodyguard was hoping that I would show him mercy. After you found out that I didn't sympathize with him, you decided to kill him and threaten my friend to threaten me indirectly. I guess that's what's going on right now. Zhong Heng paused and continued, but unfortunately, the memory encoder is not with me right now. To be more precise, I will not bring it back to the first level until you complete my 3 requirements. You left the memory encoder on the second level. This was the first time Mr. G lost his temper tonight. He was so furious that he did not even realize that he knocked over his teacup. He did not expect that Zhong Heng would take such a significant risk. He gave up the opportunity to bring back the memory encoder after he defeated so many enemies. You are right. This is indeed your turf. I thought about it too. So, it's safer for me to leave it at the second level, Zhong Heng said casually. It turns out that I made the right decision. You shouldn't have done this. Where did you put the memory encoder on the second level? Is it safe? Does anyone else know? Mr. G talked like a machine gun. Don't worry. The federal police thought I had died in that fire. But once you turn off the signal blocker, the tracking device in your head will tell the Shengtang Morgan group that you are still alive. Indeed. This is why you better arrange the operation for me as soon as possible, Zhong Heng said. Mr. G was amused. You didn't bring the memory encoder back with you, and you want me to remove the tracking device in you? Yes. You should do that if you still want to get your hands on the memory encoder, Zhong Heng said. Mr. G did not answer. Suddenly they heard an engine roaring outside the private garden. A red motorcycle was rushing towards them from the distant street. It did not slow down until it approached the garden. The 2 bodyguards outside the garden stepped forward and attempted to stop the rider. When they saw who the rider was, however, they stopped moving unanimously. In the end, the motorcycle smashed the garden's glass door. And the person stopped accelerating and braked right before it hit Mr. G's table. The bike drew a semicircle on the ground and finally came to a stop. Miss F took off her helmet with her mechanical prosthesis and threw it in front of Mr. G. I will explain this to you later, Mr. G said. Nevertheless, Miss F ignored him. In an emotionless tone, she said, Code F has completed the task tonight, Mr. G. Chapter 10:24 Surgery. Mr. G sighed and wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose not to say it out. He just nodded instead. Thank you, F. I have kept the promise and completed my task. And now, I don't know if you can keep the promise to others like me, Miss F said casually. I remember you once said that once a person no longer keeps their promise, they are no longer worthy of being trusted. It's a long story. Mr. G looked a little helpless. Furthermore, according to our agreement, he has to first give me the memory encoder before I can find someone to perform the surgery on him. But at that time, he also believed that you wanted him to be the courier for this transaction, rather than using him as bait, F said, not mincing her words. How did you know all these things, especially when you just came back? Who told you about this? Black, or Miyota and his gang? Why ask? Are you going to treat them as moles and kill them? F asked rhetorically. No. That's not what I intend to do. I don't keep secrets from you. I wasn't completely honest with you this time only because I wanted to trick the Shengtang Morgan group, Mr. G explained. Let's put business aside first and extract the tracking device from his head, F pointed at Zhongheng on the side. So, does that mean that you are going to choose him over me? Mr. G said after a moment of silence. You are not forgetting about your past, right? Yes, I will never forget my past, but this has nothing to do with that. If you want the memory encoder, he is the only person that can give it to you. You better fulfill his conditions, just like when he needed you to perform the operation on him and accepted the test you gave him. I thought you could understand such a simple matter. Or, has your pride and self-esteem affected your ability for basic judgment? F asked unceremoniously. Mr. G did not answer immediately. His eyes flickered in the night as if thinking about what F had said. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked at Zhongheng, who had not spoken yet and was drinking his tea in a relaxed manner. This time, I broke my promise first. It's understandable that you don't trust me. I have already contacted the doctor who is in charge of the surgery as agreed. He is waiting for you in the hospital we visited before. He can perform the surgery on you anytime you want. By the way, F will go with you. Although you don't have to worry about me rewriting your memory while the doctor works on you, you might feel more at ease if she is there. Mr. G then paused at this point. I will prepare the new identities for your two friends right away, as well as the 50 shellac records you requested. When you have completed all the tasks, I will hand over the memory encoder to you. Zhongheng put down his teacup. No need, Mr. G said. You two, join us and witness the birth of a new world. F is right. Other than the memory encoder, I also need your strength. Zhongheng wanted to reject the offer, but Mr. G continued to talk before Zhongheng could say anything. Even if the tracker is removed from your head and your company can no longer track you, are you planning to remain anonymous and live forever in the darkness on the first level? I don't mind it at all, Zhongheng shrugged. What about your friends? Those of you who are still living in the dreams of lies, ignorance, and being used as tools. You should also be aware that the revolution is not going to move by itself, right? Zhongheng smiled upon hearing the words. After what happened tonight, are you still expecting that I will help you to bring forward the new world? You might as well just wash up and sleep earlier. I don't need you to bring forward the new world, Mr. G said. Actually, I have been preparing for this grand scheme for so many years. I have almost completed it now. After you hand me the memory encoder, I will be able to complete the puzzle. By that time, the new world will be upon us, and you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is to witness it. However, everything new is extremely fragile at its inception. What's more, we are now carrying out a revolution. Even after the plan is executed successfully, there are still a lot of problems to be solved. If we are not careful, we may fall into a deeper abyss. By that, it means we will need your strength. Not to expand our territory, but to protect it. Don't say no to me first. Anyway, you still have lots of time to consider. At the same time, F also said, let's proceed with your surgery first. After speaking, she did not look at Mr. G again, turning and walking out of the garden instead. F then started the black MPV parked by the entrance and brought Zhongheng and Fengzi to the operating room. And this time, Mr. G finally kept his promise. The surgeon was there waiting for Zhongheng. Since the tracking device was located under the cerebral cortex, it made it extremely difficult to remove, its difficulty ranking first among all surgeries. It required the use of the latest generation Da Vinci surgical robots, and there were only so many capable of performing such surgery in New Shanghai 0297, 2 in this case. Dr. Zhou, who was standing in front of Zhongheng now, was one. The director of the 3-story central hospital. He was in his 50s, but his body was well maintained. His youthful appearance, however, made him look like he was in his 40s. Zhongheng wondered how Mr. G managed to invite him here to perform the surgery on him. Dr. Zhou, too, didn't ask any questions unrelated to the operation. Instead, he acted like he did not know Zhongheng was a clone. While they were talking, Dr. Zhou used another word to replace the tracking device word. After that, the assistant asked Zhongheng to do a series of checkups to determine the surgical plan. Meanwhile, Zhongheng, on the other side, had already shaved off his hair, changed into a surgical gown, and had laid on the operating table. He did not talk to F anymore, and the latter never promised him anything either. The two just glanced at each other. F then said to Fengzi on the side, "The surgery could get very bloody. You'd better go out." "How about you?" F did not answer the question with words. Instead, she answered this question with her actions. She took her saber and stood at the side of the operating table near the entrance. By standing there, she could stop anyone that tried to interrupt the surgery. "Since you are not afraid, then I am not as well." Fengzi was a bold woman. After hearing what F said, she opened her eyes wide and watched curiously as the anesthesiologist gassed Zhongheng. When the anesthesia started to take effect, Dr. Zhou marked the incision line on Zhongheng's head, fixed it on the head frame. He then made an incision on the scalp with a scalpel, all the way down until the skull was exposed. He then proceeded to open up the skull using an electric drill and a milling cutter, completely ignoring the two women in the operating room. Chapter 10:25. Apologize. The tracking device in Zhongheng's was fully optimized the moment it left the factory. Once the signal transmission had been blocked for more than 8 hours, it would automatically trigger the meltdown process, causing irreversible damage to the user's cerebral cortex. When Zhongheng fought his enemies at the amusement park, he temporarily removed the signal blocking device because it was approaching the 8 hours time limit. However, from the moment he laid down on the operating table, only 5 hours were left before the tracking device started to melt down. In order to ensure that Shengtang Morgan Group did not know Zhongheng was still alive, Dr. Zhou needed to complete the operation within 5 hours and extract the tracking device under Zhongheng's cerebral cortex. Even for Dr. Zhou, who was known as one of the only 2 people in the New Shanghai 0297 who could perform this surgery, it was still a very challenging task for him. For hours had now passed, and Dr. Gu's back was completely soaked in sweat, prompting his assistant beside him to wipe the sweat off his forehead countless times. Since this surgery required a high degree of concentration, Dr. Zhou often could not blink for a long time. His eyes were bloodshot. Not far away, Fengzi had fallen asleep against the wall. She was not afraid to watch the surgery, but she was completely exhausted after undergoing so many high adrenaline events. Both her body and mind had reached their limits. And she fell asleep before the sunrise. As for F, on the other side, she remained the same from the beginning to the end. She stood there like a stone statue by the operating room entrance, kept the same posture, and had not spoken a single word. The nurse in the operating room started to suspect that she was a robot. Finally, after 4 hours and 30 minutes of complicated surgery, Dr. Zhou controlled the surgical robot to extract a piece of metal wire only tens of microns in diameter from under Zhongheng's cerebral cortex. The microscopic object was designed to continuously transmit the clone's location information to the data center. It could help them to locate their clones whenever it was necessary. It acted as a choke chain around the clone's neck, prohibiting them from running away. "This thing is like the thread used by the puppet master to manipulate his puppet," muttered Dr. Zhou while looking at the wire under the tweezers. F's pupils shrank when she saw the piece of wire. After that, she drew the saber around her waist for the first time and cut the wire in the hands of the surgical robot into two. "How long till the surgery is over?" F put the saber back to her waist and asked Dr. Zhou. "Soon. I just need to stitch him up. I shall let you continue." F bowed slightly. Dr. Zhou returned the courtesy, and his gaze fell on F's mechanical prosthesis. He seemed to be in deep thought for a moment before a flash of sorrow flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he said, "You have a lovely left arm." "Thank you, Doctor." 40 minutes later, in Zhongheng's ward, F lit a cigarette and looked at the blurry street outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking. The next moment, a voice came from behind. "Smoking should be banned in wards." F then turned around and saw Zhongheng with his eyes opened on the hospital bed. She was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to wake up so early. I thought it would take some time for the anesthesia to subside." "Well, I asked the anesthesiologist to reduce the amount of anesthetic for me." Zhongheng then touched his head. "Why did you do that?" "If the surgery fails, I will have some time to deal with the police officers and assassins sent by the Shengtang Morgan group. Anyway, the worst outcome for my action is to watch the doctor fix my skull while I'm awake," Zhongheng said while attempting to sit up from the bed. "I thought you wanted me to protect you." "Yes. But I'm used to preparing for the worst." Zhongheng put on his clothes. And he was not worried that Mr. G would do something terrible to him. After all, he was the only person that knew the whereabouts of the memory encoder. At least before he handed over the memory encoder to him, Mr. G would not harm him. He might even protect him. Strictly speaking, this arrangement was way better than the first agreement set between the two parties. Zhongheng was now more cautious about the Shengtang Morgan group. If they realized that he was not dead, they would not hesitate to send more powerful men to deal with him. Although the emergency response team starting with the number 0 was Shengtang Morgan Group's strongest armed force, Zhongheng was not naive enough to think it was the only one. After all, his enemy was the owner of New Shanghai 0297. Not only did he own this new city, but it was also a well-respected behemoth in society. As the actual ruler of the first level, Mr. G could be regarded as the overlord in New Shanghai 0297. However, to Shengtang Morgan Group, he was no different than an ant. Zhongheng had a problem that he still could not figure out. Even if Mr. G managed to effectively promote the revolution in New Shanghai 0297, Shengtang Morgan Group would not hesitate to send their armed forces to retake New Shanghai 0297 once they felt their interests were threatened. By then, how would Mr. G plan to deal with them? Zhongheng had a hunch. Maybe the answer to this question lay in the memory encoder. "Sorry." F's voice pulled Zhongheng back from his thoughts. "Why say that?" "You weren't the one who broke the contract," Zhongheng said. He had previously suspected F was involved in it, but F was not there among the 10 couriers and the special operations team. It was then that Zhongheng realized that F had nothing to do with this matter. After that, the latter even broke into Mr. G's garden on a motorcycle, arguing with her fiancé over Zhongheng, an outsider. "You chose to accept this job because you trusted me. So, I am also responsible for introducing you to him. He is my fiancé anyway, and I naturally have to bear half of the mistakes he made," F said. "Are you disappointed in him tonight?" "Why do you ask?" F raised her head and looked at Zhongheng. "Everyone would make mistakes," she added after a pause. "Compared to others, he has done a great job. He is an excellent leader. After I reminded him, he realized his mistakes, and he is willing to make up for them. You heard what he said. I think that both of you should let go of your hostility and focus on what's important." After such a long time of preparation, we finally managed to piece all the puzzles together, and we can begin to take the first step. Chapter 1026. Woman's Sixth Sense. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Feng Zi was awakened from her sleep by the smell of Yuxiong's shredded pork. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Zhongheng sitting at the table eating his food. The sight and smell of the food almost made her drool. Then, suddenly, she yelled, "Where is my food? Did you buy me some?" "Well, I also bought you a set." Zhongheng then placed another lunchbox opposite him. Feng Zi quickly got up from the bed. "I'm starving to death. I stayed with you all night. Not only did I skip dinner, but I also didn't have breakfast. You have been sleeping a long time." Zhongheng handed out a pair of disposable chopsticks to Feng Zi. The latter took the chopsticks and opened the lunchbox as quickly as possible. She took a whiff of the food in front of her, and at the same time, she did not forget to ask about F. Where is the woman with mechanical prosthesis and great temperament? Well, she had gone back to where she came from. Zhongheng said. "Speaking of which, what is the relationship between you and her?" Feng Zi curiously asked. "When you had your surgery, she stood by the door, and she didn't drink or eat. It looks like she cares about you a lot. We are just friends. She has a fiancé, and he is the man that we saw in the garden last night." "That dwarf?" Feng Zi raised her eyebrows. "His name is Mr. G, right? I don't like him. And judging from the scene when they met last night, I don't see any love in the woman's eyes. But I can see that the man loves her very much. Does their relationship make you feel a little awkward?" "What do you mean by that?" Zhongheng frowned. Feng Zi did not mind the low-cut shirt that she was wearing. She leaned close towards Zhongheng and said in a low voice, "She is your friend, but you want to kill her fiancé, right?" Zhongheng then put down his chopsticks and for the first time felt how magical a woman's sixth sense was. "Look, I was right." Feng Zi sat back triumphantly. "No, I told you to stop thinking nonsense." Zhongheng said casually. "You lied. The woman in the red dress at the bar was gorgeous, and you pinned her hand to the table with a knife without any hesitation. Why are you hesitating to deal with a not very good-looking man now?" "I don't kill based on how someone looks," Zhongheng said helplessly. "That being said, most men would hesitate to hurt a good-looking woman." Feng Zi split the chopsticks and rubbed them against each other to get rid of the splinters. "You are such a weird man, but I have to say that you are very good to your friends. Forget it, I won't sleep with you for now, mainly because I'm afraid that I can't help but think about your brain when you're lying in bed. I have to admit, no matter how good-looking you are, it's not very attractive to see your brains exposed." "Thank you." Zhongheng finished his last bite of the meal and threw the lunchbox into the trash can at his feet. After that, they heard a knock on the door. Zhongheng opened the door and saw the driver who picked them up at the station last night. The latter greeted him politely and took out 3 bracelets. "Mr. G asked me to come. The new citizen IDs you asked for are ready. These identities belong to some dead guys. Rest assured, as long as no one digs deep into them, you will be fine. Other than that, payment and personal verification functions are also available. When you want to use those functions, you can activate them with your fingerprint. Of course, this is only temporary. When that day comes, you, me, and everyone can live freely under the sun." "Thank you." Zhongheng took the 3 bracelets and tossed one of them to Feng Zi. He then activated the bracelet on the spot and put the other bracelet away. After that, he noticed that the driver did not leave. "Anything else?" "Oh, Mr. G also said that he would like to welcome you to join us. His welcome is well received by me. Are you available now? I can drive you around the city to get a better understanding of what we are doing. And you can meet and greet the others." The driver did not expect Zhongheng to agree after seeing the tension between him and Mr. G last night. Hence, he expected Zhongheng would refuse Mr. G's arrangement without hesitation. Instead, Zhongheng nodded. "Okay. Anyway, I'm recovering from my surgery. It'll do me well to go out for a walk." "I want to go too." Feng Zi, on the other side, also shouted. After the nap, she, too, seemed to have rejuvenated. and she did not seem to be bothered by her current situation. However, she had now obtained a new identity. Thanks to what happened last night, she could no longer go back to her past life. It was no longer possible to step foot on the second level anymore. Although she had many friends there, she did not look like she was bothered by the fact that she could not meet them again. She quickly finished the food in her lunchbox and put down the chopsticks in his hand. "Welcome. We always welcome new blood to join us," the driver said. The three entered the black MPV, but this time, in the passenger seat was no longer Director Xing, but Zhongheng. The driver introduced himself to them while driving, and Zhongheng raised his eyebrows when he heard his code name. "You are Black. Were you the one that told Miss F about the situation here last night?" Black nodded and confessed. "That was me. Aren't you afraid of ending up like the man you guys tied up and tossed into the car last night?" "Why say that?" Black looked a little puzzled, and he said in a solemn voice, "He is a traitor and Shengtang Morgan Group bought him over. He deserves to die. I just told Miss F what happened here in accordance with her request. Even if Mr. G wants you to keep it a secret. Miss F is not an outsider." "Oh, because she is Mr. G's fiancée?" "No. That's not the reason. Of course, everyone is thrilled to see them finally get together, especially Mr. G. Everyone has seen his contribution to this cause. That's not why we trust Miss F. The reason why we trust her is that she is a very trustworthy companion." "Is that right?" Zhongheng's eyes flickered. Is this thought personal, or do the others think the same of her as well? "As far as I know, most people do." "How strange. I thought she's usually distant and a woman with very few words." "She doesn't have too many friends too. Actions are more powerful than words. Indeed, when she first came, everyone thought she was difficult to get along with. And Mr. G took her very seriously. At that time, there were some rumors. Although Mr. G's statement was very firm, those rumors did not disappear. As time passed, more and more people saw the beating heart under her cold shell and saw what she liked. At that time, we started to accept her as one of us, especially among the young people. The boys secretly admired her, and girls imitated her. The more you understood her, the more you couldn't resist her charm. That's why she is the perfect match for Mr. G. Chapter 10:27. Visiting the factory. Most of the time, Black was a very man with very little work to do during his working hours. However, he could be very talkative after he got off from work. Maybe he had received orders from Mr. G so that whenever Zhongheng asked a question, Black would try his best to answer them. Afterward, Black brought Zhongheng and Fengzi to visit a weapons factory. New Shanghai 0297 had relatively loose control of weapons, and residents were allowed to carry their weapons. However, the ruling only applied to the residents on the first and second levels, where the public security wasn't as good. They were also limited to the kind of weapons they could carry. Thus, if one wanted to acquire a powerful weapon, one had to obtain it through smuggling channels. Mr. G was about to start a revolution, and the armed forces he needed were unprecedented. Smuggling alone could no longer meet his needs for weapons. So, he had gone ahead to purchase several factories, retooled the production lines, and started to mass-produce bulletproof vests and guns. Now, Black was bringing Zhongheng and Fengzi to visit one of those factories. Before they entered, they saw a large group of security guards with guns standing in front of the gate. They immediately picked up their guns whenever they saw a vehicle approaching the factory. One of them signaled Black to stop the car. However, when Black showed them his pass, the security guards put their guns away again. After that, they took a look at the other two people in the car and opened the door. While the guards were verifying their identities, Zhongheng also observed the group of security guards outside the car. He found out that they all had the same tattoos on their bodies, indicating they must belong to the same gang, and were now working for Mr. G in this weapon factory. Black knew what Zhongheng was thinking. He then took the initiative to introduce them to him. "Oh, all these security guards are from the Greyhound Gang. The Greyhound Gang is a small gang that specializes in guarding the nightclubs and KTVs. Did Mr. G hire them to guard the factory? No. They volunteered to help us. In fact, we didn't pay them a single penny. Building a new world requires the effort of everyone. Some choose to donate their money to Mr. G, and some offer their service. That's how we, together, make the new world a reality. If you know that the world is not good enough and you do nothing, it will only get worse and worse. Well said, but although I can see people offering their service, I don't see anyone donating money to this great cause, Feng Zi interrupted Black. Yes. Mr. G owns many properties and has a lucrative income. However, when it comes to his expenditure, all his properties and income are not worth mentioning. For example, in this transaction, the cost of 1 G of antimatter is astronomical. If converted into monetary value, you can buy new Shanghai's first to the third level. Other than that, the raw materials needed to produce those weapons are purchased and provided by Mr. G alone. Besides that, Mr. G has to handle countless other expenses. So, please don't think Mr. G is taking advantage of everyone's desire for a new world for his personal gain. He has paid more than anyone else, and he also makes sure that every single penny is being spent on this revolution. Feng Zi was speechless. At that time, the Black MPV had entered the factory. Black then turned off the engine and left the driver's seat. After Zhongheng and Feng Zi got out of the car, he clapped his hands and attracted the factory floor's attention. Then, once he got the people's attention, Black grabbed the loudspeaker hanging on the wall. This factory was different from the generic factories that relied on machines to help with production. The factories Mr. G purchased were quite old, thus requiring large manpower to run the production lines. At least 100 workers worked in this factory right now. After Black dropped his first sentence, all the workers stopped what they were doing and looked at Black. Today, I want to introduce you to 2 new companions, Black said as he took 2 steps back, allowing Zhongheng and Feng Zi to step forward. That's right. The 2 people here are our newfound allies. They risked their lives to get us an extremely essential object from Shengtang Morgan's emergency response team. Without this, we will never be able to carry out our plan. Now, they are our heroes. After Black was finished, the workers fell into silence. Then, right after that, came a burst of enthusiastic cheers and applause. The sudden enthusiastic applause made Feng Zi, who had always been carefree, a little embarrassed. When she thought about it, she felt that she did not do much last night. After all, Zhongheng was the one that killed the entire emergency response team. The memory encoder he had with him would be used for the revolution, but instead, Zhongheng wanted to use it to blackmail Mr. G. That was why Feng Zi felt that they don't deserve the praise and applause. Her cheeks were flushing. On the other hand, Zhongheng's expression next to her had hardly changed. Feng Zi noticed Zhongheng was not looking at the people that were cheering for them. Instead, his attention was landed on graffiti on the factory's black wall. Who is that? The old Mr. G. Feng Zi followed Zhongheng's gaze and looked at the graffiti. No, that's Baudrillard, Zhongheng said. Who? The name was unfamiliar to Feng Zi. He is a sociologist, Zhongheng said. He remembered the long and dull movie he watched with Miss F in the screening hall. All the unanswered questions that he had in mind were now answered. So, are you going to tell me about him? No. If you still want to return to your normal life, it's better that you don't understand his theories, Zhongheng said. Who? Sounds so mysterious. Feng Zi was skeptical. When the cheers came to an end, and the workers returned to their posts, Black led Zhongheng and Feng Zi around the factory. Like the Greyhound security guarding the factory, the people who worked in the factory were volunteers as well. They were not paid a single penny, and they came from different places. There were cooks, couriers, and even pregnant women. The one thing they shared was their extreme dedication to their work. There was no supervisor in the entire factory because hiring someone to watch over them was unnecessary. Everyone was doing their best as though something silently motivated them. When Feng Zi heard Zhongheng talking to some of them, she could feel the fire that burned inside their hearts. Feng Zi was envious of them. At least at this moment, she felt that it was not a bad thing to become one of them, especially for someone who had struggled to find her life goals for such a long time now. A life with a clear goal was exactly the life that she longed for. It made Fengzi want to take off her coat now and join the production line. When she saw the outdated production line, she had already started to come up with many plans in her mind to improve production efficiency. So, Fengzi asked Black, "Can I stay here for some time?" "Of course, this is exactly what we desire. How about you?" Fengzi looked at Zhonghang again. The latter was still unmoved. Upon hearing that, he said, "I'm still recovering from my surgery. Let's continue to walk around." Chapter 10:28. Happy Nursing Home. After leaving Fengzi at the weapons factory's production line, Zhonghang continued with Black on the factory tour. As they went along, he saw lots of people who worked day and night to welcome the arrival of the new world. Although many were Mr. G's cronies, most workers were still made up of ordinary people who worked hard in their respective positions. Like those workers in the weapons factory, they had come from different places and worked various jobs. And now, they were working towards the same goal. They were like drops of water, gathering together, eventually converging into a turbulently surging river. But what disappointed Black a little was that Zhonghang's expression remained the same no matter what he saw during the tour. He was like a massive boulder in the middle of a river. No matter how the water rushed towards it, the boulder remained unmoved. It was hard for anyone to see through Zhonghang's mind. At dusk, the two finally arrived at the last place. Unlike the factories they previously visited, this factory was neither a weapon factory nor Mr. G's secret base. Seeming to have nothing to do with the so-called New World, this should be, on the contrary, the most desolate place in New Shanghai 0297. It was a nursing home. Black parked the car outside the nursing home's gate, but he did not get off this time. He then said, "I am delighted to be your temporary driver and introduce you to our companion. But now, you should go and meet your companion." Zhonghang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. After that, he opened the car door and walked towards the nursing home. The gates looked like they haven't been maintained for years. However, Zhonghang did not expect the interior design of the nursing home to be quite beautiful. There was a small garden that looked very cozy, with flowers and trees that were neatly trimmed. Fountains and fish ponds had also been built. After walking through the garden, he came to the back of a 4-story white building. The sensor door opened automatically in front of him. Zhonghang noticed that a light on his head flashed once, followed by the sound of taking pictures. Not long after that, he saw a young nurse in a blue uniform working hard in the duty room. She then ran out and gave Zhonghang a card. "Here you go. The old man you'll be taking care of is in room 219. Your responsibilities and things needing attention are written on the card. Read it whenever you can. By the way, welcome to Happy Nursing Home, and I hope you can be happy too." Seeing Zhonghang still standing there, the nurse explained, "Oh, that's it. Our nursing home pursues a happy elderly care approach, paying special attention to the emotional state and mental health of each elderly person. We want to encourage them to do what they really want to do. Other than that, we want to deliver as much happiness to them as possible." Deliver happiness? Yes. We believe that happiness can be passed on. Therefore, the staff of nursing homes should also pass on their happiness to the elderly living here. It may sound a bit complicated, but the actual process is very simple. Just make yourself happy first and pass the joy to the elderly that you are taking care of. The nurse patted her head. "Ah, I almost forgot. I haven't introduced you to the nursing home, right? Let's go. Let me tell you a little bit about the facilities here." After speaking, the nurse grabbed Zhonghang's hand and walked to the other side of the corridor. She then pointed to a spacious and bright room with a row of dining tables and stools. It looked like a banquet hall. "This is the dining hall. You can tell the chef what you want." "What do I want to eat? Or are you talking about the elderly in my care?" "Yes. I'm talking about what you want to eat. This is the staff canteen. All the elderly people in our nursing homes usually eat in their rooms. So after the staff finish their meals here, they need to bring their food to their room. Simple, right? The nurse said while beaming sweetly. Yes. It's simple. After the two came to another room, the nurse continued to talk. This is a game room where you can play some of the newly released video games. If you find out that some of the old games are not available, you can always inform us, and we will ask our people to purchase them. Here, you can choose to play against each other. Of course, you can also play on your own. Other than that, the game room is also equipped with a beverage machine. Don't worry. It's free. So, you guys allow the elderly in your nursing home to play video games as well? No. This game room is designed for our staff only. The elderly here have their playrooms, and neither side interferes with each other, the nurse replied. Let's go up to the second floor and have a look. There is also a basketball court and badminton court. Those are staff facilities as well, right? Zhongheng had already thought of something. No. The basketball court is meant for the elderly. Seeing Zhongheng's eyebrows raised again, the nurse burst out in laughter. Just kidding, of course, it's for the staff. The elderly here will do, less intensive workout. In addition, I also strongly recommend the spa at the third level. Believe me. You must try it at least once. After that, you will never be able to live without it. Don't you think the employee benefits of your nursing home are too good? Zhongheng asked. Well, you are not the first person to ask this question, and I don't think you will be the last. I have to admit that it might look a little strange, but do you still remember our motto here? We are supposed to pass on our happiness to the elderly here. We believe that only when our staff truly feel happy can they pass on their happiness to the elderly here. Thank you, Xiao Yi. You can leave the rest to me, a voice came from the other side of the corridor, and Miss F walked out of there. Okay, Sister F. The nurse named Xiao Yi stuck out her tongue and went back to the duty room to start gossiping with other nurses. After she left, Miss F nodded at Zhongheng. You are here. Zhongheng paused and said, you know what you are doing here is actually meaningless, right? It appears that you already know the purpose of this nursing home. Miss F did not answer Zhongheng's question. Instead, she signaled him to go upstairs with her. Well, you sympathize with those clones who have been treated as tools. So, you rented them from their company. From the surface, you make it look like they are here to work, but the truth is you want them to come here for a good rest. The people that we take care of in this place are not the elderly but the clones. The so-called passing on the joy is just an excuse to prevent their companies from finding any anomalies when they read their memories. But? Zhongheng paused. You should know that these clones are programmed to do odd jobs. They are considered the lowest tier of clones. Every time they return from work, their memories will be reset. After that, they will never remember their past. What you do to them here is a waste of time. I disagree with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown you that movie when we first met. Miss F shook her head and said solemnly, they may not remember their memories here, but this experience is real, and their happiness is real. Even if it only lasts for a short time, they at least get to live like a normal person in this world. Chapter 1029. Meaning of Life. So, is this why you support Mr. G so much, not only because he is your fiancé, or to repay him for saving you, but you want to rely on him to change Clone's fate? Zhongheng said. Yes. Miss F nodded and confessed. As you can see, even if I try my best, all I can do is to open a few more nursing homes like this. You're right, in a way. I can't change the fate of our entire population, so I need him. Mr. G is one of the few willing to treat clones and ordinary humans equally. He promised me that in the new world he created, there will be no tracking devices, memory encoders, or serial numbers, a world where clones can enjoy the same rights as ordinary people. And you believe him? I believe in everything worthy of trust, Miss F said. It's you. I don't know what you believe in so far. I was worried about you at one time, especially when you first awakened. I knew what you felt because I experienced a similar thing as well. You know what troubles you will encounter next, but you don't seem to be a person in trouble at all. My situation is special. Well, that's what you have been saying. I might have doubted you before, but now I choose to believe you. That is because the ordinary clones can't complete Mr. G's test, nor can they defeat the emergency response team. You even got the memory encoder from them. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to dig up your past, nor the secrets behind you. I just hope that you can find your direction. Zhongheng listened to Miss F quietly. You are the most powerful clone I have ever seen, and unlike me, you completely broke the shackles on your neck, single-handedly. In other words, you broke the tragic cycle the clones are destined for and gained the freedom we all longed for. At least a part of it. What next? What do you plan to do after you gain your freedom? I plan to focus on collecting shellac records. I'm not talking about your newly developed hobby, Miss F said. I'm asking about the ultimate question of your life. What is the meaning of your life, and what goals you'd wish to accomplish in your next phase of life? I'm not talking about the goals programmed into your mind. I'm talking about what you really want to do. Do you want me to help you to liberate other clones? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. If that were the case, this journey would make perfect sense for him. Earlier, Mr. G showed Zhongheng his grand scheme, trying to inspire him through the collective appeal displayed by the society's bottom level. And for the last stop, Miss F was there to persuade him from a similar perspective. Even Zhongheng had to admit that it was indeed a very effective method. If he were really a clone, coupled with his relationship with Miss F, it would be difficult for Zhongheng to ignore the fate of other clones. However, Zhongheng didn't expect Miss F to shake her head. No. I did have such a thought before, but I have given up on it. Why? Have you found out that I am not easily persuaded? No, because I don't want to become one of those people. What people? Those people who write the memories for us, Miss F said. What I have been trying to do is to liberate my compatriots from the false life goals. Hence, I will not try to instill the idea of something that you don't want to do in you. You encourage me to do what I want to do, but you have to carry the burden of liberating the entire population? Don't you think this is self-contradictory? I am different from you. It is indeed my goal in life to liberate our kind. Oh, the expression on your face, I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking that I am also one of Mr. G's fanatics influenced by him. That's why I'm devoted to what I do now. But this time, you are wrong. The reason I chose this path has nothing to do with him. After being rescued by Mr. G, I also experienced a long period of confusion. To be honest, I didn't expect that I would survive the surgery until I opened my eyes, especially after discovering that my previous wishes and memories were all false. I lost one of my arms too, and I once doubted whether I had enough courage to live on. For a short while, I suspected I'd never escape from that nightmare. After I ran out of the manor, I was quickly located by the people from the company. They rewrote the memories in my mind, making me think that I'm out of control and regained freedom. The moment I lowered my guard, their people would suddenly appear in front of me, enjoying the desperation on my face. It's reasonable. This is what they're good at. In that manner, these sorts of things happen again and again. Due to some accident, I got out of control that night. I live in the same fear every day. This fear and torture almost drove me mad until I start to contact our kinds in my life actively. Why? In the beginning, I was just trying to find out if anyone had gone through the same experience as me. From there, I tried to speculate when my nightmare will come again. However, once I get to know them in depth, the desire to do something for them becomes stronger and stronger. It even overrides my fear of the future. I don't have a family, and I don't know who my parents are. But, through them, I can feel a sense of intimacy. By then, my emotions had stabilized. Because of this, Mr. G bought this nursing home while he was on the verge of bankruptcy and gave it to me, so I could use it as a secret base to contact other clones. From there, I modified the place and turned it into a clone paradise. In the midst of it, I finally found my goal in life. I want to do more for them and grant them freedom. This is the belief that keeps me moving forward, and how I gained the strength I have today. Miss F moved her mechanical arm while speaking. But this is my life's goal, not yours. Thus, it would be best if you found the meaning of your existence. This may be difficult, especially for a clone, but definitely worth a try. Chapter 10:30. Changing Minds. That night, at the weapons factory, the workers on the assembly line had gotten off work and had gone home. However, Feng Zi and several engineers were still at the workshop, studying more about machine optimization. A few of them were arguing about replacing a certain part of the machine. Feng Zi was slapping her hands on the table, and the others' faces were burning red. However, their argument seemed only limited to technical issues. In fact, after spending an entire afternoon with them and coupled with Feng Zi's carefree character, she had gotten along well with everyone in the factory. And now, everyone considered her as one of them. Besides, Feng Zi was very knowledgeable when it came to the machinery, and the suggestions she provided had been very valuable so far. However, they still needed to do some tests on her ideas to see if they would work well. Feng Zi and the engineers didn't realize how time flew until the roars of an engine broke the tranquility of the night. The security then released a red motorcycle, and the rider drove into the factory and finally stopped in front of Feng Zi. As the rider removed its helmet, a look of surprise appeared on Feng Zi's face. "I thought the woman named F is here to deal with me. Why is her motorcycle with you? I met her just now. So, I asked to borrow her motorcycle to ride around," Zhongheng said. "What's going on? Are you ready to call it a day?" Since you are here, let's go back together," Feng Zi said. After saying goodbye to the engineers discussing with her, she sat on the motorcycle's backseat. Zhongheng twisted the throttle, the motorcycle made a roar, and they sped out of the weapons factory. Zhongheng did not speak all the way, but Feng Zi couldn't hold back and asked, "You have nothing to say? What do you want me to say?" Zhongheng's voice sounded muffled by the wind that was blasting them. "I know you have always disliked Mr. G and the vision he's portrayed. So, you probably won't like what I did in the factory this afternoon. You have nothing to worry about because I never interfere with other people's life decisions, nor do I ask the people around me to do as I please," Zhongheng said. "I kind of understand why Mr. G and you are so incompatible. Both of you are at extreme ends," Feng Zi said. "Let me correct you here. I am not incompatible with Mr. G. Our only contradiction is only about the transaction. He broke the agreement between us, and it upset me. So, now, I'm using the memory encoder to blackmail him into doing things for me. He should be distraught now. That's it. So, you will give him the memory encoder later. After he finishes what I want him to do, I will return him the memory encoder," Zhongheng said. "Then, do you still want to kill him?" Feng Zi asked again. Zhongheng did not answer immediately. He seemed to be thinking about the question. It was only after a while that he said, "No. When this matter is over, I will concentrate on collecting shellac records no matter who wins or loses." "You changed your mind. Why?" "I thought you were the kind that makes decisions without being affected by others." Since Feng Zi asked, Zhongheng had no intention to hide anything from her anymore. He then said bluntly, "The reason I wanted to kill him had nothing to do with the new world that he was going to create. Although I was personally skeptical about the beautiful vision he outlined, I don't actually care much about this kind of thing. I just know that he is not as generous as he presents himself to others. See, he has only treated me politely now because he needs the memory encoder that I have with me. Once I hand it over to him, I'm not ruling out the possibility that he will make me pay the price. So, I wanted to kill him before he could kill me." Feng Zi did not know what to say. So she paused and asked again, "Now how do you know that he won't make you pay the price anymore?" "I don't know that. I saw that many people rely on him, hoping to change the world. Even if I still hadn't identified his end goal, at least the enthusiasm of these people is true. I don't want to take away their hopes." My stand remains the same, and I do not intend to join them. I have no reason to stop you from helping him too. It is better that I leave as soon as possible to do the things I want to do. No need to worry about me. Since the tracking device has been extracted from my head, no one in the entire New Shanghai 0297 would be able to locate me if I choose to go into hiding. Zhonghang and Fengzi had been living on the first level for 3 days now. During this period, Mr. Ji had always been very polite towards them. He would send his people every day to ask them what they needed and gave them enough credit points to cope with their expenses. Fengzi was now working at the weapon factory, reporting to work on time every day, while Zhonghang continued to heal his injuries. With the help of the latest generation of medical gels, his surgical wounds healed very quickly. Soon, there was only a faint scar left. After that, Zhonghang bought a wig for his head. By doing that, no one would be able to notice the scar. Later, Zhonghang asked Black to inform Mr. Ji that he would leave the first level for some time. Mr. Ji then had a video call with Zhonghang, during which Mr. Ji told Zhonghang about the current situation of New Shanghai 0297. After what happened that night, Xingtang Morgan Group could no longer stand the forces that were not within their control. Even if this force could help with the stability of the first level, reducing their management costs, ever since Mr. Ji started to execute his plan, the trouble he caused exceeded the benefit Xingtang Morgan Group could reap from it. Hence, the atmosphere on the first level had only grown tenser. Xingtang Morgan Group had successively deployed more police from the other 4 levels to the first level. In the name of maintaining public security, the police trigged minor skirmishes with Mr. Ji, and although both sides had not done something out of line at this stage, no one knew how long it would last. After telling Zhonghang the current situation, Mr. Ji also euphemistically hinted that it was safer that he stayed on the first level, especially considering that Zhonghang would still need to bring the memory encoder to him from the second level. Mr. Ji could not afford to let something bad happen to his benefactor at this time. Zhonghang, however, still insisted on leaving. And at the same time, he rejected the bodyguard sent by Mr. Ji, considering that the relationship between the two parties was still in their honeymoon phase, and Zhonghang was strong enough to protect himself. Mr. Ji said anything, in the end, agreeing for Zhonghang to leave the first level temporarily. Afterward, the two reached an agreement that Zhonghang could only leave for a maximum of 3 days. At the same time, if something bad happened and caused the situation at the first level to deteriorate rapidly, Zhonghang had to bring the memory encoder back immediately. Chapter 1031. What do you mean by huge chance? For days had passed since Zhonghang left the third level. In order to make sure that everyone thought he was dead, Zhonghang did not contact anyone during this period. Meanwhile, the news stated that he had been killed in the fire at the hotel. It was why Mr. Ji had hoped that Zhonghang could continue to stay on the first level, because once Xingtang Morgan realized that he was still alive, they would know that the memory encoder had returned to the first level. By then, the fragile balance at the first level would be tipped. Zhonghang did promise to help Qian find out what happened to her, especially considering the latter's boyfriend had now returned to New Shanghai 0297. Hence, Zhonghang decided to go back to the third level with makeup as soon as possible after the tracking device was extracted from his head. Instead of going to Qian's apartment immediately, Zhonghang went to look for Egoat first. The latter had gone to the fourth level to investigate Qian's boyfriend after Zhonghang motivated him. Other than experiencing the difference in the gap between the two levels, they found nothing else. Before they separated, Zhonghang promised to contact him once he acquired new updates. Egoat, however, had not received a single email from Zhonghang. Now, he felt what it was like to be taken advantage of. At the same time, that trip caused him to completely give up on Qian. He still felt sad after returning to the third level, but as time passed, Egoat gradually got over the anguish of giving up on someone he loved. Without relying on alcohol to dissipate his sorrows, Egoat still looked taciturn. However, he did enroll himself in a Hulusi class for the first time ever. Seemingly planning on cultivating a new hobby other than programming, he wanted to get out of his sadness as soon as possible. On this day, after he came back from his Hulusi class, someone tapped on his shoulder. Egoat then turned around, and he saw a somewhat strange-looking man. Immediately, E-Goat dug through his memory, and he did not remember where he met someone like that. Just when he was about to ask what the other party was doing here, the strange-looking man spoke first. The time to test how deep your feelings for Zhu Qian are has come. It's you. Upon hearing the ghoulish voice, E-Goat shuddered, almost dropping the huluzi that he held in his hand. It's the same trick again, he growled in angst. You are relentless, aren't you? How does such a wicked person like you exist in this world? Why do you have to appear in my life every time after I crawl out of the abyss? You are going to push me off the cliff again. Don't worry, this time, I will not trick you anymore. After E-Goat was done talking, he pushed Zhongheng's hand away from his shoulder, turned around, and continued walking towards the residential area. Zhongheng then talked to E-Goat again. Well, I initially wanted to tell you your golden opportunity has arrived, but since you've chosen to give it up, I have to respect your decision. I hope you find someone you like as soon as possible. Zhongheng also turned and walked to the other side of the road. However, when he stopped and waited for the traffic light to turn red, the expression on E-Goat's face changed a lot. He then stomped the ground, turned around, and ran towards Zhongheng. You mentioned the golden opportunity. What do you mean by that? I thought you were going to give her up. You have complete control over me now. Are you happy now? E-Goat gritted his teeth. I haven't thought about it like that. I just wanted to try my luck with you. After all, you are one of the few people I know willing to help Zhu Qian, Zhongheng said sincerely. But the fact is you are now controlling me. E-Goat cried angrily. I didn't want to run toward you in the first place, but I don't know why my legs went completely out of control. Anyway, since you are here, why don't you hear me out? The good news is that I didn't lie to you. You really do have a huge chance to win Zhu Qian's heart this time. What do you mean by that? After being repeatedly disappointed by Zhongheng, E-Goat had learned his lessons by paying attention to Zhongheng's choice of words. You might be able to get into a romantic relationship with Zhu Qian. Zhongheng then saw E-Goat looking at him as if he was treating him like an idiot. Zhongheng then spread his hands. What promise do you want me to give you? Will Zhu Qian change her mind and like you? Would you believe this kind of thing? Don't be stupid. I'm not Cupid. How can I tell Zhu Qian who she should like? So, this time, you still plan to use Zhu Qian as an excuse to let me work for you for free? E-Goat sneered. No, I will help you get rid of your biggest competitor. After that, Zhu Qian will surely be affected. When that happens, she will be in her most vulnerable state. You, my friend, will happen to be by her side. If you still fail to win her heart, I would advise you to give up on her. Although E-Goat's rational mind told him Zhongheng was most probably trying to deceive him again, the irrational part made it difficult for him to refuse such a rare opportunity. And finally, he spoke. First, tell me what you want me to do. After E-Goat finished his sentence, he instantly regretted it because he knew he had lost. It's very simple. First, send an email to Zhu Qian to confirm her safety. Why didn't you do it? E-Goat asked rhetorically. Dude, haven't you watched the news recently? I'm already dead, Zhongheng said. E-Goat was baffled. He wasn't one to pay much attention to the daily news. The only thing that interested him was the technical stuff. He then searched the news with his bracelet and found the news that Zhongheng was killed in a fire. What's going on? That's not important. You are not pursuing me anyway, Zhongheng said. Send an email to Zhu Qian first. But I stalked her not long ago, and she found out about me. Since then, we have not contacted each other. Will she call the police if I email her? E-Goat asked, embarrassed. It depends on what you send her. You can tell that you know she is about to get engaged, and you decide to congratulate her. After that, attach 10,000 credits to her as a gift. Isn't that too generous? E-Goat hesitated. How do you think she sees you? And don't worry, she won't take the money because her engagement is going to be a fluke. Really? E-Goat was suspicious. Nevertheless, he still wrote an email according to what Zhonghang said, with 10,000 credits attached, and sent it to Qian. Then, about less than 5 minutes later, he received a reply. Ego clicked on the email, and the response surprised him. What happened? She replied to me saying thank you and accepted the money. Didn't you say that she would not accept the money? She took it. Zhonghang also seemed a little surprised. That's not good. What's wrong? She just made 10,000 credits in the blink of an eye. Because it means she is probably in trouble. Chapter 1032. Zhuge Liang and Zhou. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. She's in trouble? What kind of trouble are you talking about? Asked a puzzled egoat. She has an outstanding online loan? Or did she lose too much money while doing stock trading? I mean the kind of trouble that restricted her personal freedom, Zhonghang said. Egoat showed a look of contempt. Your excuse this time is too ridiculous. Even if you are trying to deceive me, you should make up a better story. I didn't make up the story. Qian is probably a clone, Zhonghang said bluntly. You have joined her stream probably longer than anyone. You should know that the number of viewers has been declining. I'm pretty sure of that. The decline in the number of her viewers has caused her company to bring her back and recycle her. I have always suspected that her boyfriend, Ming, was assigned to bring her back to her company. Otherwise, I could not explain why such a perfect man would appear before her when her career is failing. It sounds like a fairy tale. Now, I have also found out that Qian's proof of life at the first level does not exist. Egoat's mouth dropped wide open, and he froze for at least half a minute. Then, with a tone of admiration, he said, even if I'm fantasizing about sleeping with her every day, I would, at most, wish that her boyfriend's company would become bankrupt, penniless, and live on the street. And I want him to grab my trousers and beg for money from me. After that, I would kick him away. I have to say that your imagination is wilder than mine. I'm not kidding, Zhonghang said sternly. Egoat was left in surprise. You are her bodyguard. You should be able to identify whether she is a clone. Just take a picture of her neck and see if there is a serial number. Well, I have done some investigations, and I have reason to suspect that there is another batch of clones with no serial number at the back of their necks in New Shanghai 0297. Do you remember the marketing manager we met at Guruay Sensor? That guy named Liang. Well, didn't you hack into his bracelet and copy his personal information? After that, I followed the breadcrumbs and did a quick check on his background. I found out that his memory doesn't match reality, especially the memory of his ex-wife. Zhonghang took out a USB flash drive, continuing, this is the result of my investigation. With it, you can tell whether I'm telling the truth. Egoat grabbed the USB flash drive suspiciously, took out the handheld computer from his bag, and stood by the roadside to check all the audio, video, and text data stored in the USB flash drive. Zhonghang then added, there is no serial number behind Liang's neck. How could this be? Egoat's expression finally changed. He seemed to think of something, and he subconsciously reached out to touch his neck. Yes. This possibility cannot be ruled out, Zhonghang said, if you have time, you can also check your memory. Egoat opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth again and looked around nervously. Finally, he lowered his voice. Do you know what it means if your guess is true? Let me think. Everyone in New Shanghai 0297 will be in danger. Yes, because everyone is used to relying on the serial number at the back of the neck and the tracking device in their heads to distinguish clones between human beings. If this method is no longer reliable, mass hysteria will break out in the city. Egoat then paused again. Do you know how many clones like that exist in New Shanghai 0297? I don't know, but this is what you and I need to find out next, not just for Qian, but also for yourself, Zhonghang said. Egoat wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. This is huge. You need to give me enough time to think about it. I don't mind at all, but I don't know how long Qian can wait. The expression on Egoat's face changed again. Zhongheng did not know whether he felt fear, was frustrated, hopeful, or ecstatic. About half a minute later, though, he seemed to have finally made up his mind. He cut off the huluzi in his hand and threw it in the trash can. He then gritted his teeth and said, "I will do it." "Very well. I didn't lie. If we can rescue Qian this time, there is a high chance you both will couple up. However, I don't know if you mind the fact that she is a clone." "I don't mind if she is a clone or an ordinary person because what I like about her is her true self, not her identity," Egoat confessed without thinking twice. However, he then hesitated again. "I'm just a network engineer. Even if I manage to save her, I don't know how to protect her from her company. Or perhaps we can go to her company and talk to her superior. Maybe I can use my salary to make up for the money she could have earned. Do you think her company will accept this offer?" Egoat could not help but feel discouraged after he heard what Zhongheng said. Zhongheng then patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Maybe it won't take long for us to resolve the problem. New Shanghai 0297 is not exactly peaceful. Soon, something bad will happen to this city. Before that, we have to rescue Qian first." "Well, what do you want me to do next?" Egoat asked. "Let's go to Qian's residence first. It'll be best if she's there." The reason Zhongheng was recruiting was because he had already died once, and Egoat was good with all that technical gizmo. Although Zhongheng was also tech-savvy, he was responsible for fighting with the enemies. Hence, it would be nice if there was someone there to back him up and share his burden. Soon the two came to the downstairs of Qian's residence. Egoat waited for a while, and when fewer and fewer people entered and exited the building, Egoat took out a magnetic card with anime stickers from his pocket and secretly swiped it on the keypad. Following that, a pleasant female voice could be heard. "Welcome, Zhuge, Liang and Zhou, owners of Unit 12, Room 3094. You have returned to the Yaching apartment. You two have administrator rights, and the monitoring system will not record your entry and exit records. All the security footage with you in it will be deleted as well." "Done." Egoat put away the magnetic card and found that Zhongheng was looking at him and touched his nose. "What's wrong?" "Zhuge Liang? Zhou? Do you have to be so ostentatious? Did you really think nobody would think that we are using fake names?" "Sorry, naming is my weakness. It's much harder than programming," Egoat apologized politely. After that, Zhongheng did not criticize him anymore. The two then walked into the apartment building and got on the elevator. Zhongheng took out the pistol from his waist, checked the magazine, and turned on the safety. Egoat was calm initially, but he suddenly became nervous when he saw Zhongheng drew the gun. "Don't be afraid. It's for emergencies," Zhongheng said causally. Chapter 1033. Change of View. The elevator soon arrived in front of room 3094. As the doors opened, Egoat subconsciously tried to retreat behind Zhongheng. However, when he realized that Qian might be in her apartment unit, he decided not to succumb to fear. This was the time to show how manly he was. As a result, the scene in front of him surprised him. The living room was now as clean as the Heiwu shopping mall shelves. They could not even find a roll of toilet paper in the unit. Qian was not there, and the furniture in her apartment was gone as well. Other than the air conditioners and heaters that came with the apartment, not a single thread was left in the living room. Zhongheng then checked the bedroom, Qian's studio, kitchen, and bathroom. The conditions were exactly the same as the living room. So, he put away the pistol in his hand. "Did she move away?" Egoat asked. Other than moving away, he could not figure out what could cause the scene in front of him. Zhongheng did not answer this question immediately. Instead, he said, "Hack into the access control system of the apartment to see when she left." "Oh, okay." Egoat took out his handheld computer and quickly began to work on it. On the other hand, Zhongheng took advantage of this time to search the entire apartment thoroughly, looking for clues that he might have missed. After about 10 minutes, Egoat spoke again. "I found something." The access control system records show that a moving company called Easy Move visited this apartment this morning, and they probably moved out all the furniture. Did Qian leave the apartment at that time? No, Qian left way earlier. She left yesterday morning. Did she leave with her boyfriend, Ming? No, she left alone. I found the surveillance footage. She did leave alone. I can also see that no modifications have been made to the footage. After this, I will send this to one of my professional friends to check for its authenticity. Well, she looked a little panicked in the video. You mentioned that you told her that her boyfriend is suspicious. Maybe she is afraid of him and decided to look for a temporary place to hide. Or should I send her an email and ask her in person? Considering what I did to her before, it is understandable if she has a hard time trusting me. But we can tell her that you are still alive, and she should believe you. It's not a good time for me to show myself. So don't drag me into this. If she wants to go into hiding, why would she contact the moving company to move away from all the furniture? Because she's moving to her new residence. Ego guessed, it doesn't make sense. She decided to move because she was afraid? She picked a place yesterday, and she contacted the moving company to move all her furniture away. So, we only need to contact the company and ask them where we can find her. Zhong was non-committal upon hearing what Ego said. Any questions? When I took this job, Qian told me that she was being followed by someone mysterious. There was this once she realized that someone had messed with her things after she came home. However, there were no records of the person entering and leaving the apartment. You suspect that someone like us hacked into the apartment system and came to Qian's residence to kidnap her. But in the surveillance video, she did leave the apartment alone. The intruder didn't need to use force to make Qian leave the apartment. All he needs to do is leave some traces in there to cause her to panic. By doing that, she'll leave the apartment voluntarily, Zhong said. When I checked the house just now, I found the buoyancy valve of the toilet broken. There is also a foreign object under the sink in the kitchen. Other than that, I spotted a man's handprints on the window as well. Qian left her apartment voluntarily and abruptly yesterday. It was probably because someone was threatening her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found a moving company to move the furniture this quickly. If you are free and are willing to watch all the surveillance videos from the previous day, you should find out that some footage has gone missing. Indeed, your analysis is more logical, but why did the other party choose to go through all these troubles? He can just kidnap Qian from her apartment and delete all the surveillance footage. Ego scratched his head. The recovery of the second type of clone is not as simple as the first type. You are right. If the existence of the second type is known to the public, it may cause mass hysteria. Besides, Qian is half a public figure, and she has a lot of fans too. This is why the other party came up with a plan to make her think that she would marry a rich man. From there, they expect her to announce her retirement to her fans. When all that is done, they could easily make her go away silently afterward. Zhong paused and went on, because of me, Qian has begun to doubt her boyfriend and has not announced her retirement in her live stream until now. I am afraid that the other party has no intention to continue dragging. After all, they would need to spend a lot of money to maintain such a perfect boyfriend. So, Zhong did not rule out that they decided to change their strategy after evaluating the existing situation. If the plan of getting her married to a man and retirement is not feasible, the mental pressure that comes with her streaming job and eventually leads to mental health problems is also a good reason to make her quit becoming a streamer. And it is very simple to pull this off. All they need to do is to publish the news that is related to her mental health problem on the internet. Upon hearing that, Ego immediately went on the internet and skillfully retrieved all the information related to Qian. It did not take long for him to find out something about Qian. The news came from a well-known paparazzi website known for its timely and accurate news. The headline of the day was that a female streamer was suspected of suffering persecution delusion. A short clip was attached, showing Qian walking on the road and constantly looking behind her though there was nothing. The readers did not seem to believe in this news. Some of Shu Qian's fans thought it was wrong to say that she suffered from mental health problems based on this short clip. Maybe someone was really following her at the time. However, last night, another anonymous person replied to the following post by uploading the surveillance video. In the video, Shu Qian's expression was flustered and frightened. She kept shouting at the access control system to close the gate. It was as if someone was coming after her. However, after she left the elevator 15 minutes later, the surveillance video did not show a second person walking out of the elevator. As soon as this video was uploaded to the internet, her public opinion had changed drastically. More and more people began to believe that Shu Qian was suffering from mental health problems. Chapter 1034. The truth about Shu Qian's disappearance. After seeing the news on the internet, Zhou became extremely nervous, seeing things going as Zhong had said. Shu Qian's fans began to persuade her to take a break or even change jobs altogether. Zhou became angrier as he read the news. And soon, he could not stand it anymore. He had to reply to a comment left by a cynical netizen that said, "It's all just an act." However, as soon as he typed the first two words, Zhong stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Explain the whole thing to everyone," Zhou said angrily. "You can't just allow them to insult Shu Qian like that." "So, you want to tell everyone that Shu Qian is a clone?" Zhong asked rhetorically. Zhou was left speechless. "And now we are not supposed to focus on debunking rumors. We must first rescue Shu Qian. If I'm right about it, I think someone is controlling her. Is she still alive?" Zhou thought of something, and it clearly left him very unhappy. "I can't confirm my speculation now," Zhong told the truth. Her reply in the email is too short. It is impossible to know if she had sent it or not. However, based on my understanding of Shu Qian, during this period, after she knew that you were the one that stalked her, she shouldn't collect any money or gifts from you anymore. It had been a while since Zhong left the third level, and he did not expect that the other party would move on Shu Qian so quickly. However, her whereabouts were unknown now, and he had to bear part of the responsibility for that. Zhong had, after all, previously accepted a new task from Shu Qian. Before he could conduct any further investigation, Shu Qian disappeared. Zhong had to find out what happened to Shu Qian to make up for his previous negligence. "We have to find Shu Qian before those guys hurt her," Zhou eagerly said. "But where will she be now?" "I don't know, but I know someone who can answer your question." Shu Qian's hands were trembling all the time. She looked at the man on the other side of the sofa. She used to think that she knew him, but now she felt that he was a stranger to her. "Are you done considering?" Ming asked, still as gentle and elegant as ever. "I won't make the retirement videos you asked me to do." Although she was terrified, Shu Qian insisted on not doing it because she still remembered Zhong's reminder before leaving, "Stay within the public eye." So, Shu Qian insisted on streaming every night until yesterday morning when she went to the toilet and found the broken buoyancy valve. However, she remembered that it was fine just before she fell asleep. This discovery caused Shu Qian's heart to skip a beat. She then noticed that her electronic toothbrush had disappeared for some reason. Shu Qian immediately realized that someone might have broken into her apartment. It was at that time, the fear in her heart rose to an all-time high. She did not know if the intruder had left her apartment or if he was still hiding somewhere in her apartment. Shu Qian did not dare to go to another room. So, she hurried back to her bedroom and put on a dress. After that, she rushed into the elevator without makeup and shouted at the smart panel to close the elevator doors. She was terrified for a while, even after she had run out of her apartment, constantly looking back and speeding up her pace. She was confused at the time, and she did not know where to go. When she opened up her address book, she did not know who to contact as well. When she saw Zhong's name, her fingers paused, and she remembered the news that she read yesterday. Immediately, her heart sank. Shu Qian did not expect Zhong would die so suddenly. When she read the news for the first time, she felt a chill. To her, Zhong's death was too much of a coincidence. Soon after he agreed to help her to investigate her matter, it was hard for Shu Qian not to connect Zhong's death with her affairs. And this not-so-beautiful misunderstanding also made Qian, who was already extremely nervous, feel even more uneasy. What actually happened that night was still unclear to the public. Different versions were circulating on the internet, where more than one person said they saw a group of police officers and exoskeleton fighters fighting each other, destroying a lot of public facilities as they went along. Many bullet marks had been left at the central station on the second level. Qian did not know how she caused both sides to fight fiercely against each other. She had been thinking about it for the past 2 days, and since no solid evidence could be found, every idea she came up with was no more than conjecture. This incident caused her to lose the only person that she could rely on. Qian ran through the address book and found that she could not find anyone to help her apart from Zhonghang. In the end, Qian had to settle down at a small hotel. While preparing for the live stream at night, she thought about what she should do next. Unfortunately, her plan was forced to be cancelled after a glass of free orange juice the hotel provided. When Qian opened her eyes again, she found out that she was already in Ming's villa. Since Ming did not use any violent means to deal with her, Qian finally calmed down a little. She then added, "I don't have any mental illness. My fans know that." "So, you made it up." No one would believe a lie. Ming didn't answer her immediately. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Do you know Baudrillard?" "Who?" This name was once a taboo in human society, and now there are not many people on Earth who recognize this name. Ming said as he took out a knife from his pocket. Qian suddenly became nervous, staring intently at the knife in Ming's hand. He then picked up an apple from the fruit plate and peeled it with a knife. At the same time, he said casually, "Baudrillard came up with a very interesting and very pessimistic theory. He believes that as society continued growing, the truth will eventually disappear completely and be replaced by a set of made-up and well-designed theories. All those theories would compete with each other, constantly imitating the truth. There might be a certain truth hidden in those theories, tempting us to believe in them. However, we will never know what the truth is." "What do you mean by that?" "Open your bracelet and look at your social account," Ming said. Qian did what he asked and logged into her social account. Seeing a fan asking her to stop streaming and take a break, she was left in complete shock. Qian then scrolled down the message board and saw that everyone was wishing for her speedy recovery. "You faked the fake news and told everyone that I was mentally ill." Qian was shocked and angry. "Remember the theory that I said earlier? I personally don't recommend you use the term fake news because the content and videos I posted are real. And I never said a word from the beginning to the end that you have a mental illness. I even added the word suspect to the title. These netizens believe whatever they want to believe without any hesitation." Chapter 1035. Advice. I don't care about your **T theory. This is fake news because I don't have any mental problems. You know this very well, Qian growled. Ming wasn't angered when he heard what she said. Instead, he cut the apple in his hand, handed it to Qian, and said softly, "You seem to be obsessed with distinguishing the truth from the false. Perhaps this is why we have come to this point in the end. Initially, I prepared aromatherapy, wine, and covered the bed with rose petals. Earlier in the restaurant, if you didn't run away when I took out the engagement ring, leaving me there like an idiot, we could have had a very pleasant and unforgettable night." A slap could be heard after Ming answered her question. Qian did not pick up the apple. Instead, she slapped Ming. She could not control her anger anymore when she heard Ming talking about a pleasant and unforgettable night. After Qian slapped him, she felt the fear again. So, she quickly stepped back. Fortunately, Ming did not throw a tantrum after she slapped him. Instead, he lifted the apple in his hand and waited quietly. Half a minute later, Qian could not bear the increasing pressure and reached out to grab the apple. However, Ming did not let go of the apple. Instead, he extended the other hand and cut the apple in half with the knife that he was holding. Ming then retracted his hand, and he did not forget to urge Qian, who was almost scared to death. "Eat it. This apple is quite sweet." Qian was not in the mood to eat the apple at this moment. She quickly checked the hand that held the apple, and she was relieved to see that there was no wound on it. "Are you scared of me?" Ming asked rhetorically. "Actually, you don't need to worry. People are emotional. We have been together for such a long time. I even know your menstrual cycles. If there is one person that cares about you in this world, that will be me. So eat. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat such a delicious apple in the future." Ming had already bitten the apple in his hand while talking, indicating that there was no poison in it. "How are you going to deal with me?" Qian asked while gritting her teeth. "Well, even if you know the answer, what's the point? You can't change anything." Ming spread his hands. "Will you kill me?" Qian asked. It is said that when an old clone can no longer generate enough value, it would be dragged to a place for euthanasia. "You already know who you are," Ming said with a smile. No, you are still young and beautiful. It will be a shame if you die like that. We don't waste resources." "Then what do you want to do to me?" "I am a public figure. You can't just rewrite my memory and throw me back to society. My fans will recognize me. Not here, but at other places where no one knows you. You can still start a new life there. Of course, it won't be as beautiful anymore." "What does it mean when you said where no one knows me?" Qian was puzzled. Ming did not intend to explain further. He ate the apple and clapped his hands. "We've talked a lot. Usually, this kind of thing should end easily once you accept the engagement ring and announce your retirement. After that, we will have a good night together. This memory of yours will stay, but it will not last too long. Eventually, you will completely forget about this life. Speaking of which, you are the only one who gets to chat with me before leaving." Ming said, "How about that? I treated you pretty good, right? What if I insist on not posting a retirement video?" Qian gritted her teeth. "You wouldn't do that." Ming shook his head. "You know that you have no chance of winning if you continue to fight. It is only a matter of time before you surrender. Moreover, even if you don't announce your retirement, the previous news and video that I spread will do the job. So far, this matter is being controlled within an acceptable range. Your hostility towards me is too great. Instead of treating me like an enemy, you should regard me as a friend that helps you. What kind of friend would deceive me and make me think that I'm getting married to a rich man, erase my memory, and dump me at some random place?" Qian was irritated by Ming's shamelessness. "Perhaps you should look at this matter from another angle. You are a streamer. It should be clear to you that no streamer can remain popular forever. So, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. My existence is to make this process more humane. Take a look at this life of yours. You built your career from scratch. You started from working as a waitress in a small restaurant at the first level. After that, you eliminated your competitors and got signed by an entertainment company. After that, you relied on your efforts to pave your way to become a popular streamer. And finally, you achieved all of your life goals. You get to marry a handsome and brilliant man. It's perfect, isn't it? You can also finish your curtain call in the enviable eyes of others. Of course, we can make it hard for you. For example, now, everyone thinks you can no longer work in this line of work because of your unstable mental condition. And now you look scared and helpless. Look at you. The moment you opened your eyes, you look like a chick that's been blown out of the nest by a strong wind, shivering. You will be happier if you know nothing about it." Ming could not stop talking about it. Other than letting Qian knew that her memory would be rewritten soon, he decided to tell her everything honestly, like what I told you earlier. Even if you choose to continue to dig deeper, you will never be able to really find the truth. Even if you feel that you have known the truth now, what you really get is actually a narrative that you believe in. Then what is the truth? Qian asked. Just be honest, tell me, and I will shoot the retirement video as you said. To be honest, I don't know. And I can only see the side that I am willing to believe. Ming said sincerely. Aren't you curious at all? Aren't you worried that what happens to me will happen to you one day? Qian asked unwillingly. This is the difference between you and me. I am not obsessed with the truth, Ming smiled. Because the truth is painful and can never be reached. Instead of becoming a puppet that is constantly searching for the one that pulls the threads, it would be better to become a puppet that focuses on performing and enjoy what you have. This is the last piece of advice I will give you before you leave. Chapter 1036. What you said touched me slightly. Ming was humming a pop song that Qian loved singing during her live broadcast. He was frying the steak in the kitchen. His control of the heat was perfect. The steak was tender and juicy. After serving it on a plate, Ming sprinkled some black pepper on it, adding 2 slices of broccoli with boiling water. He then took 2 steps back and admired his masterpiece before pouring himself a glass of red wine. Then, he held the glass in one hand and carried the steak out of the kitchen with the other, ready to celebrate the successful completion of the work. But what he saw next stunned him. He found that there were 2 more people at his dining table. Ming didn't know who one of them was, but he recognized the other person. "Where is Qian?" Egoat asked with a dark face. With a puffed chest, he tried to make his voice sound more fierce. F***CK. Ming couldn't help but swear, but he quickly apologized. "I'm not targeting you. I just didn't expect Qian to tell someone else about her. This will make the whole thing more complicated. By the way, didn't you break up with her because you stalked her? Why still care about this? Even though she said she doesn't want to see me again, and I've decided to wish her happiness. If she's in danger, I won't sit idly by," Egoat vehemently proclaimed. "Dog licking is a real B***tch. Ming lamented. Seeing Egoat's drastic change in expression, Ming gestured for him to calm down. Then, he walked over and placed the steak and red wine on the table before Zhongheng pulled out the chair opposite Egoat and sat down. "It's challenging for me to do this. By the way, how much do you know about Qian? Have you told anyone else? Why? Do you think you're going to kill us to silence us?" Epsilon added a few scornful laughs. In the end, neither Zhongheng nor Ming cooperated with him. Again, Epsilon laughed dryly before awkwardly shutting up. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. "You want to silence me? Am I a clone too? I don't know why you all care so much whether you're clones or not." Ming blinked. "Isn't that obvious?" Egoat said. "If Qian weren't a clone, there wouldn't be such a thing after that. Regardless of the viewer decline in her livestream, who she married, whether she's retired or not, no one would come looking for trouble with her. If I weren't a clone, you wouldn't dare to do anything to me, right?" "Well," Ming touched his chin. "That's what you think." "What do you mean?" Ming's ambiguous attitude made Egoat feel a little baffled. "But I can't blame you because everyone thinks so," Ming smiled. "This is the reason why New Shanghai 0297 can function normally." Egoat became more and more confused, but he didn't forget the pressing issue. He said to Ming, "Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point and hand Qian over. Sigh, programmers are so simple and crude. They don't have any mood at all. It's strange that I'm in the mood to chat today," Ming sighed. "You guys are even worse than Qian. At least she's still a little obsessed with the so-called truth." "Truth? What truth?" "It doesn't matter anymore," Ming said. "Unfortunately, you guys are late. Qian has been sent away. You guys will never be able to see her again. However, the slightly comforting thing is that she left a video of her leaving. Later, I will use her social media account to post it. You guys can come with everyone to bless her." "You bastard!" Egoat was really mad this time. He stood up from his seat, scoffing, "Are you planning to kill her? Just because the number of people in her live stream has decreased?" "Well, let's just understand it according to what you believe," Ming said. "Clones are purely production tools. The efficiency of production tools has decreased. Of course, we have to replace them with new ones, so what we did was very reasonable. Qiao Ming's words caused Egoat to be a little speechless. But then Egoat said, "Aren't you guys just doing this to earn money? Give me a number. Even if I can't fork out so much on my own, Shu Qian's fans aren't just me. If we all pull together, we'll be able to gather enough." I'm a little touched, but believe me, your plan is useless. Are you forcing us to use violence? Egoat's patience had finally run out, especially when he thought of Shu Qian suffering somewhere. His heart ached, and he didn't want to delay any longer. We can try. Qiao Ming still looked indifferent. In terms of their figures, Egoat undoubtedly had the advantage. Although he was a network engineer, his figure was maintained well. There were even a few muscles on his arm. In comparison, Qiao Ming looked more pampered. He had even put on a little weight, as if he did not exercise enough every day. Therefore, Egoat didn't even exert full strength in his first punch. He only clenched his fist and smashed it at Qiao Ming's face. However, Qiao Ming did not react at all. He only smiled when the fist was about to reach his nose. Then, his right hand suddenly bounced from the table at a speed completely inconsistent with his figure. Then, Qiao Ming's nose took a punch from Egoat. Because at the last moment, Qiao Ming's right hand that had bounced up was forcibly pushed back to the table by Zhongheng. Qiao Ming couldn't care less about the pain in his nose, his left hand automatically pulling the pistol hidden under the dining table. The entire sequence was performed with the smoothness of practiced ease. In the end, he was still one step too late. Before he could point the gun at Zhongheng, the latter's knife was already at his throat. It was only then that Qiao Ming's expression changed slightly. He looked at Zhongheng in surprise. "It looks like I've misjudged you this time. How can a programmer who basically has no social interaction find such a powerful friend? But I'm a little confused. He's only involved in this mess because of love. Why are you doing this?" Zhongheng did not answer Qiao Ming. Instead, he asked, "Shu Qian should have left your place not long ago. Where has she been sent?" "I don't know." Qiao Ming shook his head. "We belong to different departments. My job is to make the target disappear from New Shanghai 0297 in a reasonable manner. As for where they go after they disappear, that has nothing to do with me." "Is that so? But from what you said, you don't seem like an honest bloke," Zhongheng said. He raised the knife half a centimeter higher and cut Qiao Ming's skin. Chapter 1037. EID, Work ID, and Fingerprints. Qiao Ming's skills were not bad. Although he still fell short of the standards of the emergency response team, his job wasn't too dangerous. In addition to his harmless appearance, his current skills were more than adequate. This was also why Qiao Ming's vigilance was somewhat lacking. He had been a hunter for too long, so long that he thought he could always control the situation. Even if Zhongheng and Egoat came knocking on his door, Qiao Ming's first reaction would be that of no surprise. It wasn't to take the two of them out but to deal with the aftermath. He didn't expect that he'd sink this time, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. The last thing he expected was that he would end up in trouble. Now that the blade was almost touching his trachea, Qiao Ming could scent death. However, even in such times, he still had reins over his emotions, not breaking down or revealing too much fear. This had garnered Egoat's admiration. "I completely understand your concerns, but please believe that I'm doing this for your own good. You're already in a precarious situation, and it will bring you no benefit if you pursue this," Qiao Ming said sincerely. "Why? Are you worried that we will expose the existence of the second type of clone, causing public insecurity and eventually forcing you to publish the entire list of clones?" Egoat asked rhetorically. It's an awful and regrettable result, but believe me, there are worse things than this," Qiao Ming forbade. "So why don't we stop here? It'll be better for both of us. I can assure you that Shu Qian won't be in any danger. Why don't I believe a single word out of your mouth?" Egoat sneered. "You've been lying to Shu Qian from the very beginning, making her think that you're the right man for her. In the end, you turned around and sold her out. Now, you expect us to trust you, a professional liar. Ming tried to defend himself. This is my job. There's nothing I can do about it. In fact, if you knew how we spent the last few hours together, you would know that I treated her quite well. Don't tell me you. Egoat's expression changed. No. It wasn't as good as you think. We had a relatively frank, albeit a little unpleasant conversation. I didn't touch a single strand of hair on her from the beginning to the end, and I even patiently answered many of her questions. In the end, the video of her retreating was taken voluntarily. Ming raised his hands in clarification. In other words, you can also say she decided to leave on her own. Do you take us for fools? Absolutely enraged by Ming's absurdity, Egoat grabbed the latter by the collar. Take us there, Zhong said. If you find Qian, you'll be able to survive. Otherwise, we'll kill you and continue looking for her. After saying that, he lowered his knife a few millimeters. I don't think I have a choice, Ming smiled wryly. Fine, if you insist, I can take you to her. But we have an agreement. I will need your unconditional cooperation. Do whatever I say, or we'd all be in big trouble. Also, be mentally prepared for what you're about to see. You don't have to worry about that. What era is this? There are so many weird things on the internet, Egoat said. I've never been scared before. Ming didn't explain further. Instead, he nodded and said, that's good. Zhong took Ming's gun and searched him. After confirming that he carried no weapons on him, the three got into Ming's car. Ming, however, didn't immediately bring Zhong and Egoat to look for Qian. Instead, they went to a video game city first. This was how Ming explained it to Egoat. The place I'm taking you to has a rigorous entry and exit system. In addition to verifying your electronic ID, you need a work permit and fingerprint verification. These three can't be forged, so we need the real thing. Ming then pointed at two people playing a racing game. Do you see them? They should have their wristbands and work permits on them. Wait, what about the fingerprints? Egoat asked. I know a device that can print fingerprints. No, we need living fingerprints. Just cut them off, Ming said plainly. Don't worry. I have a way to preserve them. Whether body temperature or the degree of expansion of sweat glands, they can be maintained. I guarantee that when you use them, they will be as fresh as they came. Egoat was stunned. After a long pause, he asked, aren't they colleagues of yours? Yes, but not really. I just happen to know that they have a habit of staying in the game city. Please, I'm helping you find the pass now. You should thank me for sacrificing my colleagues, right? Ming said. On the other side, Zhong wasted no time and was ready to make his move. He handed Egoat a gun and asked him to keep an eye on Ming. Then, he bought a milkshake at the service counter. As he passed the two of them, he poured the milkshake on the plump guy, who quickly flew into a rage and stood up from the racing console. Zhong apologized, but to no avail. The chunky dude gave Zhong a shove, but before anything happened, the game city security soon arrived. The fat guy and his companion looked at each other before gesturing Zhong to the bathroom. They would deal with the spilled milkshake problem there. The two had practically forced Zhong into the bathroom, but only 3 minutes later, Zhong came out of the bathroom alone and threw a plastic bag containing 2 fingers to Ming. It's so efficient, Ming lauded. Egoat felt nauseous when he saw the 2 bloody fingers, but he did not forget the pompous words he had uttered before this. It's just a severed finger, he forced himself to say. It's not like I haven't seen it before. What's to be mentally prepared for? Oh, you've misunderstood. That was not what I was talking about, Ming said in surprise. Don't tell me you're having trouble accepting such a small incident. Egoat was speechless. Fortunately, Zhong quickly helped him out of his predicament. He handed over a bracelet and work permit to Egoat, and at the same time, said to Ming, don't waste any more time. You've already gotten what you want. Hurry up and find Qian. Okay. Ming didn't waste any more time and left the game city with the two, returning to the car. This time, the three drove directly to the central station before buying tickets to the 5th floor. Are we going to New Shanghai 0297's magnificent Shengtang Morgan headquarters? As he thought about this, Egoat became nervous. Ming, however, replied, no, the headquarters is just for decoration. Well, I'm not at liberty to divulge, but the secret of the 5th floor is really not there. Chapter 1038. The 5th floor. Unlike the other 4 floors, there were very few residents on the 5th floor. Having an officially registered population of less than 2,000, the 5th floor was more like private territory. Travel requests were difficult to apply for, and other than employees, very few people from other floors came to visit. However, with Ming around, Zhongheng and Egoat's applications were approved very quickly. After receiving the tickets, the 3 of them followed the instructions and entered the corresponding waiting hall. The place was also very quiet. Apart from them, only 6 or 7 people were preparing to go to the 5th floor. Don't look around, Ming reminded Egoat, who was glancing about. Don't forget your current identity. Many of those who actually go to the 5th floor are employees of the company. Don't let them see any flaws. You're quite kind, but are you really thinking for us? Egoat was skeptical but still retracted his gaze and refused to look at Ming. Of course, I've seen countless people, and I'm very clear about my current situation. If I have any inappropriate measures, this friend of yours must have slit my throat or made a hole in the back of my head before they take effect, Ming said. I like my job, and I'm very grateful to the company that gave it to me, but my life is more important in comparison. Quite self-aware, you, mocked Egoat. Recognizing danger is one of the most important survival instincts of a living creature. Let alone humans, even Paramecia know how to avoid harmful stimuli through pressure, and the results tend to be favorable, Ming said. On the other hand, I've tried to persuade you many times, but still, you insist on going to dangerous places. It's really not very wise. Isn't that because you kidnapped Qian? Egoat shot Ming an accusing gaze. Ming realized the situation and tactfully shut his mouth. Not long after, a shuttle in its ascending state entered the station. The mechanical arm beside the platform also began to move. It completed the assembly as swiftly as it could and loaded the 3 people waiting in the hall into the shuttle. Welcome to the 5th floor. I wish you a pleasant journey. An elegant female voice sounded, but it sounded a little creepy in the empty carriage. About 6 minutes later, the shuttle stopped moving again. The mechanical arm prepared earlier grappled the car once more and placed it in the arrival hall. Ming unfastened his seat belt and obediently followed Zhongheng and Egoat out of the station. Unlike what Egoat had imagined, the station on the 5th floor didn't give off a luxurious vibe. Although the building was more elegant than the 4 floors below, there didn't seem to be any other differences, not to mention how unusually deserted the station was. Passengers and the staff were both pitifully lacking in this area. Where's the taxi? Egoat looked up at the sign, but he couldn't find the taxi stand. There are no taxis on the 5th floor, Ming said. All the residents have a car, and those with more mundane jobs have shuttle buses to take them to and from work. They are not allowed to wander around. More than 2/3 of the 5th floor's area is private territory. It's all very flashy, I must say. What should we do, then? Are we going far? Can we walk there? Muttered Egoat. Don't worry. Our company has parked some cars in the station's parking lot for the employees to use. We can just drive there, Ming said. The 3 of them then took the elevator down to the parking lot. Ming turned on his wristband and activated the car mode. Half a minute later, a silver-grey car left its parking space and drove to their front. Ming opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Egoat got in first, followed by Ming. Finally, Zhongheng sat in the front passenger seat. It's a rare trip. Do you want to take a simple tour of the 5th floor? Ming asked as he adjusted the front and rear mirrors. No, just take us directly to Qian. Don't play any more tricks, Egoat warned. Ming looked at the pistol at Zhongheng's waist and nodded. It's up to you. This was also Egoat's first time coming to the 5th level. It would be hyperbole to say that he wasn't curious, but since all his attention was on rescuing Qian, he wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Even so, when Ming drove through the city, Egoat couldn't help but peer out of the window. The result, however, turned out a little disappointing. Just like the station, the 5th floor was much simpler than he imagined. Nevertheless, he kept feeling that something was missing on the street. At first, Egoat thought it was the pedestrians, but after looking at it a few more times, he realized he was weirded out because he did not see any billboards. Whether it was the 1st floor or the 4th floor, many billboards lined both sides of the street. Coming in different shapes and sizes, the products they featured varied as well. As a technology enthusiast, Egoat often took advantage of event discounts to purchase related products. It was only that on the 5th floor, the entire place was devoid of advertisements. The city was abnormally clean. The large white walls made Egoat a little uncomfortable, as if he was walking on a wasteland. As if he knew what he was thinking, Ming said, "It's not so lively here usually." Why? Because when we work, we need to focus and avoid making unnecessary associations, Ming explained. Unnecessary connections? What are unnecessary connections? Ming didn't answer the question. He drove the car up a beautiful hill and saw a private area in the distance. There was a sign that said no one was allowed in without an invitation. Ming ignored the sign and drove on. Soon, he arrived at the first sentry post. The electronic eye scanned his ID and work card and happily let the car pass. Ming continued driving. 3 minutes later, he arrived at the second sentry post. This time, not only Ming, but Zhongheng and Egoat had to also show their work cards. Only then was he allowed to pass. You can see how annoying this system is. In fact, the regular Monday meetings are a nightmare for me, Ming complained as he passed the second sentry post. Then, he drove the car up the hill. There was a villa above them. Ming didn't stop, bypassing the villa and continuing forward until the terrain became flat and started to descend. It was then that Egoat and Zhongheng finally saw their destination. In the valley at the back of the hill stood a huge grey building, occupying an area of more than 10 airports. It had a strange design, like a giant ship preparing to sail in the wind. In addition, there was a tunnel in the hillside on the other side that connected to the building complex. Under the transparent tunnel, a train of trucks constantly rumbled along, looking extremely busy. What is this place? Is it a secret base hidden by the government? Or is it an extraterrestrial research institute? Asked Egoat. Neither. This is the real headquarters of the magnificent Shengtang Morgan's new Shanghai 0297, said Ming leisurely. Chapter 1039. Science and Technology Brings Happiness. Shengtang Morgan's real headquarters. Egoat was skeptical when Ming said that the Shengtang Morgan's 5th floor building was merely decoration. It was not until he saw the strange giant ship-like building before him that he finally believed the latter. But why did Morgan build their headquarters in such a hidden place? In any case, new Shanghai 0297 is their territory. Isn't it better to just openly work in the building? It's inconvenient we disclose our work to the ordinary people outside, Ming said. The reason why we're hiding here is for everyone's good. What do you say? Are you ready to go in together? It was fine if he didn't mention it, but once he did, Egoat couldn't help but become nervous. The main reason for his anxiety was that the geographical location of this building was so hidden, and it was apparent that it was a highly confidential place. In addition, judging by the occupied area and busy traffic flow, it seemed that the place should have been crowded. On the other hand, there were only 2 people on their side. Although Zhongheng had excellent skills, Egoat wasn't naive enough to think that Zhongheng alone could pick off the entire Shengtang Morgan base. In other words, once their identities were exposed, it was highly likely that they would end up dead. Thus, not only would they not be able to save Qian, but they would also die inside. However, the power of love knew no bounds. Thinking about how Xu Qian's life and death were unknown, Egoat felt that they had to go and explore regardless of whether it was a dragon or tiger's den ahead. However, to be on the safe side, he asked again, "I'm not a clone. So if Xingtang Morgan finds out, they shouldn't do anything to me, right? At most, I'll be kicked out and fined a bit more, right?" Ming looked at Egoat with a strange expression. He stared at him for a long time before tactfully saying, "I'm afraid. It's not that simple. Once you enter the door in front of you, your whole life will change. But, of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to come out of it. Otherwise, how are you going to treat me? To be honest, I don't know. There's never been such a precedent before. But, no, that's not right either. There was this once when an outsider entered the headquarters. And then? Then, he became one of us," Ming continued. "Don't worry, I won't join you guys' dirty work," Egoat said. "We're not interested in what Xingtang Morgan is doing here. We'll leave after we rescue Xu Qian, so hurry up and lead the way." Upon hearing this, Ming did not say anything else. He drove down the hill and all the way to the parking lot outside the gate. After the three of them got out of the car, Zhongheng placed the gun's muzzle on Ming's waist and covered it with his clothes. "Don't say a word," he warned, "and don't make any gestures or expressions that will cause misunderstandings." "Understood." Ming nodded. Then, he passed two small 5 by 10 centimeter boxes to Zhongheng and Egoat. "The fingers are inside. You can take it out if you need it later. Don't look around and don't wander around. Pin your work card on your chest. Don't worry. There are lots of employees inside. Most people won't look at the photo on the work card. Also, we have an agreement. I will only help you find Xu Qian. It's none of my business whether she wants to go with you or not." "Are you kidding me? Even if I followed her before, it's impossible she won't come with us in this situation, right?" Ming shrugged. After Zhongheng and Egoat were ready, the three of them walked out of the door. It was probably because they had already gone through 2 security checks that Ming's wristband was detected this time. Thus, there was no need for any additional operations as the door automatically opened to both sides. However, Ming then reminded the two of them, "This door is easy to enter but hard to exit. When you want to leave, you must not walk out directly. It will trigger the alarm. You need to register your fingerprints and scan your work ID on the machine over there first." Ming pointed to an object that looked like an attendance machine inside the door. Although Egoat had chosen the hero's path, saving the damsel in distress, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Especially after entering the huge ship-like building complex, his heart rate had already climbed all the way to 120, almost like after a round of intense exercise. Fortunately, Egoat saw no men with hatchets waiting to ambush him. The first thing that came into his sight was a blue marble wall with the Xingtang Morgan's company logo printed on it, as well as a slogan, "Technology brings happiness." The wall of the entire hall was actually composed of a giant curved screen. With no splices in the middle, and coupled with the mirror-like floor under his feet, it would cause incomparable cultural shock to anyone. The curved screen played the history of the Xingtang Morgan Corporation, its inception, born from the ruins of the war, to how it defeated its competitors step by step, then won over its allies, looked for political allies, before finally growing into an unprecedented business behemoth. In front of the wall was a streamlined front desk. 2 young girls sporting the best figures, dressed in professional attire, stood at the back. They looked like a pair of twins, save for a mole at the corner of one of their mouths. Other than that, there was almost no difference in their facial features. They looked like mirror images of each other. They were both absolute beauties. Standing in the spacious and bright hall, they greeted Ming with a smile when they saw him. "Commissioner Zhou, why are you here?" they chirped. "Didn't you say that you would apply for a week's leave after this job is done?" As they spoke, their gazes fell on Zhongheng and Egoat, who were behind Ming. Although they also greeted him politely, a hint of confusion marred their eyes. It was evident that the two left little impression on them. Just as they were about to turn their gaze to the work passes on their chests to see what their names were, Ming unexpectedly took over the conversation. As expected of a professional actor disguising as an eligible bachelor to bait his target, he still appeared calm and composed even though he was being held hostage with a pistol at his waist. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was nervous at all. He was also a pathological liar. Of course, I wanted to rest. I had already booked a hotel and entertainment program, but I just received a notification that a level 4 incident had happened. I rushed back with my 2 equally unlucky friends. After hearing the words level 4 incident, the smiles on the 2 receptionists' faces faded slightly. They no longer had time to pay attention to the origins of Zhongheng and Egoat. Furthermore, the 3 of them had already passed the previous inspection and were here now. In that case, we won't disturb your work anymore, they ended with a nod. Of course not. I can't wait to be disturbed by you guys every day. Ming winked at the 2 girls after he said that. Then, he led Zhongheng and Egoat to the center of the hall. After the 3 of them had sound footing, one of the girls tapped twice on the screen before her, and the floor beneath their feet began to sink. Chapter 1040. The structure of the company. As soon as they left the hall, Egoat asked Ming nervously, "What did you mean by blinking? Were you trying to tell us something? Please, brother, relax. All that blinking was merely me flaunting the charms of my masculinity to help you resolve the crisis," Ming said. "Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. I brought you here. If I were to be discovered, there's no way I'm going to escape this. So, we're actually in the same boat. I remember I warned you not to do anything unnecessary, right?" Zhongheng, who was standing at the side, said lightly. "Okay, fine. It's indeed my fault. I apologize for acting on my own accord." Ming carried a fine attitude, and he didn't find any excuse for himself. "Don't do it again." Zhongheng knew that Ming wasn't lying this time. It wasn't because of the latter, but because Ming's daily work was basically a lie. This made Zhongheng, who had an excellent observation, unable to tell whether Ming was telling the truth. Thus, his attention was actually on the twin receptionists opposite him. After Ming blinked, there was no sign of nervousness on their faces. On the contrary, their spirits relaxed, and one of them even giggled with her hand over her mouth. As it turned out, Ming's manly charm proved quite effective. Of course, it was also true that he liked to act on his own. Furthermore, he was a little too calm after being threatened, as if he believed that Zhongheng and Ego wouldn't do anything to him. Zhongheng had no idea where his confidence came from. As the 3 of them were talking, the floor continued to descend. Zhongheng and Egoat saw the situation below. Unlike the empty reception hall, this floor bustled with activity. Conservatively, at least 300 to 400 people were on this floor, divided into several rows of workstations, stretching all the way to the back. Men and women in business attire sat in their respective seats, made calls, or were searching for something on the screen in front of them. Everyone looked very busy. Customer Service Department, Ming introduced. The company's second largest department is mainly responsible for customer service. It collects all kinds of reasonable and unreasonable customer needs and gives feedback to the product department and design department to produce better products. It also accepts all kinds of customizations and also provides free on-site guidance. Just as Ming was speaking, a young man ended the call. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked toward the 3 people. Then he nodded and rose to the next level. No wonder there are so many people. I remember that Shengtang Morgan has many subsidiaries in New Shanghai 0297. They are all over many industries, so there should be quite a number of people buying your products, said Egoat. No, the customer service department you mentioned is in the Shengtang Morgan building outside. The customer service department here is not for individuals, but for those companies that have moved into Shengtang Morgan's building. Companies? Yes. Of course, it's not like those off-the-shelf roadside pop-ups and neighborhood convenience stores on the 1st and 2nd floors. It's for big companies and all kinds of well-known brands, such as the Shenzhou computer you use, the Chinese motherboard, or the girls' Delinku. New Shanghai 0297 is the next-generation city that Shengtang Morgan is investing in. You can think of it as a large shopping mall. After it's built, it needs merchants to move in before it can become active. In addition to Shengtang Morgan subsidiaries, it will also recruit other merchants. In return, those new cities that other companies invest in will also be open to Shengtang Morgan and invite them to move in. Is it like signing a multilateral trade agreement? Yes. If that's the case, those companies will then be compelled to purchase a certain product from Shengtang Morgan. What kind of product? Egoat frowned. A necessary means of production. Energy. Something similar. Ming did not elaborate further. Instead, he led Zhonghang and Egoat through the massive customer service department area to the end of the corridor before swiping his work permit, which opened the frosted glass door. This time, the path before the three of them had branches. On the left was a flight of stairs, and on the right was a staff rest area. There was a gym, a cafe, and a reading corner. However, instead of choosing one of the paths, he pointed at a high-security door at the end of the corridor and said to Egoat to go to Qian's area. This is the fastest way through. However, you'll be needing your precious finger. The latter took out the small box that he received from Ming and, according to his instructions, pressed the button at the back. A part of the finger came out, but no one knew how the box was made. The finger had really maintained its original temperature inside as if it was still connected to the hand. Egoat checked the wristband and work card and then entered the fingerprint. The heavy door in front of it opened backward. As soon as it opened, Egoat felt the temperature change and immediately realized what was behind it. Is this the server room? That's right. Ming nodded. Egoat should have considered this place his own backyard. When he saw then endless clusters of equipment, however, he remained stunned, nonetheless. How many servers are there? About 1 million. It's on this floor and the 12th floor below. Shengtang Morgan hid 1 million servers here. Why? Why do they need so much computing power? It's not easy maintaining new Shanghai 0297's normal operations. We need to collect information from all aspects to ensure that every part works properly and every anecdote can be told as it was supposed to be. These anecdotes connect with each other to minimize appearing bugs during the operation. Why do I understand every word you say, but when you put them together, I have no idea what you're talking about? Egoat asked curiously. It doesn't matter. You'll know once you continue walking forward, Ming said as he strode toward the door at the other end of the engine room. Egoat, filled with 1 million questions, and a silent Zhonghang followed behind him. 10 minutes later, the three passed through the computer lab and arrived at another door. Egoat opened it and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Where is this? Egoat asked Ming before opening the door. The design department, Ming answered. All the design procedures before production are finalized here. We've hired the best writers, philosophers, and a team of more than 100 experts to provide the corresponding design consultation. Together with the information stored in the server, we are able to design the most perfect products. Chapter 1041. Human Resources Department. Wait a minute, what kind of goods are you producing? When they passed the customer service department, Egoat could already feel that something wasn't quite right. However, when he saw the excessive number of servers below, the feeling only became even stronger. It wasn't until Ming introduced it to the design department, no matter how slow Egoat's reaction was, that he finally guessed what kind of goods Morgan produced. Clones? Is this place your clone production base? To Egoat's surprise, Ming shook his head. No, it's not. If it's not a clone production facility, then what is it? Could it be a large-scale live-action online game? Ming didn't say anything. Instead, he swiped his card and entered the design department. Unlike the previous 2 places, the department had a different style. The first thing they could sense when they entered was silence. Probably to serve creators, it was designed as a glass room, able to automatically adjust the opacity of the glass until it was completely invisible from the outside. In addition, special soundproof glass was used. Even if the noise levels hit 100 decibels, it could not be heard from the inside. In addition, the e-goat also saw a few playwrights looking for inspiration. They pulled out a video of a block from the server before carefully looking at the lives of everyone inside. Try to filter out any usable material. E-goat even saw a huge video room on the other side of the corridor. There were thousands of screens playing the living conditions of all the residents in the neighborhood. Such level of video surveillance definitely illegal, right? E-goat's expression changed slightly. No, it's not against the law, Ming rebuked. Everyone in the video has been recorded voluntarily. They have all signed an agreement of voluntary information collection. How could there be such a thing? I've never heard of it. There are many things you've never heard of, Ming said. However, they're all real. I know that Morgan is producing and selling clones. It's no secret. E-goat forced himself to remain calm. I've just never seen the production process. So, is that how their memories are written? No, their main memories are written according to the needs of their customers. What they're doing now is just integrating them into society as perfectly as possible without self-awareness and other people in society. After that, they'll have to conduct a consistency test to ensure that their life experiences don't conflict with others in the same living area. Is it really that troublesome to write a clone's memory? E-goat asked. I've heard that most clones directly use a fixed template. In any case, if there's a problem, we just need to rewrite it. Well, the situation you mentioned does exist, but it's usually handled by the Shengtang Morgan Tower outside. Then, are you producing Types 2 clones here, like Qian, for instance, who doesn't have a locator or a code on the back of her neck and looks just like an ordinary human? According to your understanding, Ming nodded. E-goat was a bit anxious. Are you doing this deliberately? You brought us to visit each department. We don't care about your production of clones. We just want to take Qian away as soon as possible. I'm just trying to help you understand the situation you're in before you meet Qian. I'm not lying. This is indeed the fastest and safest way to meet Qian. You just need to be a little patient. As Ming spoke, he led Zhongheng and E-goat through the glass cubicles, either bright or dark. He then pointed to a grey door. This is the quality inspection department, but since we're in a hurry, we won't go in. You should be able to guess what's inside anyway. In short, it's a test of the product's personality, skills, and emotional fluctuations. To be honest, I think you guys are jerks. There's not much difference between a clone and an ordinary person, right? It's just that one is born from a machine incubator, and the other from natural birth. We all have the same physical and DNA structure, E-goat said, but you treat the former as a pure commodity and tamper with their memories wantonly. Well said, but I have to correct one point. We have never forced anyone to do anything, Ming spread his hands. The three of them had unknowingly approached the transparent tunnel they had seen before. After passing through 2 doors and an escalator, without Ming's introduction, E-goat had already seen the sign in the distance. It read, Human Resources Department. E-goat couldn't help but start to worry again. They had already passed through many departments and seen many employees working here. However, other than the trouble they had encountered with the twins at the front desk, the work ID on their chests hadn't been exposed yet. Everyone who worked there seemed to be quite busy. They didn't seem to have the time to care about other people, let alone other departments. However, the Human Resources Department was definitely the department that knew its employees best in any company. If Zhongheng and E-goat were to have entered recklessly, they might be recognized as not being employees here. However, Ming didn't seem nervous at all. Don't worry. The Human Resources Department manages the existing employees on the 9th floor. This place is mainly responsible for recruiting new employees. Recruiting new employees? E-goat initially thought that Ming's so-called recruitment of new employees was just a small-scale job fair, but when he walked in, he was shocked. There were at least 500 to 600 people sitting in the waiting room, and there were actually as many as 20 of such waiting rooms. In other words, more than 20,000 applicants had already come for the interview today. How many vacancies are there in your company? Egoat asked Ming. That depends on which department. Previously, the departments you saw were all recruiting very few people, mainly because there were very few internal changes. Still, there has been a department that has been very short of manpower. What department? The City Residence Department, Ming said leisurely. The job seekers you've seen are all applicants who have applied to settle down here in New Shanghai 0297. Of course, when they start their jobs, they have to sign a corresponding labor contract. There are all kinds of rights and obligations, but the most important point is that they have to be willing to accept memory rewriting. The main reason is to improve their professional skills according to the requirements of the companies, as well as to improve their personalities and erase their original memories. The reason for the latter is that research has shown that only people who truly believe they are city dwellers can be more productive. What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Egoat's eyes bulged in horror. Chapter 1042. The Future of Mankind, Part 1. Unfortunately, I have to undergo a mental stress assessment every year. So far, my mental state is not bad, Ming shrugged. Egoat looked at the group of calm applicants in front of him. Then, as if rushing to grab the last straw, he asked impatiently, so they are actually clones and not real humans, right? I think there's no need to worry about the production method that brought you into this world because there is no difference between a clone and an ordinary person, Ming said. A while ago, severely declining fertility rates aroused the concern of all parties. As a result, in collaboration with several pharmaceutical giants, the federal government launched an artificial reproduction program. They decided to use machines to simulate the human uterus to breed babies to increase the population. You are actually right. There are no physical and genome differences between natural childbirth or a new human born of a machine. Thus, since the beginning, the Federation has decreed that these two kinds of people be given same political and survival rights. Are you kidding me? Why are clones and ordinary people treated so differently in New Shanghai 0297 then? Asked Egoat. Don't you get it yet? Ming sighed. In New Shanghai 0297, the so-called clones are still ordinary people. You just have to treat them as different occupations. They've been artificially segregated by us to meet different labor needs. However, there is no difference in the nature of the people who engage in these two occupations. Let me put it this way, have you ever bought luxury goods? What do you mean? There is a huge difference between the price of a luxury shirt and an ordinary shirt, but there is no difference in the material used. It's just that one of the shirts has a luxury company's logo printed on it. Similarly, the clones of New Shanghai 0297 are the same as ordinary people. Whether it's the locator or the code on the back of the neck, it just serves as a logo to convince the people living here that their values are different. It's that simple. Then only can the clones' memories be rewritten? Is that a lie? It was like that at the beginning, Ming nodded. Clones, or new humans, hatched by machines, were raised by the Federation. Regarding this, there have always been experts who have expressed some concern. This was because these people had shared a similar living environment since childhood, and they were raised together as well. They were worried that the individuals would become too identical due to this kind of social behavior that they grew up in. In addition, people have been arguing about how to raise them. The first batch of new machine-hatched humans was just like ordinary people. They received all kinds of education since they were young, but they lived together and were separated from their families. Apart from the overly similar problems mentioned before, there were also character defects brought about by the absence of the original family. In addition, the cultivation cycle was very long, and the investment in education was also huge. It also cost the taxpayers a lot of money. It didn't take long before civil protests arose, and the federal government's finances began to crumble. At this time, some large corporations like Shengtang Morgan offered to set up a fund to support the artificial reproduction program. In this way, the federal government wouldn't need to invest more public funds, and the population problem could be solved. The two sides hit it off, and everyone was happy. Not long after, these big corporations came up with a new training program. Memory coding. Zhong raised his eyebrows. That's right. This technology was successfully developed under such circumstances. In the beginning, it was to solve the problem of the machine-hatched Homo evolutions becoming too similar due to prolonged exposure to identical living environments. At the same time, the first mate reduced the investment in education. Memory coding could give the Homo evolution different personalities and memories, making them just like ordinary people, unaffected by similar growth backgrounds. After that, the corporations thought that since they had achieved this, they might as well go one step further and compile their skills. Through this, when they leave the cultivation base and enter society, they'd be able to find better jobs. What was the result? Egoat asked. The result was, of course, a great success, Ming said. At least, that was the case at first. The artificial reproduction program was initially sponsored by these large corporations who were very familiar with their own employment needs. Of course, they knew what skills needed to be compiled for the new humans that were hatched by machines, especially for certain high-end specialties. There has always been a shortage of jobs in the talent market. Everyone was fighting over people, but they were still unable to meet their employment needs. However, when memory coding technology appeared, this problem no longer existed. Other than some special professions that relied heavily on inspiration and talent, high-end talents that were purely technical could be mass-produced. Moreover, the new humans that were hatched by machines were also humans. Of course, there would be some very talented and inspired people among them. In addition, they would have a firmer grasp of basic knowledge, in turn accelerating their development. Very soon, many of the management and technical backbones of the companies on the market were occupied by these new humans. Moreover, many of them had better personalities and were more obedient. They were even willing to work overtime. As a result, the boss naturally knew what to choose. By the time the ordinary people reacted, they would realize that their supervisor or their immediate boss had already become a new human. Ming paused, but on the other hand, the emergence of these new humans did accelerate the development of the economy and technology, giving human society unprecedented prosperity. This was a period of abundant talent reserves that had never been seen before in history. Even though many ordinary people had begun to protest at that time, feeling that high-end employment opportunities were being crowded out and it was getting harder to get promoted, these objections became powerless in the face of rapid economic growth. From the perspective of the Federation, it is impossible for them to reverse the course of history, stop the artificial reproduction program, and allow mankind to return from this once-in-a-thousand-years golden era to the primitivity of inefficiency and retardation. A backward productivity rate will inevitably be replaced by advanced productivity, just like the unemployment wave caused by the emergence of machines. This is the social consensus in itself. Humanity has already experienced 3 industrial revolutions. Well, this is the 4th. More and more voices cried out in this manner. At the same time, they criticized those who were protesting. They felt that they were just maggots, blinded by envy. They were not willing to properly learn and hone their skills to become better. Instead, they were jealous of others. This was simply the fury of the incompetent. In addition, the Federation has been sparing no effort to promote coexistence between ordinary humans and new humans. Soon, the voice of opposition became much smaller, and the entire human society began promoting memory coding technology more and more. Chapter 1043. The Future of Mankind, Part 2. Outside the waiting room was a huge station square. The tunnel that the 3 of them saw on the hillside led to this place. Egoat also saw an endless stream of lorries at that time, but when they walked in, they saw that what came out of those lorries weren't goods but teams upon teams of people. Ming continued to talk about the previous topic. In the beginning, memory encoding technology was applied to ordinary people. Some rich people or top middle-class families hoped that their children could win at the starting line. Therefore, when their children were very young, they secretly used memory encoders to compile many skills for them, some even giving them the character and qualities of leaders. As expected, the children whose memories were re-encoded immediately stood out among their peers, far surpassing them. When they grew up, whether it was starting from scratch or taking over the family business, they would quickly soar, defeating one competitor after another and completing the crazy accumulation of wealth. It's like the golden finger that has opened up life, Ming sighed. Along with their success, the upper class has also set off a memory coding craze. More and more people decided to let their sons and daughters accept the memory coding, even if it wasn't to let them become winners in life. At least, they didn't want to lose at the starting line. At the same time, the middle and high-end skill talent market has finally become saturated due to the continuous influx of new humans. The demand for this part of talent from various companies and enterprises is becoming lesser. Thus, big groups like Shengtang's Morgan have finally adjusted the direction of cultivating new humans, from the technical backbone to the production of hard-working blue-collar workers who don't complain at all. Ego's eyes widened when it heard this. Wait, what about those ordinary people? That's a good question. Just as you guessed, as the major corporations changed the direction of cultivating new humans, companies began to hire a large number of new blue-collar workers in the labor market to replace the lazy and inefficient ordinary workers. More and more people lost their jobs and lived on welfare. Many families broke down because of this. Although some lucky people were not immediately fired, they knew that if this continued, they would lose their jobs sooner or later. By relying on primitive learning methods and carrying all kinds of flaws in their personalities, they failed to compete with the new humans for jobs. What's even more tragic is that they know that when their children grow up, there is a high chance that they will repeat their mistakes. At the same time, they are not the only ones who have this kind of trouble. The next generation of new humans who are doing well now will also face the same trouble. And there is only one way to solve this problem. Ming paused, that is to accept the memory code and do what those rich people have already done to their children. It doesn't matter who the first ordinary person to accept the memory code is. In short, in order to survive, to support their families, and to avoid being maggots of society, more and more ordinary people choose to walk this path and accept the memory code, just like the once popular craze for external beauty. If beauty can change a person's flaws in appearance, then the memory code can change a person's flaws in the soul. Laziness, selfishness, arrogance, these can all be fixed. But more precisely, it can even be fine-tuned according to your occupation. The workers in the assembly line can become more tolerant of boredom, and management of a company can become more charismatic. In the beginning, their strategy did work. As long as they were willing to make up their minds and add a sum of money, ordinary people could use memory coding to become more powerful than the Homo evolutis. But soon, the Homo evolutis also realized the challenges they were facing, and they too began to spend money to recode their memories, giving them a more perfect personality and a stronger ability to work. Things started to get crazier and crazier. Everyone was like an app update, constantly updating themselves through the memory encoder. The competition was endless, and the conglomerates were aware of this. At this point, the population growth rate had already returned to normal. No, it should be said that not only did it return to normal, but it far exceeded the planned growth rate. However, due to the prevalent culture of reducing labor costs, the conglomerates never stopped their artificial reproduction plans. In order to settle the remaining explosive population, the major groups have also begun to look into space. New Shanghai 0297 was built under such a background. You can consider the vast majority of the residents here employees of the Shengtang Morgan conglomerate. After applying for a job in this new city, they perform memory rewrites according to various companies' requirements before they work. You don't have to feel sorry for them losing their original memories, because the vast majority have already experienced dozens of memory rewrites. They have long forgotten what their original memories are. The rewriting of their memories before starting a job is actually for their own good. It can help them integrate better into their new job and life. Whether it's a clone or an ordinary person, they actually only have one common identity here, which is the means of production, the most perfect means of production. Of course, considering that the products produced must be sold, they will also play the role of the consumer at the same time. Whether it's the division of the 5 layers of space or the continuous rolling advertisements, they are all to stimulate their consumption. Only when consumption and production are constantly increasing can society prosper. When Egoat heard this, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He could even hear his teeth grinding. But what's the point of all this? What did we gain from this process, other than becoming less and less like ourselves? Good question. Ming snapped his fingers, but who asked the wheel of history to move forward forever? Perhaps we should have made another choice. Back when the artificial reproduction project had just begun, humans would choose to close Pandora's box and strangle everything at the source. Unfortunately, there were no IFS in this world. Once productivity began to develop, those who fell behind would inevitably be eliminated. This isn't something an individual can stop. You can't, I can't, and not even Shengtang Morgan's board of directors. This is because Shengtang Morgan has many equally powerful competitors. As far as I know, certain people on the board of directors have even experienced over 100 memory recodes. I'm actually very envious of you. After your memories are rewritten, you can live in this city without any doubt and believe what you want to believe. But for the people in other departments of the company, we don't even know what to believe, Ming said. It's like, if what I'm telling you now is the truth, or is there another version of the truth? I don't know. I spent a long time stopping myself from thinking about this problem. I sincerely hope that you won't experience the troubles I've endured. Chapter 1044. The Soil of Lies and the Flower of Truth. Before the trio left for the valley, Ming had warned Zhongheng and Egoat more than once that they should stop pursuing the matter before it was too late. Therefore, before Egoat even entered, he had already imagined many terrifying scenes. For example, a heavily armed team waiting behind the gate to take them down, or Shengtang Morgan hiring a group of scientists to secretly carry out some bloody human experiments. They could have even locked up a group of extraterrestrial creatures in the base without public knowledge. But no matter what kind of speculation it was not as crazy and dark as what he had seen with his own eyes. Clearly, Egoat had only seen the most common company structure along the way, each and every one of the extremely ordinary departments, but with all of it pieced together and the final truth revealed, Egoat felt his world spin. He looked at the people coming out of the van. Each of them looked healthy, but in places where his eyes could not reach, their souls had long been riddled with patches. Egoat couldn't even see their faces because they all seemed to look the same. What horrified him the most, though, was that he knew he was one of them. Once he realized this, it was hard for him not to think about a question. If all his memories had been written, what was he initially like? Egoat tried his best to recall, but his head felt like it was exploding when he thought about it. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he still could not remember anything. What was even sadder was that even if he recalled any bits and pieces, he couldn't be sure if that was the real him or remnants of old memories left behind after a memory was coded. He did not know where he came from nor where he should go. His past had been marred by countless upgrades, and he was oblivious as to what sort of lie he would be living in the future. Egoat didn't even know if his feelings for Qian were real or fake. The latter was the woman he had loved so much, but if even he was fake, how credible then were those feelings? He stood in the middle of the station square, stuck in a daze. When Ming finished his speech, he was also silently observing Egoat and Zhongheng. Egoat's reaction was within his expectations. Ming saw an amalgamation of fear, pain, confusion, and disbelief in his eyes. This was not difficult to understand because Egoat's worldview had collapsed entirely at that moment. Ming knew that his heart must be filled with questions, but he did not know who could answer them. This was how most normal reacted. On the other hand, Ming could not understand Zhongheng. Although there was surprise on his face, such a revelation was like witnessing a traffic accident on the road. No matter how tragic the scene was, it never really affected the passing cars. This made Ming feel a little incredulous. After realizing that he had been living a lie and had long lost himself, it was impossible for anyone to be as indifferent as Zhongheng. If possible, Ming really wished to pry open Zhongheng's skull to read his memories and see what he was thinking. Qian is just ahead. After waiting for a while, Ming said again, "We'll be there soon after passing through the station, but I don't know if you guys still want to keep looking for her." Ming's words confused Goat even more. Other than the fact that he couldn't determine if his feelings for Qian had been pre-coded, if Qian's identity was also fabricated, then was he saving her so she could keep being a version of herself that wasn't true? Goat, however, didn't expect Zhongheng to remain relentless. "Take me to her." This time, it was Ming's turn to be surprised. "Even after knowing everything, you're still prepared to take Qian away?" Zhongheng nodded. "I don't care what this world is like. A promise is a promise. I've come to an agreement with her to help her investigate her matter. Now that I've more or less understood the situation, it's time for me to report to her. As for whether she's willing to leave with us, it's her own choice." "What an admirable professional attitude," Ming said. "What about you?" he asked, turning to Goat. Goat seemed to be in a lot of trouble. He thought for a full minute before finally gritting his teeth, saying, "The voice of reason beseeches me to turn around and leave this damn place. But I don't know which **tard wrote my memory, so I've never been rational when it came to Qian. So, yes, I still want to see her." "I've underestimated you," Ming applauded. "After realizing that your personality and memory might have been encoded, you persevered." "What can a dog really do?" Goat moaned in self-depreciation. "Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic. The memory coding work that we carried out was completed before you entered New Shanghai 0297. Other than a small number of residents who played the role of clones, most people's memories weren't adjusted after that. Qian came to New Shanghai 0297 after you, so all of your memories and feelings about her hadn't yet been written. You might have actually fallen in love with her," Ming said. "You mean to say that I became an **s licker voluntarily?" Goat's expression was complicated. "So, is this good news or bad news?" "This means that even from the soil of lies, real flowers can bloom," Ming went on. "But I still don't understand. Since Qian is not a clone, why did you take her away?" Goat asked. "Think of this as an internal shift in the company. We monitor everyone's performance. For people whose performance continues to decline, the company will consider changing their positions. Of course, since Qian is a public figure, it will be more troublesome to deal with her. This is what I have been doing all along. In order to facilitate management, under normal circumstances, for some special positions, we will set a goal in advance when encoding the employee's memory. This goal will be the employee's deepest desire. In order to achieve this goal, the employee can accept such sacrifices as giving up his career and moving out of his original place of residence. I am good at dealing with female employees who have love and marriage goals. In addition, I have colleagues who are good at other types of work. After minimizing the impact, we will hide it from the public and send them to other unconnected cities." Chapter 1045. Seeing Qian again. "How many cities are like New Shanghai 0297? Goat frowned. "I can only say that there are far more than you know. In order to facilitate management, each group will divide the city into different living circles, but I'm not clear about specific situations. I'm just like you, an ordinary staff of Shengtang Morgan's New Shanghai 0297 branch," Ming said as he led Zhongheng and Goat through the crowd at the station. The three of them took the escalator to the 4th floor. There were no more candidates here. Only some staff members in blue uniforms drove forklifts in and out, transporting some 2x1 meter metal boxes to the station downstairs. 2 security guards were also standing outside the door. Ming showed his work ID before the three of them were let in. He then pointed to a small house in front of them. "Qian is there. You came at the right time. If you had come any later, her memories would have been rewritten, molded into someone that can adapt to the next job. After that, she will be put into one of those boxes that you saw and sent to other cities. Then, you will never see her again." Although the road from the door to this place was not too far, Goat felt like he had been walking for several years. He looked at the door in front of him with mixed feelings. Zhongheng didn't rush him. He just stood at one spot and waited quietly. Egoat took 10 seconds to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and opened the door with the bracelet he wore. The room was much larger than he had imagined. In fact, it looked more like a hotel suite than a prison cell. Qian was sitting on the sofa, watching a soap opera projected on the screen. She had even made herself a cup of long and red date tea and was hugging her knees. Because she was so focused, she didn't even notice that someone had entered the room. When Egoat saw this, he let out a sigh of relief. Although Ming had previously assured him that Qian wasn't hurt, he wasn't completely relieved until he had personally confirmed this. For Egoat, the despair and helplessness he felt in the short span of 20 minutes had already surpassed the sum of his memories. However, when he saw the figure on the sofa, when he saw Qian's long hair draped over her shoulders and the tip of her small nose, he felt the warmth of the world that he hadn't felt for a long time. At this moment, Egoat didn't even bother about whether his feelings for Qian were real or fake. It was as if he had returned to every lonely and long night. He had dutifully stood in front of the projection just to see the face in front of the camera. He had listened to her talk about all the trivial things that she had encountered that day. I bought Patch's chocolate today. It was really delicious. I ate one in the morning, and I was filled with vitality all day. KGC team lost again. Seriously, they clearly had a wonderful performance in the early stages, but they were unable to hold on to this advantage. I don't know where, but I heard a song in the afternoon, but I can't remember the name. It should go like this. Last night, I had a dream about a panda, but it kept chasing me. But I'm not Bamboo, so who knows how to interpret dreams? Can you tell me what this means? This time, Egoat was the same as before. He didn't know what to say. He turned to Ming and Zhonghang for help, but they didn't respond. It was apparent that they were waiting for him to speak first. Ming even gestured for him to open his mouth. But it was then that Egoat became nervous again. His mind was a mess. Although the process was completely different from Egoat's fantasy, it was, strictly speaking, a rescue born of true love. Egoat was like the prince riding a white horse in a fairy tale. He vanquished demons and ghouls all the way to the castle where the princess was kept. This was probably the most glorious moment in his life. The blood on the dragon-slaying hero hadn't dried yet, his sword glistened with a cold light, but he did not know what to say to begin the reunion. Should he be saying, "Do you know how many difficulties I've had to overcome in order to find you?" No. This kind of affectionate confession sounded like he was taking credit for something. Or, "Do you know that our memories are actually fake?" But it seemed a little too depressing to get straight to the point. He might as well just say, "I'm here." The 3 words were short and concise, but she might feel it was a little too pretentious. After thinking for a while, Egoat finally mustered up his courage and blurted out, "What? What movie are you watching?" Ming covered his face, unable to bear to watch the carnage happening before his eyes. Regardless, Qian's attention was finally pulled back from the projection. Noticing the 3 new people in the room, she didn't immediately answer Egoat. Instead, she looked around at the 3 of them. When she saw Ming, Qian had a complicated expression on her face, as if she didn't know whether to hate or thank him. Then, she turned her eyes to Egoat. Her gaze moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded at the latter and finally looked at Zhonghang. Looking confused, she asked, "Who are you?" "A friend of yours that's come to fulfill our agreement." "But it seems that you already know what happened to you," Zhonghang said. "It's you?" Qian yelped in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" "The news said that you died in the fire." Because Zhonghang's disguise was so good, Qian didn't recognize him at all. In fact, even now, she was still skeptical. "I'm sorry. I was involved in some things before, and it's only now that I'm done. I immediately rushed over to see you," Zhonghang explained. "After reading the news, I sent you a lot of messages, but I didn't receive a single reply. That was when I was in my most panicked and helpless state. I even hated you a little." Qian paused and continued, "But after I learned the truth about all of this, I actually didn't care. Even if you were by my side at the time, it wouldn't have changed the outcome, right? To make up for my negligence, this time, Egoat and I have deliberately come to take you away from here. Leave? Where? Zhu Qian asked back. I can't be a broadcaster anymore, and I've lost my previous life. Even if I escape, nothing will get better. There is no place for me in New Shanghai 0297, but the good news is that other jobs are waiting for me elsewhere. But by that time, your memory will be rewritten, and you won't be yourself anymore. You'll forget everything here, Egoat pleaded. Anyway, this isn't the real me. Zhu Qian didn't seem to care. I don't know what you were like in the beginning, just like I don't know what I was like in the beginning. But now, we really exist, Egoat blurted after holding it in for a long time. Chapter 1046. Ming's distress. Egoat was forced to say the previous sentence, but when he found that everyone was looking at him, he suddenly became nervous again. That. I just said it casually, you don't have to take it to heart, he muttered bashfully. No, you're right, Ming nodded. I didn't expect you to figure out this problem in such a short time. It made me look at you in a new light. Humans are indeed a species with infinite possibilities. Even if your memory has been rewritten to become a nerd with super high network technology, you don't always live according to the established path. For example, falling in love with Zhu Qian, or breaking into the Shengtang Morgan secret headquarters, saying such words that completely deviates from your character. Morgan has also done a lot of research in this area, and they finally found that even the most excellent memory encoding could not prevent such things from happening. You can control a person's past through memory encoding, thus affecting his present. You can never, however, fully control his future. The company had to even set up a special department to deal with such things. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhu Qian shook her head and insisted, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Why? Egoat couldn't understand what he was hearing. Because I don't want to live on the run every day for the next few days. I don't know when I'll be caught. I've already experienced enough fear. I live in fear every minute and every second. Maybe you don't believe me, but when Ming found me, the stone in my heart fell. Although I'm still afraid and don't know what will happen to me next, at least I don't have to worry about when the sword of Damocles will fall. Zhu Qian looked into Egoat's eyes. I'm very touched that you rushed all the way here to save me. I regret that I didn't get to know you well before. When I really realized this feeling, I had no time left. You've done all kinds of things for me all this time. At least, let me do one thing for you. I won't go with you and become a burden to you. If I do, Shengtang Morgan will also target you. I don't care, Egoat insisted resolutely. But I do care. I really do. Don't think that your life isn't important because your current memories are made up. You can start a new life anytime. As far as I know, the next job for a declining productivity employee won't be as easy as it is now. No matter what, your life is pretty good. You shouldn't have given up everything for me, and yourself. Zhu Qian turned to look at Zhonghang. You've helped me a lot too. At least you'll be able to let me see the truth when it comes. Even though it's only for a short while, this is probably my most sobering period since I entered New Shanghai 0297. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay you the money I promised you. So this is your final decision? Zhonghang asked. That's right, Zhu Qian nodded. I've made my decision. Egoat wanted to say more, but Zhu Qian pointed at the paused projection. I want to finish watching this movie. Can you accompany me? Egoat looked at Ming reflexively, then at Zhonghang. When he finally confirmed that Zhu Qian was talking to him, he couldn't help but feel flattered. Nervously, he walked to the sofa and chose the seat on the rightmost side, then sat down with his hands in front of his knees, staring straight ahead. Why are you sitting so far away? It's not like I'm going to eat you up, Zhu Qian said from the side. Egoat then shifted slightly and moved to a spot one body's length away from Zhu Qian. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qian directly stood up and sat beside him. Egoat's body instantly stiffened. What was even more unexpected was that Qian actually leaned her head on his shoulder. Due to their extremely close proximity, Egoat could even smell the shampoo's fragrance on Qian's hair. Ming and Zhongheng looked at each other. Then, Zhongheng took the lead and walked out of the room. Ming followed behind and conveniently closed the door. When they were outside, Ming took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Zhongheng, only to be refused by the latter. Thus, Ming took a cigarette and put it in his mouth. After lighting it with a lighter, he smiled. "I have a headache right now." "Is it because your ex-girlfriend is watching a movie with another man in the room?" "It's not because of that. I'm only getting close to Qian because of work." "I don't have any other motives," Ming said. "What's troubling me now is whether or not I should pretend not to know who you are." "Then why don't you continue pretending?" Zhongheng asked calmly. "Because I don't want you to think that I'm some self-righteous fool. I don't want things to develop in a direction that I don't want," Ming confessed. "You can even handle the emergency response team. There's no reason that you don't know that I've already discovered your identity." Although Qian and Egoat did not mention Zhongheng's name throughout their conversation, Ming, who had been paying attention to Qian all this time, naturally knew about Qian's newly hired clone bodyguard. Furthermore, as an employee of Shengtang Morgan New Shanghai 0297 branch, Ming naturally knew about the fire that happened on the second floor that night. Zhongheng's incredible fighting strength had already attracted the company's attention, but there was no clue from his entry file. He was like most job seekers who had come to New Shanghai 0297. They had no personality or characteristics but were just pure production material. However, as the investigation delved deeper, more and more doubts began to surface. The interview, for instance, didn't think much of Zhongheng that day, and the surveillance video pulled up according to the date found no trace of Zhongheng from the beginning to the end. To make matters worse, the security company that hired him, G7Z, had no other traces other than a file. He was like a ghost that had magically materialized in New Shanghai 0297. However, because Zhongheng had later died in the fire on the second floor, Shengtang Morgan could not continue the investigation. Ming had initially thought that the matter would end here. Although he was very curious about Zhongheng, he was not so curious that he had to get a result. Zhongheng's abnormality had to be something Shengtang Morgan's top management should be worried about. It had nothing to do with an ordinary employee like Ming. Never would he have thought that his great luck would bump him into a big prize this time. Chapter 1047. The Prodigal Son and the Strongest Clone. "Are you afraid?" Zhongheng asked. "It would be a lie to say that I'm not," Ming said with a wry smile. "At first, I thought that this matter could be resolved peacefully. If it had been someone else, I would have had the confidence to convince the other party not to kill me afterward. But with you, I don't have any confidence at all. Previously, due to work, I did some research on you, and I came to the conclusion that I couldn't see through you at all." Ming paused for a moment before continuing. "No wonder you didn't react much when I told you the truth about New Shanghai 0297. Did you already know about this? Speaking of which, how did you get into New Shanghai 0297? What is your purpose?" "No, forget it, don't tell me. I want to live longer. I promised you that if you cooperate, I won't kill you," Zhongheng said calmly. Ming didn't say anything. He took 2 more puffs of his cigarette. From the look on his face, he obviously didn't believe Zhongheng's promise. Thus, he had been weighing his options. After about 5 minutes, Ming seemed to have made up his mind. "Are you working for Mr. G now?" he asked again. "Yes. Mr. G and I have known each other for a long time. When he was still in the emergency response team and was known as the strongest clone among them, I gave him a USB drive with a movie in it. Symbolic exchange and death." "You know about the movie," Ming said. "I was born in a rather famous family. One of my uncles was a board director of Shengtang's Morgan, and he didn't have many material worries since young. In addition, I'm not the successor of the family's main force, so I don't have that much competitive pressure. Therefore, Although I've received a lot of memory coding, most of it was skills, and I didn't do too much in terms of character. This also allowed me to keep some bad habits unique to young people. At that time, I had just come to work in New Shanghai 0297. My job was to supervise my brat's regular operations, especially the day-to-day running of the place, reporting to the board of directors, and so on. In fact, the management of the department would also write to the headquarters on a regular basis, so this was just an idle job to dismiss a young, ignorant and incompetent man like me. The power was not big or small, but it was easy enough. In the beginning, everything here was very new to me, especially when I saw so many people having to sign contracts with the company in order to survive. They then have to play a role in the city, living another identity without knowing anything. It was quite interesting. In fact, compared to the lifeless world outside where everyone was exactly the same, this place is more like a real, breathing world. What do you think? Doesn't that sound a bit ironic? It seems a bit far-fetched to say that it will be the new Shanghai 0297. Everyone here believes that one cannot choose one's birth, but hard work can change one's fate. However, in reality, everyone's birth has been artificially chosen. Whether you become a beggar on the first floor or a senior executive on the third or fourth floor might have just been a slip of the staff's mind. For those who find it really hard to choose, we might as well roll the dice and make the decision for them. Even if it's a role that has already been assigned, I can use the power in my hands to change it. Once, out of mischievousness, I threw a beautiful girl who was supposed to be sent to an entertainment company to be the wife of a 300-pound butcher. I have to admit that doing so gave me a strong sense of satisfaction. I was like a god, able to manipulate the lives of others at will. But no matter how good a game is, a time will come when I will get bored. And as time goes on, I get less and less pleasure from playing games manipulating someone's fate. At the same time, I get a lot of resentment from some of my branch managers because I'm always messing around. I didn't take it to heart, though, because I was craving new thrills at the time. In the end, I shifted my attention to Mr. G. At that time, he didn't go by that name. He was the captain of the emergency response team and was deeply convinced that he was a clone. Therefore, he didn't dare to betray the person who gave them the task because the emergency response team had been treated quite well. In order to allow the team to learn and grow, they wouldn't erase their memories on a regular basis. Therefore, I watched Mr. G work hard for Shengtang Morgan, wiping his ass everywhere for such small benefits. If there were specific situations that were more dangerous and difficult to deal with, the company's people would throw these at him and let him solve the troubles. I thought he was cute and stupid, like a dog, and gave him the USB drive on his birthday. To be honest, now that I think about it, I don't know why I did it. It was probably just for fun. Baudrillard's theory has been banned by the Federation. His books and movies have been destroyed. I found the movie on the USB drive from my family's collection. I didn't expect Mr. G to see so many things from this movie. In short, because of me, he became suspicious of his own identity. He finally managed to reach the 5th floor, killing his way up here. This is the first time since New Shanghai 0297's establishment that an outsider has entered this place, an incident which resulted in the death of more than 60 employees in the base. If you are familiar with the style those guys above work, you should know that no matter what, they will find a scapegoat as quickly as they can, then push all the responsibility onto that person. Unfortunately, it was my turn to play this role. I gave Mr. G the flash drive, which ultimately led to this disaster. The board of directors considered this an extremely frivolous and irresponsible act. My uncle was very disappointed in me and announced on behalf of the family that he would sever all ties with me. My status as a special agent was also revoked, and I became the most ordinary employee. However, the irony was that the culprit who caused all of this, Mr. G, had a good attitude after his arrest, and the board of directors happened to need someone to help them manage the hierarchy and reduce costs. Therefore, in the end, he actually changed his status and was directly incorporated into the management department. After that, he went to the 1st floor alone. I didn't expect that within a few years, everyone would know his name there. After a few years, people began to call him the underground emperor of the 1st floor. he brought a special order to the first floor, and the management was very satisfied with his performance. Chapter 1048. Dogs and Wolves. But in recent years, the situation has started to change, Ming said. Someone on the first floor secretly spread Baudrillard's theory, and it was found out by the management of the branch, so they went to Mr. G for accountability. Mr. G promised to investigate, and a few weeks later, he handed over the disseminator. But it was said that those unlucky fellows had become corpses because of their fierce resistance upon their rearrest. The management couldn't get anything out of them. After that, Baudrillard's theory still spread everywhere on the first floor. Mr. G's explanation was that it was very difficult to completely kill a theory. Even if you killed all the spreaders, the people behind you might continue to spread it. However, Mr. G also promised to try his best to contain the development of the situation, so the management accepted his way of handling things. However, things did not go smoothly after that. According to the management's statistics, more and more people began to hear about Baudrillard's name on the first floor in the past few years. Although Mr. G handed over more and more corpses, it at least showed that his efforts had little effect. Thus, the management gradually lost patience with Mr. G. If it weren't for the fact that the first floor had been managed so well by Mr. G over the years, the second floor might have fallen into chaos after losing him, and the cost of management would have increased significantly. The management should have taken Mr. G down by now, but the relationship between the two sides has deteriorated and become tenser and tenser. The police force controlled by first floor management has had many conflicts with Mr. G's people. The management knows what Mr. G is planning, and it's only a matter of time before the two sides completely fall out. Some time ago, there was news that Mr. G had ordered something from a smuggler on Earth. This made the management very nervous. Since you're involved in this, you should know very well that if you're standing here now, it means that Mr. G has gotten what he wanted. What are you trying to say? Zhong asked. What I'm trying to say is that you don't have to worry about me telling the company's management that you're still alive because we're actually on the same side, Ming said. Mr. G woke up because of me. Of course, courtesy of this incident, I was severely punished, demoted to a recycling specialist. I didn't blame Mr. G for that, though. In fact, after he took over the first floor, the two of us still kept in close contact. These contacts were kept from the management. Otherwise, how could he have so accurately gauged the management's tolerance? He kept wandering on edge but was only verbally warned. Until this incident, the management couldn't agree on how to deal with him. You're taking massive risks by doing this, right? Why are you helping a person who demoted you? Zhong continued to ask. I told you before, when I was still a special agent, I played all the games I could think of. I was starting to get tired of this city until I gave the USB drive containing death and symbolic exchange to Mr. G. Everything that happened after that made this world interesting again. I wanted to see what kind of fruits this tree I planted with my own hands would bear. On the other hand, even though I'm tired of my previous job, it's still a little infuriating to just let someone take me down like that. I have to admit that there's a part of my personal grudge in this. After all, I've kept many of my bad habits, and I can't continue to contribute to the development of this beautiful city. After Ming said that, he turned to look at Zhong with anticipation. However, the latter's reaction was beyond his expectations. Zhong shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I'm not on your side. You're not on Mr. G's side either. Could you be a mole planted by the management? Ming's expression changed slightly. This explains why you could appear in New Shanghai 0297 without anyone noticing. Stop guessing. I'm not a member of the management, either, Zhong replied calmly. I only care about my own business and am not on anyone's side. I only work for Mr. G because I have a deal with him. We are both quite similar then, Ming heaved a sigh of relief. No, I'm different. I won't change someone else's life just to satisfy my own bad taste. I won't treat such things as a sport. In this era, it's rare to see people like you who still have a bottom line and moral sense. Ming was surprised. When you can't even be sure whether you're yourself, there naturally won't be any moral restrictions. You can only confirm that you're still alive through stronger and stronger stimuli. Is Mr. G like this too? No, Mr. G is different. His self-control has always impressed me. When you know that the world you live in is full of lies and deceit, it is not easy to maintain self-control. This must mean that his heart holds an even more grandiose goal. To be honest, he grew at a really amazing rate. When I gave him death and symbolic exchange, I originally wanted to see how the strongest clone would collapse mentally. However, to my surprise, he quickly accepted his situation and turned Baudrillard's theory into his most powerful weapon. He used it to unite his followers and gave them faith. He is a natural leader. Since you are his ally, then you should also know his plan to rebel against the management. Zhong asked. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't know what his plan is. In fact, even if he told me himself, I'm not sure if I can believe him. Just like how I can't see through you, ever since he became the uncrowned king of the first level, I can't see through him either. But what I can tell you is that he must have a deep motive, much more profound than everyone thinks. The biggest mistake this management idiots have done these few years was to underestimate his ambition. They thought that he was just like how he was in the emergency response team back then, a dog that would be satisfied wagging its tail everywhere after we threw it a piece of meat. Little did they know that his appetite had changed a long time ago. Dogs were originally domesticated from wolves. When its owner could no longer feed it, it would stir up the wolf's nature hidden in its bones. In order to fill its stomach, it wouldn't even mind eating its own owner. Chapter 1049. Escape. 40 minutes later, Ego walked out of the hut where Qian was. His eyes were filled with sadness as if he had lost his soul. Ming looked behind Ego and found that he was the only one. He looked stunned. Where's Qian? Didn't she say that she decided to stay? Ego choked. I'm not deaf. I heard what she said. How did you persuade her? Wait, brother, did you really watch the rest of the movie with her? Ming asked suspiciously. I couldn't say anything about the atmosphere at that time. She was leaning on my shoulder. We were very close, Ego replied weakly. I finally know how all the sad and beautiful love stories are developed, Ming sighed. So, should I have done something? Ego asked humbly. What else? Ming patted Ego's shoulder. I've been dealing with women because of my work, and I'm quite experienced when it comes to these things. Most women can make decisions in a hurry because of their emotions. The key is to master the skill is to persuade her? How do I master this kind of skill? Ego almost pulled out his notebook. There's no need to go through so much trouble, added Zhong. Just knock her out and take her away. Anyway, it's too late for you to learn now. In the near future, New Shanghai 0297 will probably undergo a drastic change. By then, her worries will probably be gone. Is that true? Ego couldn't help but jump in joy when he heard that. However, his expression quickly became nervous again. But how are we going to get her out of here? Don't worry, I'll solve this problem, Ming said. Isn't that why you brought me along? Ming's plan was very simple. Qian was such a big person, and she was in a coma. There was no way she could be carried out of the house like that. Therefore, a container that could store her would be required, and one that was inconspicuous as well. The metal boxes transported by the forklift truck were the most suitable because they were meant to transport people who were transferred to other cities. After confirming the plan, the three of them split up. Zhong returned to Qian's house and was responsible for knocking her out. Ego followed Ming to drive the forklift truck and carry the metal boxes. Then, the three of them regrouped outside Qian's house. They put the unconscious Qian into the metal boxes. These special metal boxes were prepared initially for long-distance transportation of living people, so there was no need to worry about oxygen. Then, Zhong drove the forklift with the metal boxes into the freight elevator at the side and went down to the station below. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ego and Ming slipped down from the top. At this time, Zhongheng had already found a truck without a driver. He put the metal box containing Xu Qian on it, and Egoat went into the cargo box to accompany Xu Qian, while Ming took his place in the passenger seat. After Zhongheng started the car, Ming spoke. This tunnel leads directly to a hidden dock. Xingtang Morgan built it to dock the spaceship used to transport job seekers. In addition, these metal boxes will also be sent to other cities. I don't plan to leave New Shanghai 0297 for the time being. We'll get off midway, Zhongheng said. That's what I plan to do as well, but this tunnel was built to connect the dock and the base. It's completely sealed off, and there's no other exit in the middle. Zhongheng didn't say a word. He waited quietly for Ming to continue. But the good news is that there's a maintenance point for this tunnel every certain distance. Normally, the maintenance point is locked, but a very serious traffic accident happened a few days ago. Thus, one of the maintenance points was opened, and we can leave from there. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the place Ming had mentioned. As expected, there was a sign that was being repaired. Zhongheng parked the car in front of the sign, but then he realized that the gate of the maintenance point was actually closed. Ming's expression changed slightly. Normally, the maintenance cycle for an accident of this level takes 3 days. It's only been 2 days, so there's no reason for it to be repaired so quickly. Egoat was carrying Xu Qian out of the metal box. When he heard this, he poked its head out of the car and asked anxiously, "Then what do we do now?" Ming also looked a little helpless. "If we can't leave here, then we can only think of other ways to leave. However, the problem is that it's very difficult for us to drag the unconscious Xu Qian through so many departments. Furthermore, to leave through the main door, everyone needs to verify their fingerprints, work ID, and electronic ID." Zhongheng then pointed at a piece of glass in front of Ming and asked, "What if we just break it into pieces?" This is made of special explosion-proof glass, and it has a certain degree of elasticity. Even a car won't be able to break it. Of course, if we're prepared, it's not like we can't cut it. What can we use to cut it open? A laser knife. Military laser knives can be used, but we don't have that kind of equipment on hand. Who said that? Zhongheng returned to the car and took out some Lego blocks to form a military laser knife. He then inserted the infinite building block into it. When he appeared in front of Ming and Egoat with the real military laser knife in his hand, they were dumbfounded. "Where did this thing come from? Is your real identity Doraemon, and do you have a 4-dimensional pocket?" Zhongheng did not answer. He had already picked up the laser knife and cut the explosion-proof glass in front of him. It took him about 15 minutes to finally cut a small opening that could allow one person to pass through. Meanwhile, Egoat had also carried Xu Qian out of the metal box. The 4 of them passed through the small opening that Zhongheng had cut and drilled out of the tunnel. Even when they saw the sky above them, the Egoat still could not believe that they had really escaped from the secret base of the magnificent Tang Corporation. Xu Qian, who was lying on the ground behind him, was breathing steadily and was sleeping soundly. Egoat's arm was a little numb, but he still did not move, fearing he would wake Xu Qian up from her sleep. Zhongheng and Ming had already started to search for cars in the surroundings. Finally, Zhongheng found an extended antique oil truck in a manor and drove the 4 of them to the station. It wasn't until the shuttle left the 5th floor that the 4 of them were truly out of danger. Zhongheng used a fake ID to open 2 guest rooms on the 2nd floor, one for Egoat and Xu Qian, and the other for Ming and himself. "When can I leave?" Ming asked Zhongheng carefully in the guest room. "Wait until the change happens," Zhongheng said. Although Ming had always been very sincere and had been very cooperative, Zhongheng still didn't fully trust him. Because of his previous promise, however, he did not kill Ming. Chapter 1050. A Great Commotion. The 4 of them spent the next few days in the hotel. Xu Qian woke up that night. After realizing the situation she was in, she reacted rather calmly. However, she looked at Egoat in a rather complicated way. She had initially chosen to stay in the base because she didn't want Egoat, Zhongheng, and the others to be implicated. However, now that she had been brought out, there was no point in going back. Qian still looked a bit lost, though. She could no longer be a live streamer, and although Shengtang Morgan had yet to issue her warrant for arrest, they must have already discovered Qian's escape. Qian didn't know if someone was secretly tracking her whereabouts, and was oblivious to what awaited her in the future. Although Egoat had promised her that something big was about to go down in New Shanghai 0297, Qian wasn't sure how this matter would impact her life. After all, for New Shanghai 0297's residents, the Shengtang Morgan conglomerate had always been like an unshakable behemoth. Qian thought that there was nobody that could shake Shengtang Morgan's dominance through resisting, especially after seeing what happened in that secret base. In fact, at this time, like Qian, most citizens knew nothing about what would happen in the future, especially on the upper floors. Everyone still commuted every day to make a living, busy with their families and careers. Everything seemed the same as before. One day, people suddenly found that Shengtang Morgan had issued a blockade order on the first floor. From this moment on, all the central shuttle stations no longer sold tickets to the first floor to individuals. At the same time, the central shuttle on the first floor also stopped selling tickets to the other floors. The situation suddenly became grim. Most people didn't know what happened. They only noticed that the police on all floors had begun to assemble and head to the first floor in teams. The next night, the media received photos and videos from the first floor. In a video that quickly spread on the internet, a group of rioters with guns ambushed two police security squads. Both sides exchanged fire, and the scene was very bloody. In the end, at least 10 rioters were killed. There were also casualties on the police side. One of the policemen was unlucky when he peeked behind the explosion-proof shield and was hit in the eye by a stray bullet. Rioters then dragged another officer into a building. 5 minutes later, when the police stormed into the building, the officer had already been killed. Riots. This was an extremely unfamiliar term to the residents of New Shanghai 0297. Since the city's inception, it was the first time that such a thing had happened. Although the security situation on the first floor had always been quite bad because of the high levels of poverty, there were violent incidents from time to time, but the most serious was the gang war. It had never escalated to the level of a riot. Many people were shocked by the cruel scenes shown in the video. At the same time, the media also condemned the rioters. Ming turned off the television. During this period, his life was not very comfortable. In order to avoid investigation after the Shengtang Morgan crackdown, Zhong ordered everyone not to leave the hotel unless there was an emergency. 3 meals a day were ordered and delivered by drones. Ego wasn't in such a bad state, he could share a room with the girl he loved. According to Ming's observation, there was psychological progress between the two over the past few days. Nothing, however, physically happened. But no matter what, sharing a room with a beautiful girl was a happy feeling. In contrast, Ming was miserable. Zhong did not do anything excessive to him. He just lived a normal life, eating, sleeping, and did not even restrict his activities. However, the scary thing was that Ming realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't hide it from Zhong. Even when he woke up in the middle of the night, Zhong looked like he was fast asleep. His movements were light enough, standing silently beside Zhong's bed and observed him for 10 minutes to make sure that the latter wouldn't wake up. Then, he tiptoed to open the door before lighting a cigarette in the corridor. The following day, when the two of them were having breakfast, Ming saw Zhong putting the ashtray in front of him without saying anything. In the end, Ming couldn't help but say, "I don't smoke in the morning." Zhong nodded and took a sip of tofu pudding with fried dough. "I know, but since you smoke 3 cigarettes a day, why don't you finish it earlier? You'll sleep better at night." "I don't care anyway." Ming broke out in a cold sweat. He had caught his smoking habit when he was 20 years old, and he hadn't changed it using memory coding until now. However, he only smoked 2 cigarettes during the day, with the 3rd cigarette when he got up in the middle of the night. In other words, since Zhong knew that he smoked 3 cigarettes a day, he also knew that he had snuck out to smoke in the middle of the night. However, Chiu Ming had been observing Zhong Heng at that time, and he clearly remembered that the latter was still in a deep sleep. Chiu Ming even searched the entire house for Zhong Heng's hidden surveillance camera, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. However, after this incident, Chiu Ming didn't dare to take any chances. He knew that no matter what he did, he couldn't hide it from Zhong Heng. In addition, he also noticed how disciplined Zhong Heng lived his life. Even if he could not leave his room, he would still exercise regularly every day. Chiu Ming had once suspected that Zhong Heng was also from some emergency response team, a commercial spy sent by other groups to New Shanghai 0297. However, this period of close contact had overturned Chiu Ming's conjecture. Zhong Heng obviously did not serve any organization. As he said, he was only loyal to himself. Not only was he different from the role-playing residents of New Shanghai 0297, but he was also completely different from the management and even the board of directors of Shengtang Morgan. Chiu Ming did not know how such a person could exist in such an era, or if he had any scientific skills. If it was not through memory coding, how did he get it? There were too many mysteries about this man, and Chiu Ming found himself somewhat fascinated by Zhong Heng's past. The photos and videos were spread online by Mr. G's people, Chiu Ming said. Shengtang Morgan has chosen to seal off a layer of space to prevent this matter from expanding. I understand the thoughts of the management team very well. They're not worried that this will get out of control, but if the loss is too great, then their financial statements for this quarter will become very ugly.